Chapter 390. There were still 3 days before the banquet, and most of the invitations had already been sent out. Yushu still had 2 more in her hands, one for Jingchen and the other for Xia Mingming. Yushu and Xia Mingming did not see each other much. Since the last time they cleared up the misunderstanding, they had been writing to each other at Wangji Tower. Yushu did not send someone to deliver the invitation to Xia Zhang's guest house, but personally went there. After reporting her name at the door, Yushu was not rejected. After waiting for a long time, she was invited in. Xia Jiang Helong had previously listed her as a no-contact, mainly for the sake of his daughter's reputation. He was afraid that the fact that she ran away from home and was involved in a murder case would be leaked. Now everything was calm, and those who should be dead were all dead. There was no reason to keep her out. What's more, on the day when the mathematics results were announced, even Xia Mingming, who never went out, knew about it. As an aristocratic family in the south of the E-School, Xia Jiang Helong must have known that the little girl who saved his daughter's life had turned into a female fortune-teller who had not been seen for 10 years. He would not stop Yushu from seeing Xia Mingming. "Miss, please sit down and drink some tea. Miss will be here soon." The maid served the tea and went out. Yushu stayed in the living room alone. She looked around and saw an old bamboo painting hanging between the east window lattices. She went forward to have a look. She did not understand painting, but she could read. She found the ink on the inscription and just recognized the word Su from it. Then she heard a series of hurried footsteps coming from outside the door. She turned around and saw a figure walking in quickly. "Ashu!" Xia Mingming saw Yushu as soon as he entered the door. He showed a happy expression and opened a pair of bright and big eyes. He came over to hold her hand and complained, "Why did you come to me so late?" Yushu looked at the little girl who had become more beautiful and beautiful after not seeing her for a month. She smiled and said, "I have been busy recently, so I came to give you the invitation. I will hold a banquet at Wangji Tower at the end of the month. Do you want to come?" The smile on Xia Mingming's face shrank, and he said hesitantly, "I do want to go. I'm just afraid that my father won't allow it. Besides, wouldn't it be stupid for me to go to the banquet alone?" Yushu said, "Then you can ask Uncle's opinion first. I will keep the invitation. If you come, let me introduce a new friend to you. You 2 girls can accompany each other and drink alone in a room. It won't be a problem. My father is very strict with me. These days, I only go out with him to visit friends. I've never been out on the streets." Xia Mingming pulled her to the tea table and sat down. He sighed and said, "If I can't go, don't blame me." Yushu nodded and looked outside the door. She leaned forward and said in a low voice, "I reckon that after the twin sun gathering, the marriage between you and the 9th prince will be decided. Didn't I teach you the 6 trigram lines of marriage? Have you ever done a divination for yourself to predict your future?" Xia Mingming blushed slightly. She lowered her head and said shyly, "Forget it. I just don't know if it's accurate or not. The divination says that we are fated to be husband and wife, and there will be auspicious signs from the heavens. In 10 or 20 days, my husband will be honored." Yushu saw that her eyes were open. It was obvious that she had no resistance to this marriage. She felt slightly relieved. After spending some time with Lu Tan, she found that this 9th prince was introverted and meticulous. He was quite scheming. If Xia Mingming had a grudge and could not make Lu Tan like her, she would be the one at a disadvantage when the 2 of them got together. "Don't just talk about me. Tell me about you too." Xia Mingming shook Yushu's arm. She blinked at her and asked, "How are you and Jingchen doing?" Yushu raised her eyebrows and looked at her. "I'm doing very well. Why do you care about Jingchen? If I remember correctly, didn't you always find him an eyesore?" Xia Mingming patted her and said angrily, "What old history are you talking about? You know what I'm asking. Don't play dumb with me." Yushu had an innocent look on her face. "How am I playing dumb with you? Didn't you want to ask about Jingchen's current situation? Didn't I tell you in the letters that he's now a Taoist, the emperor's nephew? He's living a good life, so you don't have to worry about him." Xia Mingming rolled her eyes. "Who's worried about him? I'm asking about you and him. He is now living in the princess residence. We don't see each other often. Why are you asking me about him and me? Xia Mingming looked at Yushu's fake smile. She vaguely guessed that something happened between her and Jing Chen. She rolled her eyes and cleverly didn't ask again. In the past, they fled to the capital and lived under the same roof. Yushu took good care of Jing Chen, which made her jealous. At that time, she had already noticed some signs. When she heard that Jing Chen recovered his memory and revealed his identity, she was happy for Yushu. She didn't expect that as time passed, their relationship didn't go any further. Instead, they became estranged. Yushu didn't want to continue this topic. She pointed to the painting on the wall and said, "Which master's painting is that?" Xia Mingming looked at the white wall. "Oh, that is the real work of Su Zizhan from the previous dynasty. My father said that this stone bamboo has spiritual aura. It is better to hang it in the living room to welcome guests than the pine painting." When Yushu heard the name Su Zizhan, she was a little surprised. In her previous life, she loved to eat dongpa pork. Of course, she knew that this was the name of Su Zizhan. If it was the real work, then this painting would be quite valuable. Hearing the familiar name of the ancient people, Yushu couldn't help but think of the origin of the Dan dynasty. She remembered that when she first came here, she heard an old shopkeeper in a bookstore in Yang City talk about history. He said that after the fall of the Song dynasty, the Jin invaded the Central Plains. A tyranny made the people have no way to live. The Emperor Anwu came out of the chaos and rose up. He called the army and led a group of capable people to expel the Tartars. He pacified the mountains and rivers. Finally, he was supported to establish a country and became the emperor. Therefore, the decay in Yushu's memory did not exist. It should have replaced the Yuan and Ming dynasties to exist in the world. Yushu didn't know why history was different. But she was glad that she came to this dynasty where Yi Shui was popular. It allowed her to show her ambition and not be buried by the idea of men being superior to women. Yushu left Xiajiang guest house and got on the carriage. She asked Lu Zhong to go to the princess mansion. As soon as they reached the street in front of the princess mansion, she asked him to stop the carriage and tie it to a tree. Yushu took out the last invitation card from her bosom and said, "Take the invitation card and ask to see Daozi. When you see him, tell him that he will definitely come on that day. Don't tell him that I'm coming." After saying that, she put down the curtain. The next moment she lifted it and stopped him. She added, "If you don't see him, leave the invitation card." Lu Zhong was tall, but he was not stupid. He nodded and walked towards the gate of the princess mansion. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he came back. Yushu saw the curtain was lifted. She raised her eyelids and asked, "Did you see him?" Replying to Miss, "Daozi is not in the mansion. I gave the invitation card to the steward and also passed on Mrs. words." Yushu rubbed her brows and waved her hand weakly, "Turn around and go home." What Yushu didn't know was that not long after she left in the carriage, the steward of the princess mansion handed the invitation card to Jing Chen, who was mixing medicine in Shushue Pavilion. Jing Chen looked at the invitation card, folded it, and put it in his sleeve. He continued to mix the medicinal herbs on the table and handed them to the servants to boil before he turned around and went upstairs. It was almost noon. Shui Yun was lying on the chaise lounge under the window to bask in the sun. When she heard the approaching footsteps, she closed her eyes and said, "Did Miss Yu come by?" Jing Chen walked to the side of the couch and stood still. His cold eyes looked out the window at the small lake in the side building. He was silent. After a while, Shui Yun sighed softly and turned her head to look at his handsome and bright face under the sunlight. For a whole 7 days, Jing Chen didn't say a word to her. She was nervous, but she couldn't let him sway. "Senior brother, have you made a decision after thinking about it for a few days? Do you want to cut off this fate, or do you want to continue to ignore the lives of martial uncles and the others?" Her voice was soft, but there was an uncompromising warning in her words. Jing Chen didn't look at her. He stared at the mouthful of lake water. His eyes flickered and his lips moved. Finally he said, "A year ago, I met Xiaoyu outside Yang City. She was the first friend I made after I left the mountain, and also the person I caused the most trouble. Before I left Yang, I told her the truth about my fate in Jidu. She also tried to persuade me to stay. Later, I was chased by people and lost my memory. I couldn't speak. I was saved by her on the river. She knew that I was a disaster, but she didn't abandon me. She took care of me along the way and brought me, a mute and crippled person, to the capital. After several dangers, she helped me recover my martial arts and recover my memory. She let me live a peaceful life. I can't repay this kindness. Even Master's heaven-earth wonder technique, in my eyes, is not enough to make up for the disappointment I have given her. Shui Yun clearly saw the guilt in Jing Chen's eyes. Ever since she was a child, this was the first time she had heard him speak his mind. However, he was reluctant to part with a period of time that she didn't know. Once again, it reminded her that Jing Chen's Dao heart had been moved. It made her sad, and the corners of her mouth curled into a wry smile. If you don't let her down, you will harm our celestial master Taoist sect. Senior brother, do you still not know which is more important, or is your life more important? Jing Chen's eyes suddenly turned and fell on her half-pleading face. His expression turned cold. Since you know that your life is important, why did you plot to harm her life? Master and martial uncles are lives, isn't she also a life? The path of immortality is precious, you have cultivated for 10 years, but you don't even have this little understanding. Even if you are lucky enough to escape death, it will be difficult to correct the results. If I am not important, I don't have to be in a dilemma because of your mistake, and I don't have the face to see her. If I am not important, I don't have to be in a dilemma because of your threat. You want me to sever the ties of love, shouldn't I first sever the ties of brother and sister? The blood drained from Shui Yun's face, and in a moment, it turned as white as paper. She couldn't believe that such heartless words came from Jing Chen's mouth. She felt wronged, but when she met Jing Chen's cold and strange gaze, she couldn't say anything. She could only bitterly call out, "Senior brother?" Jing Chen saw her sad expression but didn't think she was wrong. He closed his eyes and looked away. Out of sight, out of mind. His breathing calmed the familiar and strange irritation in his chest. In his mind flashed the thin and straight figure of Yushu. He clasped his hands behind his back and slowly said, Chapter 391. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the month. Yushu set the banquet on this day. Everyone in Wangji Tower began to prepare a few days in advance. They prepared a lot of food and wine, tuned the zither and pipa, and cleaned the corners of the doors and windows. They must not let their steward lose face on this day. Yushu went out from home in the morning with only a maid, Yun Do. Yifangji took Yu Xiaoxiu to the medical center to explain things, and later went to the restaurant with Pei Jing. Wangji Tower did not welcome guests today. Last night, they put up a red sign in front of the door to prevent more guests from blocking the door the next day. Miss, here we are. Lu Zhong had sent Yushu to Wangji Tower several times, so he was familiar with the road. Soon he stopped the carriage at the front door. On such a good day, it was taboo to leave from the back door. Yushu neatly picked up the hem of her clothes and jumped out of the carriage. Her hair was tied with a jade buckle, and her ponytail was tied high, revealing her increasingly plump forehead and bright eyes. She wore an apricot red waist and narrow sleeves, and an exquisitely crafted silver silk gown. The big hem of the gown was embroidered with a picture of yin and yang fish, which was given by Madame Qin the day before yesterday. Lin Fu, the shopkeeper, was standing at the door directing the waiter to put a crooked lantern. When he saw Yushu coming, he hurriedly greeted her with a smile. Miss, you are so energetic today. Yushu was in a good mood and reached out to pat his shoulder. Bring me breakfast upstairs. It would be best if there is salty porridge. After giving the order, she took Yun Do to the back room. After breakfast, Yushu washed her hands and rinsed her mouth. Before the guests arrived, she asked Lin Fu to bring the account book to check and do this month's external accounts. Shuai left the yamen early and only arrived at the Building of Forgotten Opportunities after he returned home and changed his clothes. When he heard that Yushu had arrived early, he went upstairs to look for her. When he pushed the door open and entered the elegant room, he heard a series of crisp sounds of abacus beads. When he turned his head around, he saw Yushu sitting behind the study table in a loose gown, her head lowered as she concentrated on her calculations. Only a pair of raised eyebrows and a smooth and plump forehead could be seen. There was a unique charm to it. Seeing that she didn't notice his arrival, Shuirui walked to the door of the study with a warm expression. Crossing his arms, he scrutinized her current appearance, inadvertently recalling a year ago in Yangzhou, when he met that half-worn and ill-fitting youngster. He was obviously helpless and downcast, but brimming with confidence and a calm smile. Heh! Shuirui couldn't help but smile, which startled Yushu, who was doing the accounts. She looked up from the account book. Seeing him standing at the door, she subconsciously smiled at him and said in a light voice, "When did Big Brother come? Why didn't you call me?" Shuirui was taken aback by her smile as usual. His heart fluttered and he warmly said, "Seeing that you are busy, I was afraid to disturb you." Pausing for a moment, he reprimanded, "Why are you still doing this today? If you don't have time to rest, you'll be busy when the banquet starts." "I'm strong, what can I deal with?" Although Yushu said so, she still put down the brush in her hand. She rolled up her sleeves and went to the basin rack to wash the ink. While wiping her hands, she turned her head and talked to Shuirui. "On the first day of tomorrow, the official is unlucky. In the north, there is a sign of theft. If you have something important, be careful not to lose it." Shuirui came over to look at the fake account book she made. When he heard her reminder, he nodded and remembered it. He didn't turn a deaf ear to her words. "When do you need to find time to practice your calligraphy? It's not presentable like this. Forget about it now. In the future, if you want to do divination for a noble person, it will be a disgrace." Yushu shrugged her shoulders. "How can I have time? I'll deal with it first." Shuirui put down the account book and said, "This time, the calligraphy on the invitation is written beautifully. Is it the study companion that you took from the Institute for Students last time?" "Yes, it's written by Ran. You also think his calligraphy is beautiful, right?" Shuirui nodded, and a trace of doubt flashed on his face, saying, "The strength of the pen is steady, which is rare at his age. Even if he is talented, it will take him 7 or 8 years to practice." According to this, Ran started to practice calligraphy at the age of 3 or 4. That was really early. Isn't he the son of a big family? It's normal for him to be smart early. Yushu didn't think much about it. Instead, she felt that the study companion she chose for Yu Xiaoxiu was very good. Not only did he not have the bad habits of a big family, but he was also sensible and sensible. The two moved to the outer room to drink tea and chat. Not long after, Fangji and Pei Jing arrived. Zhao Hui's birth date was approaching, so it was inconvenient to move. As a female, Madame Qin came to greet them with 2 maids. It was almost noon. The front reported that several guests had arrived. Yushu and Shuirui tidied up their clothes and went downstairs to greet the guests. At a scene like this, the status of the guests was high and low. Yushu, who only had a title, couldn't handle it. With Shuirui, the famous young master of the Shui family, accompanying them, it seemed much more imposing. The first group of guests were neighbors and acquaintances. Among them, Xen Lu was the first to arrive. Accompanying him was an unfamiliar young lady. She looked delicate and gentle, but her eyes were very bright. When Shuirui saw the female guest, he consciously moved to the side and didn't step forward to be rude. Xen Lu had the maids put down the gift box and went forward to intimately hold Yushu's hand. He looked around the luxuriously decorated restaurant and pointed at the person he brought. He said with a smile, "This is Qin family's Xiao Wu, Qin Yuero. Because she admires you, female fortune teller, she heard I had an invitation and shamelessly begged me to bring her here. If you're not happy, we can drive her away." That Qin family's young lady secretly glared at Xen Lu and walked over to greet Yushu with cupped hands. She lowered her eyebrows and said, "Greetings, female fortune teller. I came uninvited. I hope you don't mind my lack of manners." Yushu recalled the Qin family, one of the 12 aristocratic families of Anling's 12 prefectures. She smiled and took her hand. "Young lady Qin, there's no need to be so polite. Today, I'm announcing good news. How could there be any unpleasant guests? Please come in." Yushu arranged for all the acquaintances to sit in the private rooms in the back. To prevent them from being bored, She arranged for familiar people to sit together. For example, Xen Lu's table. When Feng Zhaomiao and the others arrived, they could sit at the same table and join in the fun. They were all children of the Tao of Yi, so the etiquette of men and women not sitting at the same table after the age of 7 naturally didn't apply. After chatting with Xen Lu and Qin Yuero for a while, Shui Rui asked Gui Qi to call her over. He said that a few important people had arrived. Yu Shu then asked Madame Qin to serve the female guests. She excused herself and hurried to the front. This time, there were 3 or 4 officials from the imperial court. The lowest rank in the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Appointments was a middle minister in charge. Shui Rui let Yu Shu meet some familiar faces. There was no need for her to exchange pleasantries, and he led her to the private rooms in the front. In the afternoon, Yu Shu went back and forth in the restaurant, walking around and greeting people. She followed Shui Rui to welcome guests and build relationships. She was so busy that she didn't even have time to catch her breath when the banquet started. Afternoon. The guests were all seated. Lu Tan was the last to arrive. He only brought Helinshu with him. He alighted from the sedan chair in front of the restaurant's main entrance. He wore a golden crown and a jade necklace on his head. He was eye-catching. Even though he was dressed in casual clothes, it wasn't hard for the people present to guess his identity. Some people took the lead and stood up to greet him. There were many commoners among them. They were so moved that they knelt down on the spot. Lu Tan's expression wasn't very close, but he politely asked Yu Shu, "There's no need for formalities. I'm here today to tell you good news and congratulate you on your success." Lu Tan gave Yu Shu enough face. Of course, Yu Shu wouldn't be vague. She put on a grateful expression in front of everyone and said in a clear voice, "Thank you, Your Ninth Highness. Congratulations to you too. Your Highness was able to come out on top in the Double Suns meeting. You really have the virtue of recognizing people." A bright light flashed in Lu Tan's eyes. He smiled, then turned around and said to Shui Rui, "Cousin brother, do you want to drink with me today?" Please, Your Highness." Shui Rui led Lu Tan to the back of the building under the bowing of the crowd. As soon as they left, the people downstairs began to whisper excitedly, "This female fortune-teller is so extravagant." Even the imperial prince personally came to congratulate her at a banquet. I saw that there were a lot of high-ranking officials upstairs earlier. "TSK, what do you guys know? There's a big competition every 3 years. There's only one spot for fortune-teller. It's fine that Miss Yu passed. I heard that she also got top 3 in another subject. It's hard to find a female fortune-teller who's in the top 3 of 2 examinations every 10 years. She's very rare. I think this 9th prince is gentle and polite. He has a very good character. Didn't the rumors say that he cultivated in the mountains? He doesn't seem like he's unworldly. Shu, how can we comment on this man? Lower your voice." Yu Shu walked between the tables. When she heard these whispers, she couldn't help but want to laugh. She shook her head gently and walked to the small pond in the backyard. She sat on a stone bench and rested her feet. She looked at the people running errands upstairs and downstairs in the corridor. She let out a long sigh and massaged her legs without caring about her image. Older sister. Yu Xiaoxiu appeared out of nowhere and brought her a cup of tea. "You must be tired. Do you want me to massage your legs for you?" Yu Shu opened the lid of the tea and took a sip. She shook her head and said, "Where's young Master Hu? Why aren't you accompanying him?" When Yu Shu gave out the invitation, Yu Xiaoxiu shyly asked her for one. He said that he wanted to give it to his classmate, young Master Hu, who was the grandson of the second-rank official of the Supreme Court, Guohuai. Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his head and said embarrassedly, he heard the laughter next door and ran over to join in the fun. I looked at the door. I didn't know the brothers and sisters at the table, so I came out to look for you. Yu Shu arranged for Yu Xiaoxiu to play in her room. The table next door was Xen Lu and Feng Zhaomiao's table. Hearing this, she smiled and pulled him up with a cup of tea. "They're all my friends. Don't be shy. I'll take you to meet them. Let's go." Yu Xiaoxiu had been studying in the college for half a year. With a tough sister like Yu Shu, he had no inferiority complex. She took him to Feng Zhaomiao's group and introduced him. This is my younger brother. We were born in the same mother's womb. His name is Xiu. He is the one who cultivates fate and fortune. He hasn't got a courtesy name yet. You can call him Xiao. The young masters and young mistresses at the table were all smart people. When they saw Yu Shu holding Yu Xiao, they knew that the siblings were close. They all laughed and agreed, teasing him to call them older brother and older sister. Yu Xiao was thin-skinned, but he didn't act coy. He called them over with a red face. He looked simple and cute. Feng Zhaomiao took the lead and took the jade button from her waist for him. She also took the pouch of the young master Zhou, who came with them. Xen Lu giggled and took an exquisite sachet for Yu Xiao. Qin Yuero also took a bracelet of Na Fu beads. Yu Xiao hurriedly waved his hands. He was too embarrassed to accept them. Yu Shu took them all and stuffed them into his hands. She said cheerfully, "Take them if you dare. We can't call them older brother and older sister for nothing. They'll take advantage of us." Everyone at the table laughed. They were making fun of Yu Shu, the stingy girl, who winked at Yu Xiao. The two boys slipped away and whispered to each other when no one was looking. Chapter 392. The sun was high up in the sky. After sunrise, the 30 tables in the main hall of the Forgetting Opportunity Tower were fully occupied. More than 200 guests were whispering to each other as they looked back at the group of uninvited guests standing at the entrance. "Who is in charge here? We heard that the new fortune teller is holding a banquet here today, so we are here to congratulate her and ask her to come out and meet us." The one who said this was a skinny middle-aged man. He wore a dark brown silk shirt with a golden leather belt tied around his waist. He looked like he was in his 30s and had a pair of slanted eyes that made him look very shrewd. Beside him stood a middle-aged man who seemed to be 2 years older. He was dressed in a loose robe with big sleeves, and he had a wide nose and a square mouth. What caught people's attention was the unusually long abacus under his left armpit. There were 4 to 5 people with them, both men and women. They were all dressed well, and the youngest among them was a girl who looked to be in her early 20s. When Lin Fu heard the news, he hurried down the stairs. When he saw the group of people blocking the entrance, he greeted them with a smile. "Dear guests, I am the manager of this restaurant. May I know your name?" The 2 middle-aged men who were in the lead glanced at him. The skinny one opened his mouth and said, "I am this year's first rank in the calculation course, Xianglong Jinzwing. This is my senior brother from the same sect, calculation prodigy Yuan Panming." When he said this, some of the more knowledgeable guests were shocked. Jin Zwafeng and Pan Ming were quite famous in Enling City. They passed the examination to become a great fortune teller a few years ago and later became old fortune teller Han's disciple. They were the hot favorites to win the big calculation course this year. Perhaps some people didn't know their names, but when old fortune teller Han's direct disciple was mentioned, everyone had to be polite to them. Lin Fu had good eyesight and quickly bowed. "So it's you 2 great fortune tellers. I have eyes but failed to recognize you. Quick, come upstairs and have a seat." Who knew that Jin Zwafeng didn't fall for this and waved his hand. "We are here to meet the female fortune teller. We came uninvited. How can we enjoy the wine? Quickly go in and report that we are here to visit her. Ask her to come out and talk to her face to face." Lin Fu's smile froze. If one didn't drink or sit at a table in a restaurant, he would be looking for trouble. This group of people is not easy to deal with. Lin Fu is worried about how to coax them to go upstairs so that they will not be blocked here and people will talk about them. Suddenly, he hears a powerful female voice behind him. "Who is looking for me?" Lin Fu and the others turned their heads to look, and saw Yu Shu, dressed in a silver silk dress made of yin-yang fish, walking leisurely from behind the glass flower shelves. Frowning slightly, he looked at the door. Feng Zhaomiao and Xen Lu were also there. Xiao Dai ran to the private room at the back to send a message to Yu Shu. Feng Zhaomiao heard it and thought that someone was here to make trouble, so he followed her out. Pan Ming and Jin Zwafeng had only heard that this year's new diviner was a teenage girl, so they didn't know her appearance. But when he saw a young lady who was walking towards them from a short distance away, his eyes lit up. He saw that she was dressed very well. With just one look, he knew that it was her. Lin Fu quickly walked to Yu Shu's side, one hand covering his mouth, and whispered in her ear the origin of this group of people. When Yu Shu heard that it was Han Wenguang's disciple, she remembered that not long ago when she went to the Celestial Commissioner's office to write a report, she was received by the Great Commissioner. At that time, the Great Commissioner warned her that the old diviner's temper wasn't good, and that he might be dissatisfied with a nobody like her winning first place. Who knows when he might find trouble with her? But she didn't expect that the other party didn't care about her at all, picking the day of her big wedding to cause trouble. So it's old Mr. Han's disciple, nice to meet you. The person who came was a guest, so Yu Shu gave a fake smile. She wasn't scared by the other party's name. She cupped her hands in greeting, not for the sake of the monk, but for the sake of the Buddha. Her greeting wasn't to the two people in front of her, but to the old man behind her. The other party calmly accepted her greeting and didn't return it. Instead, it was the thin and small Jeans Wufeng who impolitely looked at Yu Shu's face with his small eyes. He said with a faint smile, "Miss Yu is so young, but you've already learned so much. May I ask which famous teacher taught you? Is it possible for you to tell me?" Since Yu Shu could see that they didn't come with good intentions, she was naturally on guard. Her expression didn't change as she said, "My teacher travels the world and has many aliases, so forgive me for not mentioning him." Then she changed the topic and went straight to the point. "The two great diviners just said that they wanted to see me. May I ask what they want to teach me?" Jeans Wufeng's eyes flashed and he exchanged glances with the people behind him. He turned his head and said to Yu Shu, "The female diviner was right. We came here today to teach you. In this year's Dayan examination, my senior brother and I were ranked behind you. We thought that after 10 years of hard work, we would be defeated by someone else. We are not convinced and want to know how we are inferior to a little girl, so we took the liberty to come here. We hope that the female diviner will be generous enough to teach us and have a match with us." Hearing this blatant provocation, Yu Shu stopped smiling and felt a chill in her heart. So they were here to undermine her. On such a day, all the guests that came and went were either people she knew or people who knew her. These two great fortune-tellers proposed a duel. If she won, she would naturally be recognized as the female fortune-teller. If she lost, not only would she be disgraced, even the chief examiner, the imperial astronomer who had judged her as the chief fortune-teller, would be criticized. What was that old diviner Han thinking? How could he be so petty, slapping the Celestial Commissioner's face just because of a moment of anger? Yu Shu was not in a hurry to get angry. She thoughtfully looked at the expressions of the people in front of the door, but she couldn't find any clues. But her silence made the people in front of the door anxious, afraid that she would refuse. Thus, the only female diviner among them smiled and said, "The female diviner is not saying anything. Could it be that you don't dare to agree to the match with my two senior brothers and are afraid that you will lose face if you lose? If that's the case, then you can rest assured. Even if your skills are inferior and you lose to my senior brothers, no one here can take away your diviner title. It's just that you don't live up to your name." These words carried the smell of gunpowder. It wasn't unpleasant to hear, but it was secretly mocking. How many people didn't understand the meaning behind it? Yu Shu looked at the young lady who was about the same age as her and snorted inwardly. This provocation was not bad, and her mouth was also sharp. She didn't know how many times she had practiced before coming here. Looting. Pan Ming, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth and shot a warning glance at the young lady. He then turned his head to Yu Shu and said, "My junior sister has been rude and offended the female diviner. I hope you will be magnanimous and not hold it against us. It was rude of us to come here to teach you. If you are not willing, we will not force you. We are both in the top 3. For you to be able to take the first place, I believe you must have something outstanding about you." Only now did Yu Shu notice that Pan Ming looked like a good person. In terms of age, the other party was more than 10 years older than her. However, he didn't speak like an elder like Jeans Wufeng. Instead, he was polite and well-mannered, which made her look at him in a different light. But at this time, Jeans Wufeng spoke again. "Senior brother, I think junior sister's words are not unreasonable. There are so many people here today. If the new diviner doesn't dare to fight with us, Then she will become a laughingstock. Even if she's timid, if word gets out in the future, she'll become a laughingstock. It won't affect her personal reputation, but it will damage the prestige of the imperial astronomer. You should know that this female fortune-teller was judged by the imperial astronomer. Pan Ming frowned and opened his mouth to say something. But when he saw Jean Feng secretly hinting with his eyes, he finally shook his head and looked at Yushu. A trace of apology flashed in his eyes. Yushu narrowed her eyes. She could smell something strange from the interaction between these martial siblings. That's right. Senior brother, if she has a card up her sleeve, why not compete with you? But she doesn't even dare to announce her sect, so she must be afraid. I don't know how the Celestial Commissioner judged that she is better than you. The female diviner called Lu Ting spoke again, shooting a provocative glance at Yushu. She didn't know that one of her words just happened to touch Yushu's nerves. This made Yushu, who originally didn't want to be kind, even more determined. Her eyes flashed with determination. She immediately raised her chin and laughed. In the end, you all are just afraid that I won't dare to accept the challenge. But when did I say that I won't accept? Let's compete, what do I have to fear? This group of people wanted to use her to gain benefits, so they shouldn't blame her for using them as a sacrifice to her reputation as a female diviner. There was a provocation from downstairs. The top 3 of this year's divination rankings had gathered and were about to compete. This situation was quickly reported to their masters by the attendants who had been sent out to scout. On the upper floor of the rear courtyard, Shui and Lu Tan sat together, and only Halanchus sat at the same table. After he finished listening to the guard's report, Shui instantly revealed a doubtful expression, and he said to the two that sat at the same table, "Strange, why would old Mr. Han act in this way? Isn't this going against the imperial astronomer?" He wasn't worried that Yushu wouldn't be able to handle it. Lu Tan nodded and agreed, "Indeed. With old Mr. Han's reputation, even if he wanted to fight for his disciple, he wouldn't have to resort to such a method. Winning or losing doesn't matter." After the two expressed their opinions, Halanchu suddenly clicked his tongue and had a strange expression, attracting the attention of the other two. "What advice does Mr. have?" Lu Tan asked curiously. Halanchu rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Suddenly, he clapped his hands together and said to Lu Tan and Shui with a complicated expression, "This is bad." Shui-Rui's eyelids twitched and he asked, "What does Mr. know?" Helan-Cho nodded. Looking at Lu Tan, he said, "Not long ago, I heard some news from an old friend that last year, old fortune-teller Han gathered many famous fortune-tellers in Enling City and had a secret tea gathering at Qinshui Yuan. It seemed that they were preparing to build a garden. On the spot, they gathered 300,000 taels of silver. Such a large movement, I guessed that they were planning something big." At this point, he looked at Shui-Rui and paused to ask, "Eldest young master is often in the imperial court. Have you heard of old diviner Han being summoned to the palace to meet the emperor?" Shui-Rui thought for a while and slowly nodded. "I have indeed heard of it once or twice. But..." Halanchu sighed heavily and suddenly said, "During the first examination of the Dian, arithmetic was not included. It was a dream of Holy Master Shizong 100 years ago that excluded it from the 6 subjects of the Dian. At that time, the Celestial Commissioner competed with the 6 ministries for talents and there was a huge fight. In the end, arithmetic was separated from the 6 subjects and was not included in the selection of teachers. However, all the diviners were still chosen by the Celestial Commissioner." Lu Tan was puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "Why does Mr. mention this?" Halanchu smiled bitterly and asked, "Let me ask your highness, among the high officials of the Celestial Commissioner, has there ever been a diviner in the past few decades?" As soon as he finished, before Lu Tan could understand, Shui-Rui's expression changed and his eyes showed shock. Is Han Wenguang feeling indignant and wants to set up his own school of divination so that all the diviners in the world can form a separate school? I'm afraid that they have everything prepared and only lack a good reason. Halanchu shook his head repeatedly. This time, Lu Tan also understood and was shocked. Chapter 393. Just as Shui Rui and Helenshu were guessing Han Wenguang's intentions in sending his disciples to pick a fight, Yu Shu was completely unaware that she was already in deep trouble and had become the last stepping stone to the heaven stairway in the eyes of others. She accepted Jin Zwufeng's challenge and saw that some of them could not hide their excitement and were secretly delighted. She sneered to herself and calmly waited for them to make trouble. No matter what kind of conspiracy they had, she would deal with them all at once. Female fortune teller has such elegance. Our visit was not in vain. It is really better to see than to know. Jin Zwufeng put on an act and cupped his hands towards Yu Shu. Yu Shu raised her hand to block and said bluntly, "Words of admiration can wait. Since you all want to compete with me, you must have a plan. Tell me about it first." Yu Shu clearly pointed out that they came prepared, but Jin Zwufeng did not blush. He raised his hand and pointed to his companions and said to her, "This round will be a three-way competition. Senior Brother Pan, I, and you can choose the last person. We will choose 3 people to compete with Miss and set questions. Whoever answers correctly first wins. If they answer incorrectly or can't answer correctly, they lose. 3-2 wins. Female fortune teller, what do you think?" Xen Lu, Feng Zhaomiao and the others watched the fire from the other side. Seeing this step, they knew that it was inevitable but still broke out in cold sweat for Yu Shu. They secretly thought that this group of people was shrewd. They looked at each other and hesitated. In the end, no one stepped forward to speak up for Yu Shu. It was obvious that they were afraid of Han Wenguang's reputation as a fortune teller. Yu Shu immediately saw through their plan. She snorted and said, "You're right, you're right. I believe that everyone here has a skill. Using 3 of your strengths to win against one of my skills, you all really know how to calculate." Being ridiculed by her, most of the people who came were embarrassed. Only Jin Zwufeng's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "This is not true. The 3 first grades have no loopholes. You were able to answer all the questions set by the Celestial Commissioner. As the chief fortune teller, your weakness is greater than your strength. How can we calculate?" These words were clearly sophistry, but he said it in a dignified manner. Yu Shu couldn't blame them anymore. She glanced at the expressions of the 5 of them and turned around to ask Lin Fu to prepare a table, chair, paper, and pen. She quickly came up with a plan and said, "We'll do as you say. Who wants to go first?" Jin Zuiyan and the rest saw Yu Shu's confident look and thought that she was arrogant. Only Pan Ming's expression remained the same. He took a step forward with his abacus and said, "I'll go first. Female mathematician, please set the question." The guests who were chattering just now all lowered their voices and stopped talking. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at the 2 parties in front of the door in complete silence. Yu Shu props up her chin with one hand, thinking about what kind of question to give to Jin Zwujue. Modern advanced mathematics was out of the question. The level of mathematics in this era had not developed to that point yet. Even if she gave them a question, they would not be able to understand it. On the contrary, it made her seem different. The mathematics questions in ancient times were mostly about daily life. Giving a question was different from answering it. Coming up with a difficult question was more difficult than solving 10 difficult questions. Han Wenguang's disciples had already taken the initiative and were already prepared. If she was really at the same level as them, then she would definitely lose today. Let me think about it. Let's let Master Pan set the question first. Yu Shu decided to test the other party's depth. She raised her hand and gestured for Pan Ming to go first. Pan Ming knew that he had the upper hand. He didn't refuse and handed the abacus under his armpit to his junior brother. Then, he took a tiger-skinned pouch from someone behind him and took out a heavy bamboo tube. Then, he took out a pearl the size of a little finger, which was smooth and shiny. He held it in front of Yu Shu to let her see it clearly and said in a deep voice, "This bamboo tube is 7 4 inches long and its mouth is 5 2 inches round. This pearl is 3 inches round. The bamboo tube is filled with pearls of the same size. Let me ask, how many pearls can the tube hold?" Yu Shu was surprised. She was surprised that the other party had asked such a high-level question. It was able to give her, who was not good at calculating the volume, a headache. It was really difficult for her to think of a suitable solution in a short time. Xan Lu was standing not far behind Yushu. When he heard this question, he turned his head and whispered to Qin Yuero, "What kind of question is this? It's clearly making things difficult for people. The Lotus Master has not even seen how big the bamboo tube is. She has to guess. Who knows how many pearls can be placed in the tube?" Qin Yuero laughed and patted her shoulder. She also looked at Yushu worriedly and said softly, "Don't be anxious. Let's see." At this time, Lin Fu directed the waiter to move 2 square tables between them. Brush and ink were ready. As Yushu pondered, she wrote down the sizes that Pan Ming had just said. When the female fortune teller saw her actions, she was afraid that she would take the initiative and hurriedly reminded her, "You haven't given your question yet." Yushu sneered and ignored the small-minded woman. She put down her brush and looked up at Pan Ming, saying, "Since there are pearls, I will also use this as the question. There are 1,000 pearls in a bushel and they are placed in 10 treasure boxes. You can randomly put a few pearls in one box, but after you're done, from 1 to 999, you can take out an entire box of pearls for me." Great fortune teller Pan, think about it. How are these 10 boxes going to be filled? This was actually a problem that could be solved using a function. In the modern era, it was not difficult to solve, but for the fortune tellers of this era, it was a difficult problem that they had no idea where to start. Just by looking at Pan Ming and the others' conflicted expressions, Jin Zwufeng asked Pan Ming with his eyes. Pan Ming hesitated for a moment before silently nodding. Without saying anything else, he walked to the table and put down his abacus. He picked up his brush and started writing. Yushu picked up her brush again, but the ink was still on the paper. She was not in a hurry to solve the question. First, she strenuously recalled the volume formulas from ancient times. The time it took to drink a cup of tea quickly passed. There were also people who were proficient in mathematics. They discussed in private, but the difficulty of these 2 questions made them frown and unable to come up with a solution. Yushu wrote and drew on the paper. She recalled the formulas that seemed right but weren't. With a few swishes, she changed to another piece of paper. She didn't know why, but she couldn't concentrate. Gradually, her previous relaxed mood disappeared. People with discerning eyes could see that she was impatient. Some of the nearby customers craned their necks to see what she was calculating. It was a mess, and they couldn't see clearly. Pan Ming, on the other hand, was playing with the abacus beads in one hand. From time to time, he would write down a number. Seeing that the audience was getting impatient, Yushu suddenly grabbed a piece of paper and rolled it into a ball with a cold face. She threw it on the ground as if she was venting her anger. Then, she put down her brush and walked back and forth in front of the table. From time to time, she would stop and look at Pan Ming. Suddenly, she said, "Great fortune teller Pan, what if both of us can't answer this time?" Pan Ming put the last bead on the abacus. He raised his head and his eyebrows relaxed. There was an honest smile on his face. "No, I already have the solution." Yushu's face stiffened. The next moment, she heard the voices of the guests around her. She solved it. Did you hear that? Fortune teller Pan solved it first. Tisk tisk. She is indeed the disciple of a famous teacher. Alas, this female fortune teller is still too young. Alas, young people are full of vigor. Seems like there isn't much difference between the top 3. The fortune teller might not be that good either. Hearing these criticisms, Yushu looked at the smug expressions on the other party's faces and felt unhappy. She reminded, "Then please explain. I'm all ears." You lose. That's how it should be. Pan Ming looked down at the records on the paper and read them one by one. 10 boxes of pearls. There were 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 62, 125, 250, and 500, respectively. No matter how many you want. It can even take out the whole box. Am I right? That's the correct answer. Yushu smiled bitterly and nodded gracefully. Xen Lu and Qin Yuero, who were watching from the side, simultaneously revealed looks of disappointment. They clearly didn't expect Yushu to be inferior to her opponent. Senior brother, you're the best. The female diviner giggled. Standing next to Pan Ming, she raised her chin and said to Yu Shu, "Then this time it's your loss." These people had been a little afraid of Yu Shu just a moment ago. However, after winning the first round, they were no longer so cautious, especially Jin Zwufeng. He didn't take Yu Shu seriously at all. Now, he was even more certain that she was able to win because of Celestial Commissioner's prejudice against their teacher. When he looked at Yu Shu again, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Just as Jin Zwufeng was about to take advantage of the situation and start the second round, Yu Shu's servant, Yun Do, came out of nowhere and whispered a few words in her ear. Yu Shu turned to look at the flower rack that led to the backyard. Then, she apologized to Pan Ming and the others. "Please wait for a moment. Please wait a moment, I'll be right back." After she finished speaking, she left everyone behind and hurriedly went around the flower rack, disappearing without a trace. Shui Rui was waiting behind the flower rack. As soon as he saw Yu Shu's figure, he pulled her arm and quickly led her to an empty room on the first floor. After entering, he let go of her with one hand and closed the door with the other. He turned around and looked at Yu Shu with a serious expression. Yu Shu was frightened by his expression. "Big brother? It's fine that you lost just now, but are you sure you can win the next 2 rounds? Shui Rui asked with a sullen face. Yu Shu was afraid that he would see her lose. She guiltily glanced to the side and said, "N." Unexpectedly, Shui Rui said in a serious tone, "If I don't have full confidence, I will ask the 9th prince to come forward and suppress this matter." This is not necessary, right? Yu Shu looked at Shui Rui with a puzzled expression, and she felt that he was making a mountain out of a molehill. It had already come to this, so if Lu Tan were to step forward and meddle in this, wouldn't it make things even more difficult for her? Shui Rui sneered and said in a low voice, "Do you think Han Wenguang is just angry that you took away the reputation of his disciple, so he sent someone to pick a fight with you?" Yu Shu was surprised and asked suspiciously, "Isn't it true?" Shui Rui squinted his eyes. Han Wenguang has been famous for 30 years. During these 20 years, he has trained 2 excellent disciples of fortune teller and one of them has 3 fortune tellers. He is in charge of the largest chamber of commerce in Anling City and has both fame and fortune. At his age, why would he make things difficult for a little girl like you just for a little reputation? Yu Shu felt that something was wrong. After listening to Shui Rui's explanation, she was even more sure that there was a conspiracy. Seeing that he seemed to know something, she urged, "Brother, just tell me what you know. What is that person's plan?" This was an important matter, yet Shui Rui wasn't willing to conceal it from Yu Shu, who was the person concerned. So he told her about Han Wenguang's objective in full detail, and it included the severe consequences that would be brought about by her defeat today. The hairs on Yu Shu's body stood on end when she heard half of what Shui Rui said, and when Shui Rui finished speaking, her beautiful face had already turned completely black. She took a few deep breaths to forcefully suppress her shock and rage, and a cold light flashed within her eyes as she gritted her teeth and said, Chapter 394. Jin Zwufeng and Pan Ming waited outside for the time it took to drink a cup of tea before they saw Yu Shu walk out from behind the screen. She did not look like she had stage fright, and Jin Zwufeng heaved a sigh of relief. Amidst a wave of whispered discussions, Yu Shu walked over to stand behind the table, and then she looked at Han Wenguang's disciples once more while a mouthful of resentment was stored in her chest, yet she didn't impatiently reveal it. She discussed it with Shui Rui earlier, and they would surely not allow this group of people to retreat and scathe today. "I am sorry to have kept you waiting. I drank some wine today and my mind is not clear. After drinking a bowl of soup to sober up, I feel much better." Yu Shu fiddled with the pottery brush holder on the table and said confidently, "I will not be modest in the next 2 rounds. The moment she said this, the female fortune teller became unhappy and said unhappily, "Who wants you to be modest? If you have the ability, then win against us. What is the point of just talking?" A 9th-rank fortune teller dared to be so rude to a 4th-rank fortune teller like Yu Shu. It must be said that the loss just now had greatly boosted the other party's morale and killed Yu Shu's prestige. Yu Shu was not angry. She took the teacup from Lin Fu's hand and slowly took a sip. She asked Jin Zwufeng, "Is it Jin Da's turn to calculate the second round?" Jean Zuofeng stood up with a smile. Female fortune teller will start first, or should I? Yu Shu raised her hand. Wait, why don't we talk about the competition later? I have a suggestion, but I don't know if you will agree. Jean Zuofeng asked suspiciously, what suggestion? Please speak. Yu Shu frowned. Since you want to compete with me, there will be wins and losses. Shouldn't there be an explanation? Otherwise, if I win for nothing, there will be no benefit at all. On the contrary, if I lose, the embarrassment is secondary. More importantly, it will be a waste of my reputation as a fortune teller. Wouldn't I be wrong then? Jean Zuofeng sneered inwardly. She was still thinking of winning, but her words were straightforward. Then what do you think? Yu Shu wiped the lid of the teacup. He sneered in his heart and said, if I win, in front of all these guests today, the few of you will bow to me, serve me tea, and admit defeat. I don't want anything else. Give me the seal specially made for you by the Celestial Commissioner. Didn't they want to start a new life? Then she would fulfill their wish. Hearing this, Jean Zuoming, Pan Ming, and the others' expressions changed at the same time. They looked at each other, and none of them dared to agree. The seal specially made by the Celestial Commissioner was a symbol of their identity as a great fortune teller. It was also an honor. Wasn't giving it away the same as slapping himself in the face? How about it? It's just a suggestion. If you're afraid of losing and don't dare to agree, then forget it. Yu Shu smiled, indicating that she wouldn't force them. Then he said lazily, but this kind of battle is too boring. Forgive me for not being interested in the next 2 matches. If you don't agree, then I won't play with you anymore. The 5 of them were stunned. The female fortune teller, Lu Ting, reacted the quickest. She pulled on Jean Zuoming's back and whispered, Senior brother, I think she's trying to find a way to shirk responsibility. We can't let her succeed. Jean Zuoming nodded slightly. He also felt that Yu Shu had lost 1 match and had thoughts of retreating. He remembered what his master had said before he left. No matter what, he had to suppress this fortune teller's limelight. He had to ruthlessly step on her. Just 1 victory wasn't enough. Fine, we'll do as you say. If you win, we will definitely do as you say. Good. Yu Shu put down the teacup. Her eyes lit up. The moment this agreement was announced, the guests in the restaurant couldn't help but become excited. Most of the spectators had the same mentality, hoping for the matter to blow up as much as possible. Shui Rui stood behind the flower rack and looked at the scene in the restaurant. Even though he felt uneasy, he still laughed at Yu Shu's shameless move. Jean Zuoming saw Yu Shu's expression and couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he didn't think too much about it. He walked forward and stood behind the table, asking her who would go first. Yu Shu held a pen in one hand and said, Great fortune teller Jean is already prepared. Go first and let me think for a moment. Jean Zuoming nodded and a trace of confidence flashed in his eyes. He said, In the Chamber of Commerce, there are 8 chairs arranged in a row. The 4 stewards will take their seats and each of them will occupy a seat. Coincidentally, there are 3 empty chairs in the middle. Let me ask you, how many seating arrangements can there be? Yu Shu had just lost once and was too careless. She listened attentively to his question. The corner of her mouth twitched and she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. This kind of seating arrangement seemed simple, but it was actually a hidden mystery. If it was in ancient times, the only way to solve it was to list it one by one. It was time-consuming and troublesome, and it was easy to make mistakes. It would take at least 1 to 4 hours to solve it. The other party was obviously making things difficult for them. How could they know that a few hundred years later, there would be a genius who researched a magical mathematical theory called permutation and combination? Yu Shu held back her smile and wrote down the question word by word on a piece of paper. In just a short while, someone had already calculated and argued in a low voice. This question isn't difficult, right? I think I have 3 ways to arrange it. It's not 3. It's clearly 5. Like this, you are all wrong. There are more than 10 ways. Shui Rui turned his head and looked at Pei Jing and He Fangji, who had heard the news and rushed down from upstairs to watch. He said, Does Mr. Pei have a solution for this question? Pei Jing frowned and looked at Yushu's young and vigorous back worriedly. He said, "It's troublesome. You have to arrange it one by one. According to my estimation, there are more than 100 ways. I'm just afraid that she will miss it." Shui Rui pondered. Yifangji was not proficient in mathematics like him, so he could only ask Pei Jing, who was a great mathematician. "In your opinion, what are the chances of Xiaoyu winning?" Pei Jing shook his head and signaled him to look in front of him. "It depends on what kind of question Xiaoyu will come up with." Yushu didn't know that someone was worrying about her. She stopped writing and looked up at Jin Zwufeng's leisurely look. She smiled and cleared her throat. "It seems that Jincheng University is good at this kind of question. In that case, I will give you a suggestion. Listen carefully. There is a year when there are only 6 martial artists participating in the military selection. According to the Ministry of War's requirement, the 6 martial artists can only meet each other once, and each of them must have competed twice. Let me ask you, how many ways are there in total?" Her question didn't sound difficult at first. On the surface, it was the same type as Jin Zwufeng's question. But in fact, there was a hidden danger. The solution was not simple permutation and combination. It involved a higher-level concept in the field of mathematics, graph theory. These fake pedants who didn't even know what permutation and combination were would have to rack their brains to solve this question. Jin Zwufeng probably hadn't realized the difficulty of this question, so he calmly copied it down. He didn't know that he was trying to think of a solution. He even had the time to ask the waiter of the restaurant to refill his tea. Yushu saw his behavior and secretly rolled her eyes. She was waiting to see his anxious face turn white. Not only did the two of them raise their pens to calculate, but the spectators' discussions never stopped. At first, they thought that these 2 questions weren't difficult, but as they talked, they realized that they weren't accurate at all. Instead, they became dizzy and had a headache thinking about it. Only then did they feel that being in the top 3 wasn't for nothing. As for Xen Lu and the others who were standing at the counter, they were also discussing in low voices. Feng Zhaomiao counted with her fingers for a while and then got herself involved. She scratched her ears and said, "It's clearly quite simple, so why is it so difficult? Wait here, I'll go get a pen and paper." Xen Lu hurriedly said, "Bring me a pen too." Qin Yuero didn't join in on the excitement. Instead, she calmly watched the scene, her gaze going back and forth between Yushu and Jin Zwufeng. She saw that Great Fortune Master Jin was calm and unhurried at first, but not long after, a strange expression appeared on his face. His hands gradually became hurried, and after a while, he actually stared at the paper in a daze. In contrast, Yushu didn't even use an abacus from start to finish. She just leaned over the table and wrote something. She had an extremely elegant demeanor and didn't look as flustered as she did in the first round. It was as if she had become a completely different person. Pan Ming stood not far behind Jin Zwufeng. When he saw him stop in a daze, he frowned and said in a low voice, "Junior Marshal brother, don't be anxious. Take your time." Based on Pan Ming's level, he could already sense the difficulty of Yushu's problem, so he knew that Jin Zwufeng was currently panicking. The biggest taboo in arithmetic was to have one's heart flustered. Once one's heart was flustered, it was easy to make a mistake. To become a great fortune master, one had to be meticulous and patient. When Jin Zwufeng heard Pan Ming's reminder, he calmed down a lot. He secretly told himself not to be anxious and that there was still a lot of time. Just as he raised his pen and was about to continue calculating, he heard a light chuckle from the other side. "Great Fortune Master Jin, please stop writing. I already have an answer." Jin Zwufeng was startled and raised his head to look at Yushu. He didn't believe that she could calculate the answer in such a short amount of time, unless she made a mistake. It had to be known that this problem was personally written by his master. Among all his fellow martial brothers and sisters, the one with the clearest mind would have to wait for a long time. When he thought about it this way, he felt his entire body relax. Since she made a mistake, he would undoubtedly win this round and wouldn't need to solve her strange problem. Jin Zwufeng self-righteously put down his pen and raised his hand to indicate to Yushu, "What's the answer?" There are a total of 480 ranking methods. Hearing this, Jin Zwufeng's ears rang for a moment and he felt dizzy. His body swayed unsteadily and he held onto the corner of the table to steady himself. Looking at the people behind him, Pan Ming, who also knew the correct answer, was stunned. In the next moment, his face turned red and he excitedly strode forward. He blurted out a question to Yu Shu. How did you calculate it? Seeing this scene, those who weren't stupid could see that Yu Shu had the correct answer. 480 methods. Some people sighed and each one of them stared at Yu Shu in shock. No one knew how she managed to come up with 480 methods in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Behind the flower rack, Shui Rui's bright eyes looked at Yu Shu's slender figure. Pei Jing let out a low laugh and shook his head, sighing at his own inferiority. The female fortune teller Lu Ting's reaction was half a beat slower. She asked Pan Ming in confusion, Senior brother, did she calculate it correctly? Pan Ming didn't have the mood to pay attention to her. He stubbornly stared at Yu Shu. His eyes were slightly green as if he wanted to open her brain and see what was inside. Chapter 395. One more update. If you take me as your master, I'll teach you. Everyone knew that Pan Ming, the hideout of this year's calculation list, was Han Wenguang's favorite disciple. How could he choose another master? Whether it was true or not, Yu Shu was disrespecting Han Wenguang. Strictly speaking, she was looking down on Han Wenguang. The group of people who came to provoke them pulled long faces. They couldn't hold back their anger and shouted, "Nonsense!" Everyone in the building was dumbfounded by Yu Shu's words. Shui Rui, who was watching in the dark, supported his forehead with one hand. He was not happy that she won a round, but she was already having a headache because of her unforgiving temper. Pan Ming reached out to restrain the indignant junior brother and junior sister. With a straight face, he said to Yu Shu, "Miss, please don't joke around. It's fine if you don't want to tell me the solution. You win this match." "Hee, I don't like to force others." "It's fine if you don't want to." Yu Shu put on a look of pity and extended her teacup to the side. Lin Fu respectfully picked up the teapot and refilled it. He smiled and said respectfully, "Miss, you're really capable. I didn't even understand the problem but you solved it in a short time." Yu Shu smiled without saying anything. Jin Zwufeng returned to his fellow disciples with an embarrassed expression and apologized in a low voice. "It's my fault. I've failed my master's trust." Pan Ming wanted to comfort him but had nothing to say. He patted his shoulder and said stiffly, "There's still one more round. Just win." Jin Zwufeng smiled bitterly. He did not dare to underestimate Yu Shu anymore. He turned to the other three disciples and lowered his voice so that no one could hear him. "This girl knows some crooked ways. Be careful. If she chooses you, you can't be careless. You can't lose again." Lu Ting angrily said, "She was just lucky just now. I don't believe that she can solve the second of Master's 3 difficult questions after solving the first one." Jin Zwufeng was still worried. He reminded them in a low voice, "She's going to set a problem. It's fine if you know how to solve it. Don't be anxious if you can't solve it. Whoever loses first, the winner is the loser." The three of them nodded in agreement. The 2 male accountants did not dare to be careless. They were afraid that they would not be able to answer Yu Shu's question. One of them hesitantly asked, "Senior brother, Rushi, if we lose, do we really have to give her the seal of the fortune teller?" Jin Zuian glared at him and snapped, "What do you mean? As long as you don't make any mistakes, it will be a draw at most." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Pan Ming. Both of them were well aware that their teacher's 3rd question was only hidden from these youngsters. It was a precautionary measure. Even he himself had spent half a month trying to solve it, let alone a young and inexperienced girl. Yu Shu sipped her tea. Seeing that the people in front of him were still discussing in whispers, he couldn't help but find it funny, so he interrupted, "What are you guys talking about? Now it's 1 loss and 1 win. It's a draw. There's still 1 more round. If I remember correctly, I'll pick someone to compete with." Many of the onlookers in the restaurant watched the 2 of them exchange blows with great interest. In the beginning, when Yu Shu lost a round, some people felt disappointed. But just now, when she turned the tables and showed them how powerful she was, they became excited again. No one wanted to leave early. At the counter, Feng Zhaomiao was still waiting for his seat with a pen in his hand. Xen Lu and Qin Yuero avoided him and whispered together. Yes, there's still one more round. My junior brothers and sisters are all great fortune tellers. Their arithmetic skills are not a problem. Female fortune teller, please choose one person. Pan Ming replied to Yu Shu. Yu Shu glanced at the faces of the remaining 2 men and 1 woman. She could see that although they were a little nervous, they were not perturbed. It seemed that they were not afraid of making a fool of themselves if they could not answer her question. She didn't know where their confidence came from. After thinking for a moment, Yu Shu pointed at one of them and said, "You." The person who was chosen stood up with a displeased expression and said, "What, you? My name is Ho Luding." It was that talkative female fortune teller. Yu Shu looked at the other's age. At most, she was older than her by a year. She guessed that she was also a great fortune teller on this year's list, which was rare. Thinking about this, she understood more and more why Han Wenguang wanted to establish his own sect. First, he wanted to have soldiers under him. Then, he wanted to be the commander. If he succeeded, then she would undoubtedly become a sinner. Her future would be ruined, and it would be no different from a fool's dream to become a celestial commissioner. A general's success was built on the bones of 10,000 people. Hateful. How could she be willing to be a pile of bones under someone else's feet? So it's Ho Luding. Yu Shu looked calm on the surface, but everyone could see that there was a fire burning in her heart. Female fortune teller, please choose the question. Ho Luding raised her chin and put her hands behind her back, pretending to be a general. However, because she was young, she was not as imposing as her 2 senior apprentice brothers. Yu Shu touched her chin and looked at the girl who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. After a moment, she had an idea. Her eyes flashed and she said briskly, "If that's the case, I won't be polite. My question isn't difficult, it's also about calculation." However, it's not about brains, it's about calculation skills. Do you dare to compete with me? She did not like to be led by the nose. She had let them choose the first 2 questions. This time, it was time for her to make the first move. Ho Luding obviously could not stand the provocation and said without hesitation, "It's up to you to choose the question." Yu Shu crossed her arms and shouted across the table, "Let's compete in catching dragons." The counterpoint is a crab has 8 legs, 2 pincers have 6 feet. The next sentence is 2 crabs have 16 legs, 4 pincers have 12 feet. So on and so forth. I'll take one sentence and you take another. Whoever takes the wrong sentence first loses. What do you think? Ho Luding did not expect Yu Shu to do this. She frowned and turned to look at Jin Zwufeng and Pan Ming, senior martial brother. Jin Zwufeng forced a smile and said to Yu Shu, "With Miss Yu's method of competing, doesn't that mean we don't have to choose the question? Isn't that a bit unfair?" Yu Shu narrowed her eyes and sneered, "You guys came prepared with a difficult question, but you want me to improvise. Is this called fair?" She had guessed that they were very confident in the 3rd question, so they didn't want them to choose. Jin Zwufeng still wanted to argue, but Yu Shu turned her head first and asked the guests present, "I'll be so bold as to ask everyone to be reasonable." Everyone saw with their own eyes the previous 2 rounds. They were the ones who proposed the rules and came up with the first question. Now that it's my turn to come up with the first question, they're using all sorts of excuses. Is this fair? The people here were all guests that Yu Shu had invited. They ate the food and wine of her family and basked in her glory, so naturally, they were more partial to her. Thus, someone said, "That's right, how is this fair? I think the female mathematician's question is feasible." Very quickly, someone else agreed, "I think so too. Let's compete like this." Don't be so long-winded, hurry up and compete. The rising and falling voices of agreement made Jin Zwufeng, Pan Ming and the others lose face, but they couldn't play the hero and agree. The question that Yu Shu came up with was not difficult, it was just a simple calculation. However, they couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't make a mistake if they were to lose like this. Yu Shu looked at the various expressions on the opposite side, her hand knocking on the lid of the teacup. She felt that it was about time, and if she didn't say anything, it would arouse the public's anger. She then cleared her throat and said, "How about this? If you think it's unfair, I'll change it. This calculation must be done, but I'm not afraid of your difficult question. I'll let you guys come up with the same question. Miss Ho will compete with me on the crab and the dragon first. If she wins, then I don't need to look at your third question. If she loses, then it'll be a draw. I'll solve the third question, then it'll be my win. Is that okay?" Yu Shu put on a magnanimous appearance of, "I'll let you guys go this time," suppressing the criticism of the guests. This made the 5 people's teeth itch, but they couldn't challenge her. Shuirui, who was standing in the dark, didn't understand Yu Shu's intention. He looked at her thoughtfully. He didn't know why, but he felt that she wouldn't lose. Jin Zwufeng's face was pale as he turned to discuss with Pan Ming. He didn't expect that things would develop to this point. According to their previous plan, they should have won Yu Shu in 2 rounds. Now that it has been dragged to this point, they could only brace themselves and continue to compete. No matter what, they must win. "Okay, we'll do as you say." Jin Zwufeng made the decision. Ho Luding was very unwilling. She wanted to say something but was stopped by Jin Zwufeng's eyes. She pulled a long face and said to Yu Shu, "You came up with the question, you go first." Yu Shu looked at her with a smile and said like a children's song, "A crab has 8 legs, 2 pincers, and 6 feet. There was no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken." She didn't want to waste her brain to deal with this kind of rookie. Ho Luding didn't know that Yu Shu didn't like her at all. She even felt that she was using her talent to crack a nut. She said with a confused face, "2 crabs have 16 legs, 4 pincers, and 12 feet. The 2 of them continued like this. The onlookers found it interesting, but they didn't know the difficulty. Yu Shu's speed was good at first, but when she counted to 20 crabs, she suddenly sped up. Ho Luding was caught off guard and stuttered before continuing. She hurriedly moved the abacus in front of her and fiddled with it to avoid carelessness. On the other hand, Yu Shu calmly put her hands in her sleeves and half closed her eyes. Not to mention fiddling with the abacus, she didn't even stutter. She received 51 crabs in one breath and still had time to drink tea to moisten her throat. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but admire her. Someone said in a low voice, "No wonder she can become a superior person at this age. This is true talent." While many people were sighing in admiration, Ho Luding suffered a lot. She kept talking until her mouth was dry and her eyes hurt from staring at the abacus. She carelessly dialed 2 beads and her mind went blank. She stood there in a daze. 72 crabs. Jin Zwufeng and the others were anxious, but they didn't dare to remind her openly. How could Yu Shu wait for her? She closed the teacup and said with a smile, "Why don't Miss Ho take it? I am waiting." Chapter 396. Part 2. If you can't connect it, then you can't connect it. Why are you crying? Yu Shu had forced her into a corner, but she was still merciless and mocked. "Is that all you can do? You can't even count accurately and you can only cry. You still want to learn from others and compete with them. You don't know what you are talking about." In order to learn actuarial calculation, she counted the 8 crab legs in the morning and night for 3 years. She counted 500 crab legs in one breath easily. It's not that she looked down on others and wanted to gain something from it. If this little girl surnamed Ho had worked hard on calculation, she wouldn't have failed to count 100 crabs. Ho Luding was too ashamed to show her face after being ridiculed by Yu Shu. Her face was full of shame, and she couldn't muster the slightest bit of stubbornness. She covered her face and turned around, not daring to look at her senior brothers. Jin Zwin had just lost a round, so he could not blame his junior sister. However, he was not in the mood to comfort her. Pan Ming sighed and patted her back. He stared deeply at Yu Shu and said in a deep voice, "My junior sister is not as good as female mathematician. As previously said, it is still a draw." Yu Shu nodded. Seeing that the other side would not give a question for a while, she sat on the chair and waited quietly. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Ho Luding finally calmed down. Her eyes were red as she turned around and said to Yu Shu, "Female mathematician, It is my turn to give a question. Yu Shu raised her eyelids and did not get up. Go ahead. She respected respectable people and valued friendship. This was her temperament and also her pride. She did not feel that there was anything to be proud of when she was ahead of these ancient people in academics for hundreds of years. However, she had a clear conscience. What she could rely on today was exchanged with her sweat and tears. Ho Luding glanced at Jin Zuyin, who nodded at her. She bit her lips and said in a nasal voice, There are 20 soldiers lined up. Each row can only stand 4 soldiers. If you are asked to line up, how many rows can you line up? Her voice faded. Yu Shu's hands trembled and she almost dropped the teacup. She managed to hold back her surprise and lowered her head to take notes. In his heart, he was both surprised and delighted. This problem of 20 soldiers was clearly the same as a very famous 20 trees problem she had seen in modern times, except that the trees were turned into soldiers. This was not a calculation problem, and it had nothing to do with permutations and combinations. Instead of saying it was a math problem, it was more like a drawing problem. It was a problem that many famous mathematicians in history sought to solve. However, its final answer was, it was a question mark. Such a similar topic should not have been raised in this dynasty, but Yu Shu encountered it. Was this just a coincidence? Yu Shu's eyes flickered. She turned around and ordered Xiaodai to fetch a wooden ruler and her charcoal pencil from her study. With the tools in hand, she first drew a few random strokes on the paper, looking for the complicated and blurry diagram in her memory. At the same time, she was very curious about the old mathematician whom she had never met before. Of course, she was not stupid enough to think that this real problem was really thought up by these people in front of her, that they could be so confident. It must be Han Wenguang's hand. Yu Shu sat on the chair for a full half an hour. There was a stack of used paper beside her, but she was still drawing. Some of the customers could not sit still. They went to the toilet and hurried back, afraid to miss the scene of her solving the problem. In this half an hour, the other group of people was obviously more relaxed. Some stood, some sat. They quietly waited for Yu Shu to solve the problem. It was rare that no one urged her. This was the respect Yu Shu had earned with her actions. It could be seen that whether it was an enemy or a friend, strength was the best countermeasure to shut people up. Xen Lu and the others' legs were sore from standing. They had already found a chair to sit on. In the light and in the dark, only Shui Rui accompanied her. He stood there for as long as Yu Shu sat. At this time, the guard next to Lu Tan quietly approached Shui Rui and passed a note to him. Shui Rui opened it and saw a row of small words. A draw is enough. If I want to interfere, I will not let him do as he wishes. In his heart, Shui Rui thought that Lu Tan still couldn't restrain himself in the end. He knew very well why Lu Tan was so impatient. In fact, Han Wenguang had only one son, and his wife was the young lady of the Yin clan, which was the #1 prominent clan in the capital. She was also an aunt of Prince Ning, Lu Hao. How could he just sit and watch Han Wenguang succeed? A draw is good, but Shui Rui tilted his head. His gaze passed over the colorful bouquet and stared at Yu Shu's back. He could not make a choice. After a while, he pinched Lu Tan's note in his hand and ordered the guard seriously, Go and report that I said it. If I can't win, I will bear all the consequences. After he sent the guards away, Shui Rui put away the crushed note into his sleeve so that it wouldn't be seen by Pei Jing and He Fangji, who were sitting nearby. His gaze once again descended onto Yu Shu, and a strand of helplessness leaked out from the corners of his eyes. Habit is really a terrifying word. He didn't know if his decision was correct, but there was already a voice in his heart that told him, help her. Soon, the sun set, and the afternoon passed in a hurry. The sunlight shining on the table fell like a curtain. When the last corner of the table had disappeared, Yu Shu finally put down her pen, let out a long sigh, and wiped the sweat on her forehead. Phew! Outside Wangji Tower, many passers-by had gathered. They whispered and guessed if she had solved it. Pan Ming looked at Yu Shu and felt a little nervous. This time, he did not wait for Jin Zuofeng to ask. He stepped forward and said, Do you have the solution, Lady Mathematician? Yushu turned the last piece of paper over and covered the table. She looked up and said, I want to ask you a question. I hope you can answer me truthfully. Pan Ming nodded. He could not wait to know the result. The third question, did your master, Senior Han Wenguang, solve it? Pan Ming felt that there was nothing to hide. These 3 questions could deceive laymen and say that they came up with it. He believed that Yushu had already guessed that it was his master's idea. So, he ignored Jin Zwufeng's look and said frankly, my master solved it. Yushu smiled with relief. She opened the paper on the table and held it in front of him to let him see the picture on it. She said in a clear voice, as you can see, I made 20 lines. I don't know how many lines Mr. Han Wenguang can make. Pan Ming and Jin Zwufeng clearly saw the picture that Yushu made with a charcoal pencil and ruler. They were stunned. Hearing her question, no one answered for a while. There was only horror in their hearts. 20 lines. 20 lines. Someone exclaimed on the spot. For more than an hour, many people were curious and tried to make it. Most of them could only make 4 or 5 lines. How could they not be shocked that she could make 20 lines? Some people did not believe it. They left their seats and came forward to watch. They counted the picture in Yushu's hand with fine lines one by one. Then they were all dumbfounded. Yushu did not hold her hand for too long. When the people near saw it clearly, she put it down. She closed her sore eyes and asked again, Master Pan, Master Jin, may I ask how many lines your master can solve? Pan Ming did not say anything. He stared at the picture that Yushu put on the table. Jin Zwufeng was also speechless. How could he answer this question? If he said that his master could solve 20 lines, it would mean that she had solved it correctly and won the game. However, if he said that she had solved 1 line less, she would make it difficult for them to show how their master solved 21 lines. How could they lie? What made them most frightened was that their master had solved only 18 lines. Yushu looked at their submissive expression coldly. She only stood up lazily after forcing them to this point. She moved her shoulders and said, Tell me, why can't you tell me? Are you saying that Mr. Han can't solve as many as me, a junior? As soon as she said this, there was silence inside and outside the building. Many pairs of doubtful and disbelieving eyes looked at the 5 of them. Jin Zwufeng saw that the situation was getting worse and worse. He bit the bullet and said ruthlessly, Don't talk nonsense. How can my master not solve as many as you? He solved, ha. At this moment, a series of hoarse laughter came from outside the door and interrupted Jin Zwufeng's answer. Yushu's eyelids twitched. She looked at the door and saw that the crowd in front of the door was separated. 2 guards opened up a path, and an old man with wrinkled skin and white hair walked out. He was short and thin, wearing a dark green cardigan. A pair of long eyebrows drooped down to the corner of his eyes, revealing a pair of long and narrow eyes. Master! Master! Pan Ming and the others shouted in unison. They bowed and introduced the identity of the old man. It was the famous Mr. Han. Yushu and the old man's eyes met. She stared at the invisible pressure. She did not lower her head, retreat, bow, or greet. Han Wenguang waved his hand to let his disciples stand up. He lifted his robe and walked towards Yushu. He looked at her and said in a hoarse voice, You are the female oracle this year, Yushu of Yang? That's me. Han Wenguang looked at her from top to bottom. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and said seriously, Do you know that because of you, I lost an oracle disciple? You can only blame your disciple's lack of skill. What does it have to do with me? Yushu said coldly. Pan Ming and the others were so angry that their veins popped. Unexpectedly, the corner of Han Wenguang's mouth curled up, and he actually laughed. He nodded and said, This child, very good, very good. Normally, if someone was personally praised by Han Wenguang, they would be grinning from ear to ear. However, Yushu only held a grudge against this old man and did not have a good impression of him. She only felt that he was putting on an act, so she did not appreciate it and directly asked, Just now, your disciple gave me a question. I heard that Mr. Han also solved it. How much did you solve? Han Wenguang waved his hand and said modestly, Sigh, I am old and my brain is not as good as the young people. I only solved 18 lines. Please excuse me. Yushu raised her eyebrows. She thought that this old man was sensible. If he dared to argue with her, she would make him lose his reputation. Chapter 397. Han Wenguang was so honest and frank, but she had wasted all her efforts. Han Wenguang was so honest and frank, but she had wasted all her efforts. Yu Shu thought it was a pity and said, "Since that's the case, then consider the third round my victory. According to what I said earlier, your disciple challenged me to a duel. Now that he has lost, he should bow to me, serve me tea, and hand me the official seal." Yu Shu didn't care when Han Wenguang came. She clearly stated the previous agreement and waited for them to fulfill it. Han Wenguang turned his head and glanced at his disciples who looked ashamed. His eyes sharpened, and when he turned to Yu Shu, he disappeared again and said to her with a kind look, "It's all my fault. It's all because of this old man's stubbornness, forcing them to come to you for advice. You can't blame them for this. You're the first of the top 3, so it's only right that they lost to you. This old man will apologize to you. For this old man's sake, please be magnanimous." When Yu Shu heard this, she really wanted to laugh. She was almost treated as a pile of bones and her future was almost ruined. This old man just said a few words and treated it as nothing happened. Did he treat her like a child? Ridiculous. If she didn't know his intention, Yu Shu might not become enemies with him for the sake of his reputation and age. But she knew that he was a wolf or a tiger. How could she throw away the knife just because he temporarily kept his sharp claws? If that's the case, old oracle, then I've already given you face and let them have their way twice. Everything can be done once or twice, but not 3 or 4 times. Forgive me for being rude. Yu Shu cupped her hands at him, turned around and pointed at the table in front of her, asking people to carry it away. She lifted the hem of her clothes and sat on her mahogany chair. She pointed at the people behind Han Wenguang and said in a cold tone, "You're not the only one. If you admit defeat, come up and bow to me. If you want to deny it, then get out." There was silence in and out of the building again. This time, even Han Wenguang couldn't keep his face. Looking at Yu Shu with a gloomy face, his disciples were ashamed and angry, but they had no words to refute. Ho Luding was still young, and she was the first to lose her cool. Maybe because she had someone to back her up, she became more confident. She stepped forward and pointed at Yu Shu angrily. You're so rude. You're full of nonsense. What do you mean by, give it to us? When have you ever given it to us? It's true that you've won 2 rounds, but didn't you lose the first round to my senior brother Pan? You got first place in the exam in vain. How can you not compare to my senior brother who got second place? Yu Shu crossed her legs and glanced at her. Why didn't I go easy on you? There are so many pairs of eyes watching. You clearly lost to me in crap counting, but I still answered your third question. Isn't this called going easy? If this isn't called, then, she looked down and saw a spot. She curled up the corner of her mouth and pointed there. Pick it up and show it to your senior brother Pan. Ask him if I went easy on you. Many people in the room followed Yu Shu's finger and looked at the ground. They saw a pile of waste paper lying alone on the red carpet. Many people vaguely remembered that Yu Shu threw it on the ground when she was solving the first question. Ho Luding was not convinced. Picking up the piece of paper from the ground, she opened it and saw a line of numbers. Puzzled, she handed it to Pan Ming, but Pan Ming was stunned. He snatched the piece of paper from her hand and read it several times. His fingers trembled slightly. This made the rest of the people confused. Xen Lu and Feng Zhaomiao, who had been watching from the sidelines, also gathered around. Xen Lu asked, "Lotus Room, what's written on it?" Yu Shu leaned one arm on the armrest, tilted her head and held her chin. Without looking back, she said, "What else can it be? Of course, it's the answer to my first question." More than 100 people were stunned. Very quickly, some people came back to their senses. The first to respond was Feng Zhaomiao. Then you are," Yu Shu sneered. She looked at the old Oracle Han whom she had never met before, but had schemed to ruin her future. Her eyes flashed with coldness and calmly said, "I was afraid that the old Oracle would lose face, so I purposely lost the first round. Otherwise, Do you really think that the celestial commissioner chose a female oracle like me to make up the numbers? If old diviner doesn't accept it, then I'll draw a line here. Do you dare to have a match with me? If I lose to you, then your disciples don't need to bow and apologize to me. I'll kneel down and kowtow to you 3 times. How about it? At this moment, Yushu had put away her shrewd and unreasonable appearance. She was arrogant and proud. She pressed forward with an indomitable will. She was so fierce that it made people's hearts palpitate. Shui stood behind the flowery shelf and stared at that person's silver robe, and he could only feel his heart thumping fiercely. The threads of love that were coiled before his chest suddenly tightened, and it was as if a hand was grabbing onto his heart. He had an impulse to clamor, and it was almost impossible for him to restrain himself. Han Wenguang was not confident that he could win. Even if he was confident, he would have to think twice when he saw Yushu's amazing aura. Ha ha ha, 20 years of calculation turned into a dream. Pan Ming laughed and cried at the same time. His eyes were red as if he had gone mad. He grabbed the crumpled calculation paper tightly and walked up to Yushu, ignoring everyone's gazes. He pulled out a brocade pouch from his waist and bowed to Yushu. I lost the bet. Yushu pointed at the brocade bag he offered and took out a red jade turtle nose seal. After confirming it, she raised her head and looked at Han Wenguang, whose face was as calm as still water. She deliberately said, "Great Oracle Pan, what I said before still counts. Whenever you want to know the solution to the second question, you can find me at any time. The condition is still the same. You have to be my disciple." Pan Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He turned around and knelt down in front of Han Wenguang. He kowtowed to him 3 times and said, "I'm sorry." Then, he stood up and madly combed his hair as he left. Yushu watched him leave and felt sorry. What she said just now was not a lie. With Pan Ming's temperament, if he was willing, she would teach him without hesitation. After Pan Ming left, the scene became chaotic. People were talking about Yushu's way of doing things. Some thought that she was tough and some thought that she was too domineering. But one thing was for sure. After the 3 matches today, no one would doubt the title of Great Oracle Woman, Yushu. After today, Yushu will become the hottest topic in Enling City when the news of this battle spreads out. Yushu didn't care about this. She pointed at the remaining people and said, "If you didn't hear what I said just now, I will repeat it. You either admit defeat or get out of here." Jin Zwufeng and Ho Luding were so ashamed and angry. They looked at Han Wenguang and waited for him to make the decision. Han Wenguang sighed. He was angry and sad, but he couldn't show it because of his face. He could only smile bitterly. "Go. Your senior brother is right. You lost the bet." They couldn't disobey their master's order. Jin Zwufeng and Ho Luding had no choice but to take the seal and give it to Yushu. They bowed to her and said, Jin Zwufeng admitted defeat. Ho Luding admitted defeat. Yushu took the seal from them. It was an agate seal. He put the white tiger medallion into the brocade pouch that Pan Ming had given him earlier. In front of everyone, he put it into his bosom. Then, he stood up and shook his sleeves. There was a faint smile on his face and a hint of flattery on his face. He bowed to Han Wenguang. "Old Mr. Han. Sorry for offending you. If people bully me, I will be strong. If people bully me, I will be low. I will fight for the top." Han Wenguang's old face was a little green. He stared at her for a moment, then swung his sleeves and walked away with the few guards he brought with him. The few incompetent disciples were like roosters that had lost a fight. They lowered their heads and followed behind him. The group of people quickly disappeared from the Wangji Tower. Yushu looked at the gate that was blocked by the onlookers again. She was angry. She raised her eyebrows and adjusted her outer cover. She turned around and glanced at the guests in the tower. She smiled and squinted her eyes. She bowed and said, "Thank you for attending today's banquet. Please stay and continue drinking." After saying that, she put her hands into her sleeves and strolled to the back of the screen. Xan Lu and Feng Zhaomiao hurried to catch up. Lin Fu smiled and directed the waiters to clean the door. He then asked the onlookers to leave. Yushu walked past the flower stand. She thought she would see Shui Rui first. But he was gone. She wondered if he left after seeing her win the third round. Feeling a little disappointed, Yushu curled her lips and smiled at Pei Jing and He Fangji, who had moved chairs to sit in the aisle. She said, "I let Godfather and Uncle worry. It's all right now. You can go upstairs and rest. I will ask someone to send some good wine." Pei Jing had a strange expression on his face. He had not recovered from the shock of seeing her challenge Han Wenguang. He glanced at her and knew that it was not a good time to get to the bottom of it. He pulled He Fangji upstairs first. Yushu was a little slow. Xen Lu and Feng Zhaomiao caught up with her. They surrounded her and sighed. Some were envious of her excellent arithmetic skills, and some were worried that she had offended Han Wenguang. Yushu was too lazy to deal with these people. She said a few perfunctory words and sent a maid to send them back to their room to drink. When she turned around, she found that Yu Xiaoxiu and Hu Tian'er had disappeared. She asked Yun Do and learned that when someone came to cause trouble, the two boys had slipped out from the back door to play. With Gui Ba following them, there was no need to worry about them running around. After sending these people away, Yushu went to the second floor with a sore back and shoulders. She was going to wash her face before going to see Lu Tan. She absent-mindedly opened the door and closed it. When she turned around, she was shocked by Shui Rui, who was sitting on the opposite tea chair. He patted his chest and rebuked, "Why are you here?" After the sun, the sky was dim. She could not see Shui Rui's expression clearly. She only felt that his dark eyes were too bright. He stared at her so much that her neck was covered with goosebumps. She subconsciously felt that there was something wrong with him. "Big brother?" Shui Rui took a deep breath and lowered his head to rub his burning forehead. It took a lot of self-control not to choose this inappropriate time to express his feelings to her. "I'm fine. You go in to wash and have a rest. I have something to say to you later. Do I need to go to the ninth prince to talk to him first?" "No need. He has already left." Shui Rui stood up. When he walked to Yushu's side, he stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at her softened brows. Recalling her ferocity outside the building just now, he smiled deeply and raised his hand. Using his height, he gently pressed his palm on the top of her head and rubbed her feverish head. "Good win." This praise made Yushu couldn't help but curve her eyes. She felt excited in her heart. She didn't know why, but it seemed that she had finally heard a suitable praise. That's right. She didn't need someone to worry about whether she had offended someone important or not. She also didn't want someone to ask curiously how she won. At this time, she just needed a word of approval. Shui Rui didn't say anything more. He let go of her and pushed the door to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed one step longer, he would go too far. Chapter 398. When I woke up, I saw the pink tickets, tips, and subscription recommendations. I'm so happy. I have to hurry up and write another chapter to express my gratitude. The 3 battles had consumed too much of Yushu's energy. After Shui Rui left, she returned to her bedroom and rested on the couch. It was just a light sleep. After lying down for an hour, she called a maid to serve tea. Yushu put on her clothes and sat in front of the dressing mirror to let Yun Do comb her hair again. She held a bowl of lotus root soup in her hand and looked at the night sky outside the rolling screen window. She asked lazily, "How many guests are there outside?" Xiao Dai, who was making the bed, turned around and replied, "I just saw when I came up. Most of the tables downstairs are full. The kitchen has been serving wine and food without a break. I heard from the shopkeeper that they are probably waiting for you to show up again." The banquet lasted from noon to night, but there were only a few guests who came to the banquet. This was rare. Also, young master just left not long ago. He said he had something to do. He asked me to remind you not to forget to send off the lords upstairs. When she woke up, she heard that Shui Rui had left. Yushu was not surprised. Han Wenguang's ambition had been exposed. As an insider, Shui Rui was bound to be involved. After tidying herself up, Yushu put on her outer cover and left the room with her 2 maidservants. She planned to walk around the private rooms on the second floor to see the honored guests that she had ignored for the entire afternoon. As soon as she walked to the door of the next room, she heard someone talking vividly inside. Yu Shu went to the door and listened. It was Feng Zhaomiao. At that time, your sister sat on the chair and didn't even look at the old fortune-teller's face. She said to the defeated people, "Either you admit defeat to me or get out of here." Hearing Feng Zhaomiao mimicking her in a high-pitched voice, Yu Shu's mouth twitched. She pushed the door and entered. "Is that what I said?" Everyone in the room turned their heads and saw Yu Shu in person. Feng Zhaomiao, who was excitedly performing with one foot on the chair, paused there with one hand on his waist. One of his hands was even pointing at the nose of Yu Xiaoxiu, who was sitting on the bench and listening to the story attentively. Yu Shu crossed her arms and looked at him. "Continue. Your grand aunt is watching." Feng Zhaomiao retracted her hand awkwardly. He scratched his head and smiled apologetically. Pooh. Xan Lu covered his mouth, and Qin Yuero couldn't help but laugh. Yu Xiaoxiu suddenly jumped up from his chair and ran to Yu Shu's side. He pulled her back and raised his head to look at her. His eyes were sparkling with admiration. "Sis, I heard it from Brother Feng." Yu Shu flicked his forehead and asked him where he had gone to play. Yu Xiaoxiu's face immediately turned gloomy. "Hu Tian took me to the street to watch a shadow puppet show. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone." Yu Shu looked around the room and didn't see Hu Tian. She asked him and found out that young master who had been picked up by his family. Looking at the siblings talking, Yizichen thought. Xan Lu and Qin Yuero looked at each other. Xan Lu found an opportunity to interrupt. "Lotus Room, school starts tomorrow at the study garden. Yuero has just entered the Taisher study garden this year. Why don't the three of us go together tomorrow? We can take care of each other." Yu Shu looked at them and could see that they were expressing goodwill. She thought about how she had offended Han Wenguang today. If she wanted to establish a foothold in the Taisher study garden in the future, she would need a few companions. She nodded and agreed. "Tomorrow morning, we'll meet at the front gate of the study garden." Girls from aristocratic families like Xan Lu and Qin Yuero, which one of them didn't have a mind of their own? This afternoon, they were watching Yu Shu's excitement from the wall. They were afraid that she would think too much about them. Now that they saw that Yu Shu was willing to accept their good intentions, they immediately beamed with joy. It was getting late. They had already seen Yu Shu's attitude, so they felt reassured and left. Feng Zhaomiao and another young master had come on horseback, so they escorted the two girls away. Yu Xiaoxiu had morning classes the next day. Yu Shu looked for He Fangji and Pei Jing, who were accompanying their friends. Coincidentally, they wanted to send their friends off, so she let Yu Xiaoxiu follow them home first. Yu Shu then went to meet some of the court officials who had come today. They talked a little with tea instead of wine. She heard a lot of praises and sent them off one by one. Finally, she went to the front hall and toasted all the guests with a cup of wine. At this point, both the guests and the host were happy. The guests seemed to not want to offend both sides. After all, with Han Wenguang's status, they could not casually criticize him. Moreover, Yu Shu, the female fortune-teller, had a strong momentum. So during this period, no one mentioned the competition in the afternoon. Yu Shu was happy to see this. After sending off the last guest, Yu Shu stood in the hall and called Lin Fu over to ask him a few questions. "Did Daozi send anyone here?" When asking this question, Yu Shu did not know what she was feeling. She had been waiting for Jing Chen all day, but he did not show up until the end of the banquet. In fact, when she sent the invitation to the Princess Fu a few days ago, she vaguely guessed that he might be hiding from her. Lin Fu shook his head. No one came. Then he clapped his hands and hurriedly took out a letter from his sleeve and gave it to her. "Look at this lowly one's brain. This is sent by Miss Xia Jiang." In addition to Jing Chen, Xia Mingming also could not be present today. These two people had accompanied Yu Shu in the capital at the beginning. They had deep feelings for each other. Today, when she ascended to a high position and changed her appearance, she was absent from the two. Yu Shu's heart was empty. She took the thin letter and looked around the empty restaurant. She saw a few waiters cleaning up the leftovers, and the atmosphere was desolate after the hustle and bustle. It was funny that she was still standing in the position of killing in the daytime, but the audience was empty. She brushed her eyebrows and smiled. Suddenly she felt very bored. She casually put away the letter and said in a lazy voice, "Ask Lu Zhong to prepare the carriage and send me back." Lin Fu saw that her expression was not right, so he carefully agreed and turned to find the carriage driver. Then, according to Shui Rui's instructions, he put the soup that had been prepared in the kitchen into a food box and gave it to Yushu's maid, Yun Do. He quietly told her to go back and heat up the supper for her master. Today, Yushu did not eat anything. Yushu sat in the carriage at the front door. Lin Fu and the two maids, Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai, stood at the door and watched the carriage disappear in the bustling lights of Baima Street. No one noticed a figure riding a horse out of the alley on the side of the road and quietly followed the carriage. Sitting in the carriage, Yushu was thinking for a while. When she came back to her senses, she found that Yun Do was secretly looking at her. So, she changed her sitting position and asked her, "Were you scared today?" She was used to being alone and rarely brought a maid when she went out. It was rare for her to come out, but she encountered such a messy scene today. Yun Do shook her head and moved a soft pillow for Yushu to lean on. She said shyly, "I have not seen much of the world. I'm afraid that my clumsiness will make you lose face." Yushu was a treacherous person, but she liked these simple and honest people. She smiled and said to her, "You are not stupid. It doesn't matter if you have little knowledge. Learn more in the future. I still need you in many places. As long as you are not stupid, follow me honestly." Yun Do was originally a maid of Zhao Hui. She was arranged to serve Yushu. She always felt that Yushu did not like her, so she was careful and dutiful in doing things. She was not trembling with fear, but she was always afraid that Yushu would abandon her one day. Today, she rarely heard good words from her. Her eyes immediately turned red. She nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid." Yushu wanted to say something more, but the carriage suddenly stopped. She leaned forward. Yun Do hurriedly stretched out her hand to protect her. Yushu helped her sit up straight. She frowned and looked at the door. Yun Do turned her head and said, "What's going on outside?" Why did the carriage stop all of a sudden? Lu Zhong's voice came from outside. "You startled the girl. Someone stopped the carriage." Yushu was displeased and said, "Who is it?" Lu Zhong did not answer, but changed to another voice. "Xiaoyu, it's me. It's Yi, Celestial Commissioner, Taishi Tower." Ren Qiming lifted the corner of his robe and hurriedly walked across the quiet Bamboo Creek Bridge. His footsteps were heavy, which caused the school of Golden Kirin under the bridge to swim away. He entered the tower unimpeded. On the second floor, Ren Qiming saw a crane-like figure sitting by the window, wiping a jade flute. He took a few steps forward and reported in a low voice, "Grand Secretary, Han Wenguang finally made a move. As you predicted yesterday, he ordered a group of personal disciples to find Exen Swansea for a duel. He wanted to take the opportunity to point out that I, the Celestial Commissioner, am incompetent and corrupt so that he can build his heavenly teller mansion that has yet to be completed." The Tidian did not stop moving his hands. He looked back at him with a cloudy face and a faint smile. I guess he didn't get what he wanted. A strange look flashed in Ren Qiming's eyes. He nodded and said, "That's right. Exen Swansea fought 1 against 3 and defeated them." The Tidian put down the jade flute in his hand and said with interest, "Oh? Tell me about it." Ren Qiming then told him about the duel that took place in the Wangji Tower in the afternoon. He was so detailed that it was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. What a good female Swansea. After listening to this part, Tidian laughed happily. His side profile reflected the moonlight. Ren Qiming could clearly see that he was in a good mood at the moment. He pondered and said, Han Wenguang made a mistake. Today he hit a wall and was humiliated in front of everyone. He should be calm for a period of time and saved us a lot of trouble. However, this Exen Swansea doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He offended Han Wenguang and ruined his plans. In the future, he will definitely be suppressed by that group of people. The Tidian waved his sleeves and said lightly, "Then I will make him not dare to act rashly." Ren Qiming lowered his head and asked, "What does Grand Secretary mean? Isn't the Kunling Bureau still lacking one person?" Ren Qiming looked hesitant, but this person was supposed to be reserved for. The Tidian raised his hand to interrupt his concerns. He picked up the jade flute on the windowsill and stroked the flute holes. His expression became cold. I have been the celestial commissioner for more than 200 years. Since ancient times, all official positions, big or small, have been occupied by those who are capable. Even the emperor cannot interfere. After the saint ancestor sacrificial day, you can go and make arrangements. Rin Qiming saw that he had made up his mind. He did not say anything more and bowed to leave. However, he was stopped by Datidian. I haven't played the flute for people in a long time. Datidian brought the flute to his lips and gently tested a few notes. His eyelashes lowered to cover his deep eyes. His eyebrows were lonely. He murmured under the moon, "Once Mu Feng is gone, there will be no more bosom friends." Rin Qiming's figure stopped. He stood on the spot with his hands by his side and sighed silently. Qiming is lucky. Chapter 399. Xiaoyu, it's me. Yu Shu was startled. She hurriedly reached over the maid and pushed the door open. She squinted her eyes and looked out of the dimly lit carriage. She saw a horse parked a few steps in front of the horse's head. It was Jing Chen's figure on the horse. Even if she couldn't see his face clearly, she wouldn't mistake him for someone else. Yu Shu was delighted. Just as she thought about it, she held it back. She deliberately put on a straight face and said angrily, "So it's Daozi. Why are you blocking the road in the middle of the night? I have something to say to you. Get off the carriage." Jing Chen didn't answer Yu Shu's words. He turned over and dismounted from the horse. He led the horse to make way for Yu Shu. Seeing this, Yu Shu vaguely felt that something was wrong. She didn't want to tease him anymore. She guessed that he had something to say that couldn't be heard by outsiders. So she bent down and jumped off the carriage. She turned to Lu Zhong and Yun Do and said, "You go back first. This place isn't far from home. I'll walk back later." Yun Do hurriedly said, "No, how can Miss walk?" Before Yu Shu said anything, Jing Chen said first, "I'll see her off." Yu Shu turned her head to look at Jing Chen and waved her hand to signal them to leave. Lu Zhong had to drive away with the reluctant Yun Do. This area was already in the south of the city. There weren't many pedestrians at night. There were 3 or 4 shops on the main road with their lights on. The street was empty and quite quiet. Jing Chen led the horse and Yu Shu walked beside him. The two walked for a dozen steps. Yu Shu was the first one who couldn't stand the silent atmosphere. She said in a muffled voice, "Why didn't you come today? Didn't I send you an invitation?" Before Jing Chen came, he had already thought about how to speak to Yu Shu. However, at this time, she was by his side and he didn't know where to start. Yu Shu wasn't slow. Jing Chen's silence made her realize that what he wanted to say to her tonight wasn't what she wanted to hear. Sure enough, as soon as Jing Chen opened his mouth, she pulled a long face. "I already know what Shui Yun did to you. It was all because of me that she did something wrong. We are from the same sect, and our relationship is like that of brother and sister. She is in the wrong. Since it's my fault, if you have any complaints, you can take it out on me." Yu Shu gritted her teeth, her breath stuck in her chest. He had been hiding from her all these days, and today he was here to take the blame for his junior sister. Yu Shu was so angry that her head hurt. She wanted to scold him to vent her anger, but she felt that this was exactly what the mastermind wanted. After taking a few deep breaths, Yu Shu turned to stare at Jing Chen and said to him as calmly as possible, "Since you already know, then I don't need to hide it from you anymore. Your junior sister is not a good person. She is sanctimonious, but she is hypocritical. Her heart is cruel and poisonous. I have no grievances with her, but she can shamelessly involve me in a fatal disaster. In order to cross that annoying death tribulation, she disregarded other people's lives. She and you are from the same sect. It's ridiculous that she has cultivated morality in vain. I advise you to send her back to the sect as soon as possible, so that she won't stay in the capital and continue to harm others." Yu Shu herself was a cruel person. Not to mention her evil heart in her previous life, at least in this year of her rebirth, she had never deliberately harmed an innocent person, unless there was a grudge against her. Jing Chen listened to Yu Shu's words. But it was different from what Shui Yun had confessed to him that day. In the blink of an eye, he realized that Yu Shu had been deceived by her. He smiled bitterly and said bitterly, "No, she might be facing the death tribulation, but she deliberately harmed you. It's for me." Yu Shu stopped in her tracks and said stiffly, "You're saying she's trying to harm me?" Jing Chen had no intention to deceive her. He nodded slowly and turned to look at her surprised and doubtful look. He felt more and more guilty and remorseful in his heart. Why did she want to harm me? Yu Shu was confused by Jing Chen's words. Why did Shui Yun drag her to face the death tribulation? Wasn't it just to save her life? Jing Chen lowered his head and clenched the coarse reins tightly. His palms ached from the friction. His eyes couldn't be seen clearly, but his voice was calm and lonely. "I remember telling you before that my life was saved by the combined efforts of several elders in the sect. Otherwise, with the baleful aura of my fate in Kata Star, I would have died a long time ago. They blocked the destiny for me and shouldered the death tribulation. If I couldn't find someone to break the fate tribulation within 3 years after I went down the mountain this time, a great disaster would befall them. They would definitely die because of me, or my Dao heart would be lost. It would also attract evil spirits in advance and endanger their lives. Among those elders, there was my master, immortal Huai Xian, and martial uncle Huai Chun, who is also Shui Yun's father." Yu Shu had mixed feelings when she heard this. She couldn't close her mouth, and her thoughts were in a mess, making her restless. She seemed to see a clue, but she couldn't grasp it. Shui Yun's father was one of the experts who saved Jing Chen's life. Before Jing Chen found the person who broke the fate tribulation, he couldn't lose his Dao heart. Otherwise, it would endanger the elders' lives. Therefore, Shui Yun wanted her to die because, "Little Yu, I'm afraid that if I fall in love with you, I will lose my Dao heart. You will be heartless and I will be unjust. Why don't we end our fate here?" Yu Shu's breath caught in her throat, and she abruptly stopped in her tracks. Right at the end of the street bridge, she turned around to look at Jing Chen's face. The half-moon above his head revealed his clear eyes. They were no longer as calm as water, but flashed with helplessness, unwillingness, forbearance, and pain. All sorts of negative emotions that had been suppressed for a long time were exposed at this moment, causing her to tremble in fear. At the same time, she clearly understood that he was not joking, but had made a decision. Looking at Jing Chen, who was so sad, Yu Shu suddenly felt that when she found him in the forest outside the city, knowing that he had regained his memory and knew that he had his difficulties, she still insisted on maintaining their friendship. Did she put him in such a difficult situation from then on? Thinking of this, even though she had already let go of the relationship between a man and a woman, she couldn't help but feel heartache at this moment. "Do you know what you're talking about?" "I do." Can't. You and I are friends of life and death. Can't we keep the relationship between us?" Jing Chen looked down and stared at Yu Shu's hand that was grabbing his sleeve tightly. He closed his eyes for a long time, and when he opened them again, he was the person with a pure heart and a strong Dao heart. "I owe you. If I can get rid of this evil creature, I will repay it." As he spoke, his right hand moved to the side of his waist. He pushed the sheath with his fingertips and pulled out his sword. A silver light flashed. Hiss! Yu Shu grabbed the corner of the sleeve that was cut open. Her fingers were trembling, her face was pale, and her heart was cold. Scenes flashed in her mind. She knew him in the ruins, looking for him in the peach blossom forest, passing by the gambling house, saying goodbye in the alley, killing on the merchant ship, the floating river, the cave, the road to the capital, giving him the ancient sword, getting his pearl, and he dared to block the sword for her with his bare hands. She was willing to find him lost in the snow. Some feelings could not be forgotten, but gradually turned into ice. Once it was hot, it would melt into water, and not a single drop would be left. The two stood under the bridge, close to each other. Yu Shu choked with laughter, as if she had woken up from a dream. "I understand." Yu Shu held the corner of the sleeve in her hand, took 2 steps to the side, and turned to walk on the bridge. Jing Chen led the horse behind her without saying a word. There was a distance between them, one in front and the other behind. In the quiet night, the sound of the horse's hooves and footsteps were clear, but also vague. Yushu didn't stop until she saw the door to her house. She heard a silence behind her. She stood with her back facing the door for a moment before she turned her head to look at the person's silhouette. She said expressionlessly, "After we part ways today, we are like strangers." Under the hazy moonlight, the man in white nodded slightly and jumped onto the horse's back. With a twist of his arm, he turned the horse around, took a few steps, and suddenly leaped out, galloping away. Until he disappeared, Yushu let go of the determination on her face. She took a deep breath and grabbed her collar. She felt her legs go weak and almost couldn't stand. Just as she was about to collapse and fall to the ground, an arm wrapped around her from behind and held her firmly. Was it Daozi who just left? Shuirui wrapped his arms around Yushu's lightly trembling shoulders and helped her to stand steadily. His eyes were slightly narrowed as he stared ahead. When he sensed her weakness and helplessness at this moment, an indescribable flame arose in his heart. At this time, Yushu was weak. She leaned on Shuirui's arms and didn't want to talk. She stared at the night ahead and nodded slowly. She was not in the mood to think about why Shuirui appeared at the door of her house. Shuirui lowered his head to look at her pale countenance, and when he came into contact with her dazed eyes, his heartstrings tightened. When he thought about how the woman he loved would rather grieve for another person, yet was unwilling to clearly see his earnest hope, it was difficult for him to conceal the emotions that had been fermenting for a long time. His warm eyes darkened. He clasped her shoulders tightly with one hand and lifted her soft chin with the other, forcing his figure to be reflected in her eyes. "What's wrong with me?" Yushu didn't react in time. She was stunned for a moment and then came to her senses. She saw Shuirui's serious face clearly. She murmured, "What did you say, brother?" Shuirui repeated patiently, "What's wrong with me?" Yushu said blankly, "Are quite good." Shuirui calmed down and stared at her expression. Although he restrained himself, he was not prepared at all. It came so suddenly, so his low and hoarse voice revealed a trace of awkwardness. "Since I'm not bad, are you willing to be with me?" Yushu blinked her eyes blankly. She was still sad a moment ago, but now she felt that her brain was not enough. Once Shuirui opened his mouth, he felt at ease. He let go of her chin and pressed both his hands on her shoulders. He gently pushed her away and helped her to stand properly so that they could see each other clearly. Only then did he purse his lips. With a serious expression, he said softly and gently, "Ah Shu, I admire you." Yushu widened her eyes. No matter how slow she was, she could understand what he meant. Her heart suddenly became chaotic. She pushed his hands away in a panic. She blushed and stammered, I. When Shuirui saw her at a loss of what to do, he knew that he'd been rash. But since some words had been spoken, they couldn't be taken back. Not to mention that he didn't regret choosing this time to let her know of his thoughts. Even if it put her in a difficult position, it was still better than making her wholeheartedly feel sorry for others. Chapter 400. If you want to reject me this time, you'd better think of a smart reason. Yushu was caught off guard by Shuirui's sudden display of his feelings, and she only felt flustered. She just opened her mouth when she was blocked by a single sentence from Shuirui, and her arm was held tightly by Shuirui, causing her to be unable to move away. When she met his pitch-black eyes, she turned her head away in embarrassment, and she had a complicated feeling in her heart that she couldn't tell if it was bitter or salty. "I only regard you as my brother. I have no other feelings." Shuirui's finger pressed against the throbbing pulse on her wrist, and he laughed slowly as his slanted brows eased up, and he said indifferently, "Don't worry, I can wait for you to have other thoughts." Last time, he failed to express his feelings and was mercilessly rejected by her. At that time, he was timid, so he couldn't blame her. This time, he knew himself and his enemy, so he wouldn't be fooled by her again. Yushu turned around and glared at Shuirui with her almond-shaped eyes. With the help of the nearby lights, she saw the faint smile on Shuirui's face, and for some unknown reason she became slightly agitated. She exerted all her strength to struggle free from his grip on her wrist that was burning hot, and she said angrily, "You waited here so late just to say this to me?" Fortunately, Shui Rui was used to Yushu's temper. Otherwise, hearing her tone, he would definitely be poured with a basin of cold water. Fortunately, he was already mentally prepared. He was not angry or annoyed. Instead, he was calm and generously admitted, "I wanted to say something else, but I changed my mind at the last minute. I think it's important to say this first." He'd restrained himself for these past few days, and he originally couldn't endure it for much longer, yet she just happened to be unaware of it, and he saw with his own eyes that she was still grieving for another man, so how could he continue waiting? Yu Shu was speechless, and her heart was truly in turmoil. For a moment, she recalled the pained expression in his eyes when he broke off his relationship with Jing Chen under the bridge, and for a moment, her mind was thrown into disorder by Shui Rui's serious confession, causing her brows to knit together even more tightly. "All right, you don't have to think too much about it for now." Shui Rui couldn't bear to see her frown and sighed. He let go of her arm, fiddled with the stray hair on her forehead, and said pleasantly, "Go back and take a nap. Wait until you've rested. Let's talk about us again." In any case, she was right here. He was not afraid that she would run away. At most, she would take a step back, and he would take 2 steps forward. He would always be able to catch her, Shui Rui thought to himself. In the face of Shui Rui's thoughtful suggestion, Yushu couldn't deliberately keep a straight face to him, but she didn't know what to say to him in this situation. She didn't dare to look at his earnest eyes for fear that she wouldn't have enough confidence, so she lowered her head and said, "Then I'll go back." Then, without waiting for Shui Rui's reply, he turned around and quickened his pace towards the door. He did not stop for a moment, nor did he look back, as if there was a tiger chasing after him. Shui Rui looked at her panic back. He raised his hand, twirled the remaining warmth on his fingertips, and slowly clenched his fists. With his hands behind his back, he looked up at the half-moon in the sky, and seemed to be recalling something. His expression was unfathomable. After a while, he sighed with a smile and softly said to himself, "Don't wait, beauty fades." When Yu Shu returned home, it was late, but Zhao Hui and her husband were still awake. When the maid reported that she was back, she called her over to talk to her. Yu Shu had a lot of things on her mind. She sat with Zhao Hui for a while, then said that she was tired and went back to her room. As soon as she entered the room, Yu Shu went straight to the bed, took off the outer cover, and threw it away. She picked up the half of the sleeve on the floor, twisted it into a ball, and stuffed it into the small cabinet at the head of the bed. Out of sight, out of mind. Without taking off her shoes, she lay on her back. She was so tired that her whole body felt weak. When she closed her eyes, there were 2 figures swaying around, so she had to open her eyes. Yun Do went up to help her take off her shoes, and covered her with a thin quilt. Seeing that she was in a daze with her eyes open, she was afraid that she was thinking about something important, so she did not dare to disturb her, and went out to make tea and hot water. Unexpectedly, when she came back with tea, there was a light snoring sound in the room. Yun Do went to the bed and saw that her daughter had fallen asleep with her eyebrows furrowed. This sleep lasted until the next morning. When Yu Shu woke up, she was still grumpy, but she felt uncomfortable all over. She turned over and touched the quilt with her hand. When she took it out and looked in front of her eyes, she was stunned when she saw red. It was not until Yun Do exclaimed that she came back to her senses. Young miss, this servant will go find madam." Yun Do was already 13 or 14 years old. Seeing Yu Shu's situation, she could guess what was going on. In fact, she also felt it was strange before. After serving Yu Shu for so many days, she had never seen her having a small period. Now that she reacted, she put down the basin of water in her hands and impatiently ran out. "Come back." Yu Shu quickly stopped her and said with a straight face, "Don't go and startle my mother, just quietly call Shinma over." Yun Do felt that she had acted rashly and hurriedly went out, leaving Yu Shu sitting on the bed with a tangled expression, not daring to move. Speaking of which, it had been a year since she replaced the original owner as a ghost. Early on, she discovered that there was something wrong with her body. It was fine that she could eat and sleep, but she missed the few days that a girl should be worried about. Throughout the year, she did not see red even once. Even she herself had almost forgotten that she was a woman. Yushu did not tell anyone, so no one noticed. Later, when Zhao Hui came to the capital and lived together with her, she did ask about her once. Yushu did not want her to worry, so she vaguely concealed it. However, she did not know that Zhao Hui had already privately told Yun Do to pay more attention to her daily routine. When she found out about this secret of hers, she thought that she was too shy to talk about it, so she did not expose her. Instead, she secretly told He Fangji to add some blood-enriching things to her medicine to help her recuperate. After a while, Yun Do brought Mother Shin, who had been promoted by Zhao Hui to be the housekeeper. She was holding a bundle in her hand. As soon as Mother Shin entered the room, she smiled and coaxed Yushu. "Young lady, don't be afraid. This is a good thing. Young lady has grown up. This servant is here to congratulate you." Mother Shin only thought that Yushu was a girl who had not left home and did not understand human affairs. She nagged for a while before instructing Yun Do to change Yushu's clothes and fold the quilt. She untied the bundle and took out the scattered cotton and cloth bags. After packing them, she gave them to Yushu and taught her how to use them. Yushu didn't say a word as she changed her clothes and tidied herself up. She asked Yun Do to take out a small handful of silver beans from the dresser drawer and give it to Mother Shin. Mother Shin took it and said a few good words before leaving. After all this, the sun had risen. Yushu did not forget that she had arranged to meet Xen Lu and Qin Yuero in front of Taisher Shuyuan yesterday. Now, she could only miss the appointment. Perhaps it was the first time her body had drunk Kuei water. It was really inconvenient for her to go out. "Young lady, Madam asked the kitchen to boil red bean soup. You should drink a bowl while it's hot." Yun Do walked into the room with a plate. How could the movements of Yushu be hidden from Zhao Hui? It was just that it was not good for a pregnant woman who was about to give birth to see red, so she did not come to see her pregnant. Yushu leaned on the bed listlessly and drank a bowl of sweet red bean soup. It had only been one morning, but she missed the relaxed days. However, she also knew that it was a good thing. "By the way, young lady." Yun Do served tea to Yushu to rinse her mouth. She remembered something. "Last night Mr. Shui came. He heard that you did not come back, so he went out to pick you up. Didn't you meet him on the road?" It would have been better if Yun Do did not mention it. Once she mentioned it, Yushu remembered the two annoying things last night. She felt a headache when she thought about it. She rubbed the blue veins on her forehead and said in a low voice, "I didn't see him. You can go out. I want to lie down for a while." Seeing her face, Yun Do did not know what she said wrong. She obediently took the tea tray and the soup bowl and left. Yushu turned her body and used one hand as a pillow. She sorted out her chaotic thoughts. The first thing she thought of was the relationship between her and Jing Qin. She felt bitter in her throat. At that time, she thought that she had found a good man for herself. She did not expect that it would be like this. She could not help but think of the comment that when Xiao Zi, who was good at fortune-telling, once gave her, "Drawing water with a sieve is all in vain." Friends who had gone through life and death together, how many times could they meet again in a lifetime? Jing Qin said that he would let go of her just like that. If she said that she didn't have any complaints, it would be impossible. What she resented was not Jing Qin, but the fate that he was born with. In her previous life, she did not believe in ghosts and gods at all. She did not believe in the so-called fate. But after she came to dawn, the more she learned about Yi, the more she saw the relationship between human life and heaven. It was really mysterious and reasonable. Jing Chen's words last night, "I'm just afraid that I'll fall in love with you," made her feel extremely sad. She was not a soft-hearted person, but she always had an inexplicable pity for him. Even if he was cruel enough to say, "Our fate ends here," she would still feel sad for him for not being able to control himself. It was easy to say that they broke up. She said that they were like strangers, but it was just to make him feel at ease. Yushu was not a person who liked to be sad. After frowning for a while, she no longer acted like a sad and weak girl. She had to cry a few times before letting it go. On the other side, she put aside the matter of Jing Chen, but she still could not relax. Not because of anything else, but because of what Shui Rui said last night. It was enough to give her a headache. Truthfully speaking, at the beginning, when Shui Rui suggested addressing them as brother and sister, it wasn't that she didn't suspect that he hadn't given up on her. But as the two of them got along for a long period of time, she gradually stopped taking precautions against him, and she wholeheartedly took him to be a reliable older brother. Thinking of this, Yushu could not help but laugh at herself. She laughed at herself for being smart all her life, but at this moment, she was muddle-headed. Who would be nice to others for no reason? If it was not because he had ulterior motives, then it was because he was looking forward to it. She did not blame Shui Rui for hiding it so deeply. She could only blame herself for being careless. In fact, thinking about it carefully, it was not that he did not reveal some clues. Just like that time when he was drunk, didn't he take the opportunity to kiss her? At this time, Yushu remembered an old matter, and she was a little angry. Her ears were slightly hot, and her hand twisted the quilt, thinking that she was pinching someone's flesh. She was also annoyed that she did not live up to expectations and got involved with such a rotten peach blossom. But she had received so much kindness from him, and she could not turn her back on him. Really hateful. Yushu gritted her teeth. She was very unhappy in her heart. She simply stopped thinking about it. She turned over, covered herself with the quilt, and continued to sleep. Chapter 401. On the first day of April, Yushu did not go to Taisher Shuyuan for some reason. In the afternoon, Xen Lu sent someone to ask. Yushu asked Yundo to vaguely tell the person that she was not feeling well and that she would meet her in 2 days. On the third day, Yushu's period came and went suddenly. On the third day, she seemed to be fine. During these 2 days, Shui Rui came every day. He came at dusk. She said she was sick and he did not want to see her. He did not ask much and left after a cup of tea. On the morning of the fourth day, Yushu went out dressed neatly and brought a few gifts that she had prepared for greeting her teacher. Xen Lu had told her a lot of the rules of Taisher Shuyuan. One of them was to enter the door. The teaching style in Taisher Shuyuan was different from that in other places. There were 18 highly respected academicians teaching. They were divided into 6 subjects: Yi, Feng Shui, astrology, physiognomy, qigong, and arithmetic. There were 3 academicians in charge of each. However, the 18 academicians taught according to their preferences. It was not like the master of Shaoxue private school, who taught together. Therefore, the students who entered the Taisher library for the first time often decided which academicians they wanted to follow in the first month according to their own intention to study. They would arrange their time reasonably so that they would not be greedy and lose sight of others. This was the so-called entry. Getting off the carriage in front of the Shuyuan, Yushu entered alone with the gift box and went to the women's dormitory. Today, there were more students in Taisher Shuyuan than on the first day. She saw many strange faces along the way. There were men and women of different ages. The older ones were more than 30 years old, and the younger ones were about the same age as her. This was another tradition of Taisher Shuyuan. There was no limit to learning. As long as you did not violate the rules here, no one would drive you away even if you stayed here for 8 or 10 years. There was no graduation at all. However, the teachers who could enter the Taisher library either had a wealthy background or were true geniuses. The number of people who could stay there for more than a decade could be counted on one hand. Yushu's room was the second room facing south in the east courtyard of the female dormitory, which was the room where Xia Jiangying was killed. Xen Lu's left neighbor was Xen Lu, and her right neighbor was Ji Xingxuan. However, both rooms were locked at this time. The master was not here. Yushu held several layers of gift boxes in one hand and opened the door with the other. She walked in and put down the things. Then, she checked the windows inside and outside to make sure that no one had stolen into her room in the past few days when she was not here. Speaking of which, other than the slight inqi in the room, the bed, chairs, and bookcases had all been replaced. Even the walls had been painted with a new layer of paint. Yushu didn't even feel uncomfortable, let alone afraid. When Yushu was checking the doors and windows, Xinlu came back. Seeing that the door of Yushu's room was wide open, he called her from outside. Lotus room, are you inside? Xinlu looked around the house. She didn't dare to go in. Suddenly she saw a head poking out of the bedroom door. She was so scared that she screamed and hurriedly stepped back and fell to the ground. Yushu was also shocked by her scream. Seeing that she had fallen, she ran out to help her. Xinlu saw that the head just now was Yushu's. He covered his chest in shock. Scared me to death. I thought I saw a ghost during the day. Yushu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "You are too timid." Xinlu patted the dust on her skirt. She stared at her unconvinced. Your room is full of yin qi. What if you are possessed by a ghost? As soon as she finished speaking, she knew that she had said something wrong and quickly covered her mouth. She apologized awkwardly. I didn't curse you. Yushu's eyes flashed. She smiled and didn't speak. Xinlu saw that she was not angry, so he took her arm and stared at the room behind her with fear. He said, "Let's go to my room and talk." Yushu knew that she was afraid, so she closed the door and followed her. As soon as they entered Xinlu's room, the girl became lively again. Are you feeling better? Why did you get sick in those 2 days and miss the fun? It's just a small illness. It's all gone. Yushu asked curiously, what fun? Tell me. Xinlu curled his lips and said, it's all because of the 2 new academicians. The Taisha Shu Garden is almost in chaos. Whether they are new or already here, it's like they are splashed with chicken blood all day long. All the men are running to the sushi pavilion, and most of the women are guarding the stargazing platform. Yushu didn't understand. The sushi pavilion and the stargazing platform were 2 places in the garden. She had never visited them, so she didn't know what they were for, but Xinlu quickly solved the problem for her. The sushi pavilion is the association hall of the Department of Physiognomy. Last year, Academician Han of the Department of Physiognomy retired. Do you know who the new one is? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. The right magistrate of the Celestial Commissioner, Madame Lu, resigned from her official position and came to teach. Madame Lu is a famous beauty. How can you see that she is over 30 years old? She used to be a master of Dai and was like an immortal. Now that she can get close to her and admire her, those stinky men will go crazy. They don't know any respect at all. Ha, Yushu laughed. Seeing her childish complaints, she could hear that she was feeling injustice for Madame Lu. There is another one. Aren't there 2 new academicians? Xinlu looked at her and said strangely, haven't you heard? Or what? Yushu looked puzzled. She had never heard of any gossip. Seeing that she really didn't know, Xinlu rolled his eyes and deliberately kept her in suspense. You know the other one. I know him? Not only do you know him, but we also have a good relationship. Knowing her and having a good relationship with her, he was qualified to be an academician in the Taisha Shuyuan. Yushu thought about it, and a figure appeared in her mind. Her smile suddenly froze, and she heard Xinlu say, He, I won't tease you. The new academician who teaches astrology is Daozi. Xinlu didn't notice that Yushu's expression was not right, and said to himself, you don't know that the academicians in the Taisha Shuyuan are always old people. Now there is a beautiful man in his prime, knowledgeable and noble. Who doesn't like a young female master of Dai? Even if girls are reserved, it's rare to have such an opportunity to get close to him. How many people don't want to get close to him? After hearing these words, Yushu's expression had returned to normal. She lightly pursed her lips and said, what about you? Do you want to get close to him? Xinlu was stunned. He quickly shook his head and waved his hand, declaring his position, I'm not as shameless as them. Then he turned to Yushu and said, as for you, I heard that your family saved Daozi before. You're lucky that he's our academician. If you make any mistakes in the future, he'll be able to help you. Yushu glanced at her, shook her head and said, you're thinking too much. Things aren't like what the rumors say. The Taoist and I don't have much of a relationship, and His Majesty has already rewarded him. How could I dare to try to extort a favor? This bridge is a bridge, and the path is still the path. Xen Lu saw that Yu Shu said it seriously. He was a little surprised, but he didn't suspect her. That's good. If you are familiar with Daozi, it will make people jealous. Alas, let's not talk about this. Hurry up and pack up. I will lead the way for you. It's been 3 or 4 days, but you haven't met any academician. Yu Shu nodded and returned to her room. When she entered the room alone, she sighed at the window and showed a wry smile. Jing Chen actually came to the Taisha Shuyuan. It would be difficult not to meet him. In the morning, Xen Lu took Yu Shu around the Taisha Shuyuan. First, they planned to visit the academicians of Yi Li and Feng Shui. According to Xen Lu, at this time, most of the students gathered with Madame LV and Jing Chen, and they didn't join in the fun. As Yu Shu wished, she didn't want to see Jing Chen so soon. During the first few days when the new students arrived, most of the academicians stayed in the Taisha Shuyuan. Some occupied the Rasen tea room, and some played the zither by the lake. It was not easy for Yu Shu to find them one by one. Fortunately, Xen Lu had figured out the way a few days ago. He led her to the black ink shop to see an academician surnamed Qi in the Feng Shui department. The black ink shop was deserted. There were only 2 or 3 students sitting on the mat reading books. An old man in his late 60s was holding a painting and sitting at the table to study it. Xen Lu winked at Yu Shu. The two stepped forward and said in unison, "Sorry to disturb you, academician." Academician Qi looked up and saw 2 young girls. He knew they were new students, so he put down the painting and asked them, "Where did you come from?" Xen Lu spoke first and said obediently, "My surname is Xen, and my first name is Feifei. I have admired you for a long time, and I hope you can teach me in the future." Academician Qi smiled and said kindly, "So you are the descendant of Academician Xen. Well, good, you are smart." Then he turned to look at Yu Shu. Yu Shu knew that all the 18 academicians of the Taisha Shuyuan were from the 5th class or above. She bowed and said, "My surname is Yu, and my first name is Shu. Nice to meet you, Academician Qi." Yu Shu lowered her head and didn't see the old man frowning. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Are you the female fortune teller who is in the top 3 of this year's Dian examination?" Hearing this, several people sitting on the floor in the room all raised their heads and looked at Yu Shu. In addition to surprise, there was a little excitement in their eyes. "Yes, I am." Academician Qi looked at her again and picked up the painting again. His voice was obviously cold. "I won't be teaching today. You can go now and come back another day." Yu Shu was keenly aware that the old man didn't like her. She was very puzzled, but she didn't know why. Xen Lu didn't think so much. He said goodbye and pulled her away. However, after that, they went to see several academicians. When they heard Yu Shu's name, they all put on a cold face and said that it was not convenient to come today, so they asked her to come back another day. Such an obvious cold treatment made Xen Lu realize it no matter how slow he was. They went out of the chess room. Xen Lu looked at Yu Shu's face and pretended to be relaxed. "It's still early. Let's go somewhere else?" Yu Shu shook her head and said, "That's all for today. I will see you tomorrow. I will go to Tibet first." Xen Lu couldn't hide his words and couldn't help muttering on the way, "I heard from my grandfather that these academicians are very easy to get along with. I am afraid that they treat you like this today because of you." He didn't know whether to continue or not. Yu Shu turned back and sneered, saying, Chapter 402. The Taisha Library has 4 collections, which are located in the 4 corners of the library. The Tower of Philosophy in the East Courtyard mainly collects the personal notes of past masters of Yi and rare books of famous scholars. The Tower of Dianhan in the West Courtyard mainly collects the history books of the 100 schools of thought. The Tower of Soaring Yellow in the North Courtyard mainly collects the paintings and picture books. The Tower of Bearing Tao in the South Courtyard is where the lectures of the past 100 years, the Book of Changes, and the old scrolls of the Dian are stored. Among the 4 collections, Yu Shu has only been to the Tower of Bearing Tao. However, the one she is most interested in is the Tower of Philosophy in the East Courtyard. With Xen Lu leading the way, The two quickly arrived at the foot of the Tower of Philosophy. This is a 3-story building with a hexagonal shape, built on a high stone platform. On both sides of the door, there are more than 10 pots of orchids, blooming with pink or yellow flowers. The branches and leaves are very good. Entering, there is an 8-fan painting screen in front of them. Going around it, they see that on both sides of the road covered with a yellow carpet, there are rows of bookcases neatly placed, and there are several figures passing through. Xn Lu introduced to Shu. All the books and notes in the Tower of Philosophy can only be read in the library, or you can bring your own paper and pen here to copy. It is strictly forbidden to take the original out. Shu nodded, remembering that Feng Zhaomiao told her before that stealing books in the Taisher library will be expelled. The two went to the nearest row of bookshelves to look through. Some books are placed in boxes, some are laid flat on the side. Most of them are regular manuscripts. There are also some simply bound manuals, the cover wrapped with a layer of oiled paper, clearly marked by the person who organized them later, or named, such as Su Yi's notes, Chu Yizing's manuscripts, or according to the year, such as Baotai's 7th year, Jinming's 13th year, etc. However, the arrangement of the books was a little messy, and there was no specific classification. Shu flipped through the same bookshelf and found books that talked about feng shui, physiognomy, and Yili. There were several books that talked about feng shui, physiognomy, and Yili. She estimates that there are at least tens of thousands of books in this library, but she has no clue how to search. It is very inconvenient, so Shu asked Xn Lu, why not separate these books according to the Dian 6 sciences? It is much easier to find. Xn Lu was reading a letter with great interest. Hearing this, he raised his head and smiled at her. Only the books in the Tower of Philosophy are scattered like this. I've long heard my 5th brother complain about this. This is also an old custom of the Taisher library. It's all about fate. If you're lucky, you'll be able to find precious fragments left behind by predecessors on the first day. My luck wasn't good, and I searched for 3 months without finding anything. After saying that, she put down the notes in her hand and said to Shu eagerly, let's split up. I'll go over there, and you stay here. Maybe we can find some secrets. That's fine. Shu agreed quickly. In fact, she did not take her words seriously. In his heart, he thought that if it was so easy to find some broken chapter, it would have been packed with people by now, and there wouldn't be so few people here. So he waited until Xn Lu left his sight. She looked through the books on the shelf one by one and chose the ones that were useful to her. When it was almost noon, she really found a few books. On the other hand, Xn Lu found nothing and came downstairs with a face full of dirt. Shu closed the notes she was reading and teased her, what did you find? My 5th brother is right. Those rumors are just to fool people. It's just that people are too lazy to tidy it up. Let's go. Let's go eat first. We don't want to waste time here. Look at you, you're dirty. Go back to the women's dormitory to freshen up. I'll finish these 2 pages and then come back to find you. Shu was reluctant to give up the notes explaining Yin Yang studies in her hand. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to find it next time. After sending Xn Lu away, Shu stayed alone in the Philosopher's Tower for a long time. She finished reading a thin notebook of notes before she left reluctantly. She was calculating in her heart that if she went to visit the academician again tomorrow and continued to be rebuffed, she would not go and provoke that fellow. It was not a bad idea to stay here for a while. Shu had lunch with Xn Lu. Because she was not fully prepared, she could not copy books. She left Taisher Shuyuan in the afternoon. When she returned to the west of the city, she saw 3 or 4 sedans parked across the street from her house as soon as she got off the carriage. She had never seen them before. The manservant who guarded the door moved a stool and sat inside the door. When he saw Shu coming down, he quickly stood up and ran forward. Miss, you're back. There are guests at home. Shu was not in a hurry to go in. She first asked who the guests were. The manservant could not tell her clearly. He pointed at the large pile of gifts behind the door and said that they were gifts from someone. Because Shu had warned her before not to accept gifts from strangers, she just left them there. Most people who came to give gifts had a request. Shu entered the door in doubt. When she just walked to the door of the living room, several well-dressed figures came out to greet her. They all bowed and said, "Greetings, female fortune teller." Yu Shu glanced at them. She did not know any of them. She raised her hand to return the greeting and asked hesitantly, "You are?" Someone answered first, "I'm the shopkeeper of Fengshin Chamber of Commerce. My surname is Chen." Shopkeeper Chen. Yu Shu put down her hand and vaguely guessed the purpose of these people's visit. The others did not want to be left behind. They reported their names one by one. "I'm the shopkeeper of Jiangfu Chamber of Commerce, Hu Donglai." The 4 people in front of Yu Shu were from several different chambers of commerce. They were all shopkeepers. As for the purpose of their visit, she guessed that it was most likely that the masters behind them wanted to recruit her, so they sent them to inquire about her. "Please take a seat inside." Yu Shu invited them to sit in the living room. She asked the servants to change the tea. After a brief conversation, as expected, these people were just messengers. "Female fortune teller, the big master of Jiangfu Chamber of Commerce has heard of your reputation. He admires you very much. He would like to invite you to be a distinguished guest of our Chamber of Commerce. He is willing to give you 500 taels of silver every month. Please take care of us." Shopkeeper who spoke first. Yu Shu understood what he meant. What distinguished guest? To put it bluntly, he was just a senior consultant. It was just like when she was a guest in Fu and escort agency. But now, she was a fortune teller, so her value had increased by more than 10 times. Yu Shu smiled at him, but she did not agree. She turned to the other 3 people and listened to their purpose of coming. Their words were similar to Shopkeeper Hu's. Some of them even offered more generous conditions. 500 taels a month, 6,000 taels a year, and there was no need to pay taxes. Yu Shu once again sighed with emotion that there were so many rich people in Enling City. She remembered that she used the 6 lines technique to extort 2,000 taels from the Ji family. She was still complacent. But now, her reputation was worth 6,000 taels a year. It was really a person's reputation. The shadow of a tree, that was then, this was now. The 4 people eagerly waited for Yu Shu's reply. They saw her sighing and smiling. Their hearts were also in a mess. They were afraid that she would choose someone else, but no one said anything to urge her. Although she was a young lady, she dared to challenge Han Wenguang. They had to be careful when dealing with such a character that only appeared once every 10 years. When Yu Shu regained her senses, she saw 4 pairs of eyes staring at her. She smiled and stood up. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you for helping me to go back and thank your boss." Yu Shu thanked them for their kindness. "Unfortunately, I promised to help others take care of their business, so I don't have the energy to take care of other things. Please go back." She wanted to study in Taisher Shuyuan. In her free time, she also wanted to help Shui Rui manage the business of Wangjilu. She didn't want to be tied down by other affairs. She couldn't earn 6,000 taels. She made up her mind. Yu Shu didn't care how regretful the person was. She sent him away with a few polite words and went back to her room. She just changed her coat and washed her face with water. She heard a servant outside reporting, "Miss, Mr. Shui is here. He asked you to come to the front to talk." Yu Shu raised her head from the basin with water flowing down. Yun Do hurriedly held a towel, but Yu Shu grabbed it. She covered her face for a moment, then took it down. She said helplessly, "Serve a pot of good tea. Tell him I will come later." It had been 3 days. She couldn't keep hiding from him like a mouse hiding from a cat. That would be too useless. Shui Rui sat in the living room and watched as the servant went to the backyard to make a report. Initially, he did not expect to be able to see Yu Shu today, but he did not expect that after a while, the servant came back and told him that it was a piece of good news. It had been 3 days. He thought about Yu Shu's temper. At most, she would hide from him for 5 or 6 days. If it was any longer, even if he wasn't anxious, she wouldn't be able to stay calm. Therefore, he went to the west of the city every afternoon after leaving the yamen. It wasn't that he had to see her, but it was a declaration to let her know that he had patience. Shui Rui raised his teacup and slowly drank his tea as he stared at the direction of the door. After a short moment, his gaze flickered, and he saw Yu Shu wearing a robe that was tied at the waist and didn't wear any pearls or jade ornaments, causing her to seem like a young man that could be seen everywhere. Yu Shu had her hands behind her sleeves as she walked in with an expressionless face, and then she sat down opposite him. Big brother is so free. You come to my place every day. Is it because my tea is good? Why don't I make a pot for you when you leave? You can take it home and brew it. That way, you don't have to run back and forth. When he heard her speak, Shui wanted to laugh. It had been a long time since she made fun of him. Now that he heard her say a few sour words, he felt comfortable. Even if I don't have this tea, I still want to come. Shui covered the teacup and put it on the table. He suddenly sat up straight and clasped his hands on his knees. He leaned forward and stared at her. He said, "You know that I didn't come for a sip of tea." Actually, Shui was born with a pair of peach blossom eyes. Because his eyebrows were thick and straight, his eyes usually didn't appear to be beautiful. However, if he were to stare at someone seriously, it would be very difficult not to be captivated by his gaze. Being stared at like this, Yu Shu felt the hairs on her back stand. Her face stiffened. Even her breathing became uneven. After enduring for a while, she finally could not bear it. She glared at him and turned her head away to avoid his gaze. She said angrily, "You are allowed to say one thing and do another to deceive me. Can't I be unhappy? I'm not made up of paper. Didn't we have a good talk earlier? Didn't you already give up on me? You even called me brother and sister. It turns out that it was a lie. Now you're saying that you admire me. What can I do with you? What can I do with you? If I play the bad guy and reject you, you won't be able to swallow this anger. It will make me look like I don't have a heart. Since I can't reject you, do you want me to play the good guy and flatter you? People's hearts are made of flesh." Shui sincerely treated her well. She understood. But in the relationship between a man and a woman, how could she give herself to him just because he treated her well? Wouldn't that lose her original heart and become a business transaction? She did not want to hypocritically deal with a person who sincerely treated her. So she could not accept it and could not reject it. When Shui heard Yu Shu's question, it wasn't difficult for him to sense that she was reluctant to part with the affection between them from her heartfelt words. He thought to himself that his imperceptible influence over the past few days wasn't in vain. Looking at her, his gaze couldn't help turning gentle as he said in a light voice, "Who wants you to flatter me? I've never forced you. I was unable to restrain myself that day, and I didn't want to hide it anymore, so I told you the truth. Shu, since you can't reject me, why don't you slowly consider me and treat me as an ordinary man? See if I am a person worth entrusting." Hearing this, Yu Shu slowly turned her head. Looking at his serious face, a corner of her heart was touched. She lowered her eyes and lightly said, "Big brother is confused. Whether you are a person worth entrusting or not, it has nothing to do with me. When a man and a woman go on a blind date, especially for a royal family like you, the most important thing is to have a suitable family background. My life is nothing but a poor father and a poor mother. But I am a strong person. If you want me to talk about love with you, how will you treat me in the future? If one day your family arranges a good marriage for you, you won't be able to reject it. Do you want me to bow down to someone else?" When he finished listening to her last sentence, Shui was slightly stunned, and as he gazed at the self-ridicule that curled up on the corners of her mouth, he suddenly realized something. His eyes narrowed as he exerted force in his hand, and the sound of bones cracking resounded out. He stood up and walked a few steps to arrive before her, and then he lowered his head and spoke word for word clearly. "Looks like I didn't make myself clear earlier, and I don't know where I caused you to misunderstand. Listen carefully. If I am in a good relationship with you, I will marry you. Even if you are willing to bow down to someone else, it will depend on whether I agree or not." Such a woman with more backbone than a man, more affectionate and righteous, he respected and liked her. If she promised her life to him, how could he bear to humiliate her? Yu Shu looked at the hem of Shui's clothes in front of her eyes and clenched the armrest. Listening to his cold declaration, she suddenly felt flustered and short of breath. She didn't know why she was sitting on pins and needles. She didn't dare to raise her head and didn't dare to answer. She was afraid that if she opened her mouth, it would provoke him to say something shocking. When Shuirui saw that she shrank back, he suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that he was impatient just now and didn't control his words well. Looking at the situation, if he stayed, he might provoke her to rebel. After hesitating for a moment, he had to soften his voice. "Think about what I said. I will go back first." After that, without waiting for her to reply, he turned and walked out. When he was about to reach the door, he paused and turned to look at her. But he happened to see her peeping at him. Yu Shu turned her face away in embarrassment. Her heart was half dead. "Ha!" Shuirui laughed loudly and walked away with his hands behind his back. Chapter 403. In the middle of the night, Yu Shu sits at the table and pinches the bridge of her nose. She puts down the handwritten notes that she has only read a few pages and prepares to change clothes and go to bed. When Shuirui came in the afternoon, he disturbed her so much that she didn't even have the mood to read. She sat there for nothing for the whole night and memorized everything. There were probably not many women in this world who wouldn't be moved after hearing a man swear to marry her. Shuirui asked her to think about it. She thought about it and looked at him purely from a woman's point of view. There was not a single bad thing about this person. He was knowledgeable, elegant, came from a prestigious family, had good looks, and was a loyal person. What was rare was that he could treat her with sincerity. If she met such a man in her previous life, she couldn't think of any reason to refuse him. But in this life, she has to think about it again and again when she meets Shuirui. What kind of family background did Shuirui have? He was a senior statesman of 3 dynasties, the eldest son of the current left minister Shui's mansion, the nephew of the imperial concubine, and a descendant of nobility who called the princes and heirs brothers. He grew up in luxurious clothes and luxurious horses, and compared to a commoner like her who was born in the streets, it was like heaven and earth. She doesn't belittle herself, but with Shuirui's condition, he can even marry a princess. Speaking of which, a year ago, the Shui family intended to marry the Ji family. They liked Ji Xingxuan, so they sent a housekeeper to Yang. At that time, she was roasted by the Ji family and was chosen to warm the bed. They even asked several masters to look at her together for fear that her fate would offend young Master Shui. Ji Xingxuan's father had to be humble in front of a housekeeper of the Shui family and didn't dare to speak loudly. It can be seen that the Ji family has high standards. Even the Ji family, which is a local noble family, looks down on them, let alone her, who has no parents and whose mother is a concubine. If one day she and Shuirui come to an agreement and the two families go on a blind date, will the Shui family not give her any face? Will Zhao Hui and her husband not be implicated? Will she be able to tolerate her temper? Not to mention that Shuirui would protect her. Since when did she want to rely on others to live? Didn't she fight step by step until now? If she was willing to lower her head and admit defeat, would she still be herself? Sigh. Yu Shu wiped her face and laid on the bed with a heart full of worries. She was still thinking about the gap between her and Shuirui when she heard the door suddenly being pushed open and Yun Do rushed in. Miss, Madam is about to give birth." Yu Shu was shocked and quickly got up from the bed. He put on his shoes, grabbed his jacket, and hastily put it on. Without stopping, he ran out. Yesterday at breakfast, she heard He Fangji say that it would be half a month. Now that Zhao Hui was suddenly going to give birth, and she was at an advanced age, it would be strange if she didn't panic. On the 5th day of April, in the early morning, Zhao Hui gave birth to a son. Both mother and son were safe. The He family finally had a successor. Old Madam He was so happy that she cried. She gave a big red envelope to the midwife and rewarded the servants inside and outside the room. Yu Shu was also very happy. Along with the old lady's share, she also tipped some money for the wedding. Needless to say, He Fangji didn't sleep for the whole night. Her eyes were red as she stood by Zhao Hui in her son's bed, expressing her gratitude in a low voice. She didn't care if Zhao Hui, who was in a deep sleep, could hear her. "Thank you so much, my wife. Thank you for your hard work. I'm so tired." Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu stood at the door and looked around, listening to his silly words. They couldn't help laughing. At dawn, Mrs. Shin brought the wet nurse, who had been asked by Yushu to look at the birth date, into the yard and placed her in the next room. She carefully carried the baby over to breastfeed. Yu Xiaoxiu wanted to follow her, but Yushu grabbed his collar and pulled him away. She urged him to pack his books and send him to school. When Yushu walked him out of the door, Pei Jing happened to rush over with Madame Qin. Last night was so busy that no one sent news to eldest brother-in-law. In the morning, old Madam he reminded them to send someone to report the good news. Mrs. Qin went to the backyard to visit Zhao Hui. As a man, Pei Jing couldn't go in, so he waited for news in the living room. After sending Yu Xiaoxiu away, Yushu came back to drink tea with him. The two sat together and chatted. As they talked about how several chambers of commerce came to invite Yushu yesterday. For chambers of commerce came and offered me 500 taels a month. They invited me to join them, but I didn't agree, Yushu said. Pei Jing was a little surprised. These 4 chambers of commerce are all famous in the capital. 500 taels a month is not a small amount. You don't need to do anything extra. Why don't you go? Uncle, you forgot that I am still the manager of Wangji Building and will go to Taisher Shuyuan to study. How can I care about other people's business? Besides, they won't give me 6,000 taels a year for nothing. At that time, they will use my reputation to make trouble and delay my study. Yushu explained. Pei Jing nodded. That's right. You understand. That's good. Now you should put your studies first. Don't waste your reputation. Yushu rolled her eyes and suddenly asked, I am a little puzzled. Uncle is the manager of the Tai Heng Chamber of Commerce. I thought you would be the first to invite me. Why are you advising me to help others? Pei Jing twisted his lips and rolled his eyes at her. He said in a bad mood, You are my niece. You are not an outsider. If I have a problem, I will thicken my face and ask you. Why do I need to give you money for nothing? Besides, the Tai Heng Chamber of Commerce doesn't belong to me alone. Who am I going to do good for? Hearing his straightforward words, Yushu couldn't help but chuckle. She thought to herself that her uncle was indeed a wonderful person. He didn't seem like a merchant who only cared about profit, but he was actually very clear about everything. As they were talking, He Fangji came out with an unshaven beard. When Pei Jing saw him, he laughed at him and quickly asked his little nephew. Yu Shu gave up her seat and went to the back to look at her child. The news of the He family's new addition quickly spread to the neighbors. That afternoon, many people sent gifts over. The gifts were not light, and it was obvious that they were here for Yu Shu, the female fortune-teller. Zhao Hui couldn't manage the family's affairs. Yu Shu didn't go to Taisher Library today and accepted the gifts. Because there were too many gifts, there was no place to put them, so they were all piled up in a storeroom. Yu Shu had a white and chubby younger brother. She was in a good mood and sat in the living room. She chatted and joked with these aunts without any airs. So this afternoon, the living room was full of people. Those who came early sat and didn't want to leave. Those who came late found a place to stand. It was like a lively market. Yushu saw the scene and secretly thought that it was time to tidy up the house Lu Tan gave her and move the whole family to a more spacious environment. At dusk, Yushu asked a maid to send the last neighbor out. Then, she closed the door and went back to her room to rest. Yun Do came in quietly with a wooden plate. Miss, Master asked the kitchen to cook chicken ginseng. Madam asked to serve it to you. There is still some time before dinner. You should warm your appetite first. Put it aside. Pour me a glass of water first. Yushu leaned on the bed and was too lazy to move. After sitting for the whole afternoon, her back was sore and her throat was dry. It was not easy to chat with a large group of people. Yushu squinted at the sky outside the window and muttered, Shui better not come at this time. Just as she thought of this, someone outside the room reported, Miss, Master Shui sent someone to deliver something. I brought it in. Yushu looked outside the door and waved her hand to signal Yun Do to bring it in. After a while, a tube of tea and a note were sent to her. Yushu opened the note and saw the leisurely handwriting. Recently I came to drink tea, but you disliked it. It is better to prepare 4 taels and come tomorrow to drink. After reading these 2 sentences, Yushu pursed her lips. In the end, she couldn't hold back her laughter. She didn't know whether this person was too self-aware or thick-skinned. She just said something out of anger yesterday, but he remembered it. He even prepared his own tea. Why didn't he just bring a bucket of water and come to her place to boil tea? Yu Shu smiled as she held the teacup and note in her hand, and she suddenly became slightly more open-minded. A modest gentleman like Shui Rei was tactful and sensible. Since he wouldn't make it difficult for her to make a decision, then why should she bind herself in a cocoon and look for trouble for herself? It was better to let nature take its course. Take it. Yu Shu handed the tea tube to Yundo and said, "Next time Mr. Shui comes, use this tea to entertain him." Then, she folded the note and stuffed it into the small cabinet at the head of the bed. She put it together with the silk sleeve and put away her troubled thoughts. The next day, Yu Shu woke up early to see her little brother. Then, she went out with Yu Xiaoxiu. She sent him to Baichuan Academy on the way and then headed to Taisher Shuyuan. She waited for Xen Lu in the female dormitory and explained to her why she didn't come yesterday. When Xen Lu heard that her family had a child, she quickly congratulated her. She searched all over her body and pulled off a silver chain from her wrist. There was a small bell hanging on it. When it was shaken, it would make a clear and melodious sound. "Here, this is for you. This is a good treasure that my fifth brother gave me." Xen Lu proudly shook the silver bell and stuffed it into Yu Shu's hand. She said, "It is easy for children to meet dirty things. They will be scared and cry. Hang this Qingxin bell on his cradle. When you see him crying, ask the nanny to shake it. It will definitely be useful." Yu Shu looked at the fine silver bell in her hand doubtfully. She thanked her and put it away. She was more or less curious about the fifth brother that she mentioned several times. "By the way, can you stay here with me tonight?" Xen Lu embarrassedly asked Yu Shu. "You didn't come yesterday, so I became an apprentice of another old academician in the astrology department. I picked up an errand to record. Tonight, I will go to the observatory. I am afraid to be alone. You are brave enough to accompany me." Yu Shu thought about it and nodded. "That's fine. I will go home in the afternoon to pack some clothes. I will go with you tonight." Xen Lu saw that she agreed and smiled. Then, she thought of something else and pouted. "I didn't want to trouble you, but Yuero listened to her mother and became an apprentice of a Taoist. She got another errand. She is still with that Ji Xingxuan." When Yu Shu heard this, she was silent for a moment. Then she said nonchalantly, "I see that you don't like Ji Xingxuan. Why is that?" Xen Lu's eyes avoided her question. She turned her head and said, "Isn't there a rumor that right adjudicator Ji practiced favoritism during the Diyan examination? How can Ji Xingxuan be innocent? I don't think she is good, so I naturally dislike her." Chapter 404. Xen Lu had been apprenticed to two academicians. One was Academician Dou Lang of the Department of Feng Shui, and the other was Academician Sima Kuei of the Department of Astrology. Both of them were extremely knowledgeable and had held important positions in the Imperial Astronomer in the early years. Due to their advanced age, they had to resign from the study. In comparison, Lu Yuling, who was only 30 years old, was transferred to Taisher Library to teach. It was indeed a little unfair. No wonder many people felt it was unfair for her. Yu Shu came to the girl's room in the evening. Xen Lu was already waiting for her. At this time, the night was still dark and the stars were not clear. The best time to observe the stars should be after midnight. They went back to their rooms to rest and slept until midnight. At midnight, there was a knock in the study. Yu Shu got up with sleepy eyes and put on her clothes. She fumbled for the candlestick at the head of the bed and took a wooden comb to temporarily tie her hair into a ponytail. As soon as she finished combing, she heard Xen Lu knock on the door and whispered to her, "Lotus Room, are you up?" "Well, wait a minute." Yu Shu hung up the cloth bag containing the charcoal and paper and took a lantern out of the room. When she opened the door, she saw Xen Lu standing outside the door with a bulging leather bag in his arms. He was wearing a light-colored cloak to keep out the wind, and he was holding a bright tiger lantern in his hand. "What are you holding?" Yu Shu whispered to her while locking the door. Xen Lu patted the leather bag in his arms and said, "It's a pole scale and a ruler for measuring angles. You haven't seen it before, right? I'll teach you how to use it later." Yushu had seen Hui Xianjinren's chaotic sky divination record. She knew that ancient people often used a lot of tools to observe celestial bodies. It was not surprising. "Well, let's go." Taisher Library was very quiet at night. It was spring and the grass was deep. Yushu and Xen Lu walked at night by candlelight. When they passed by the garden pond, they could hear insects and the swaying shadows of trees. Xen Lu was timid. He stayed close to Yushu and did not dare to go far. Suddenly, there was a cat's meow. She was so startled that she grabbed onto Yushu's sleeve and refused to let go. Yushu saw that she was about to hang on to her and helplessly said, "Since you're afraid of the dark, why bother asking for this job? Can't you let someone else do it?" Xen Lu felt wronged and said, "Do you think I like it? It's all because many of the students this year have become disciples of the Taoist. There are only 2 new students at Fellow Sima's place, and the other one is a man. The academician assigned me 2 errands. One was to observe the stars, and the other was to go to the Dianhan building to set up a bookshelf. It was both dirty and tiring. I had no choice but to pick this one. You have to know that only by doing a good job and making the academicians satisfied will I be able to get the opportunity to personally guide them. How could I not do it?" This was also a tradition of the Taisher Library. Even if one followed an academician, it did not mean that one would receive the other party's teachings. The academicians would arrange things from time to time. Only by doing a good job would they be satisfied and learn some skills. "Didn't you say during the day that Miss Qin and Ji Xingxuan were also assigned by the Taoist to observe the stars? Will we meet them tonight?" Yushu asked. "No, I've already told you Ro to come again tomorrow night." When she mentioned Ji Xingxuan, Xen Lu couldn't help but complain. This year, the astrology department released an empty list. It's all because of the Ji family that many hardworking traders have been delayed. That Ji girl really has the nerve to continue to stay in the Taisher Library. There are still some unreasonable people surrounding her all day, as if she will become the celestial commissioner soon. There were many people who knew why the Ji family declined and why Ji Huaishan was removed from his position and investigated. However, the cause of this matter was revealed by Yushu, but not many people knew. At least Xen Lu didn't know that the collapse of the Ji family had much to do with Yushu. Yushu smiled and didn't agree with her. The 2 went around a row of screen walls and passed by the weeping flower door. The scenery in front of them suddenly changed, and their vision widened. 10 zhang away, a tall stone building rose from the flat ground, standing upright in the night. A wide and long stone path was paved on the flat grass, leading straight to the foot of the stone building. The surrounding air was fresh and the trees were far away. Looking up, one could see the entire galaxy. It was endless and made one feel small. "That's the observatory?" It was the first time Yushu stepped into this place. "Yes, my grandfather said that when the Taisher Library was first built, they first hired skilled craftsmen to build this building. It has been 200 years now. I don't know how many seniors have watched the stars and the moon on that platform." Xen Lu's expression was reverent. "Let's go, let's light the lamp first, then I will show you the objects here." Xen Lu excitedly pulled Yushu and went straight to the foot of the stargazing tower. From the north, Yushu held the tiger lantern in one hand and was able to see the stone tower clearly. It turned out that the wall ladder was built on the outside and spiraled upwards on the left and right sides. In the hole in the wall, there was a square light hole. Xen Lu held a match and lit it one by one. The stairs were high and steep. After climbing more than 50 steps, the 2 stepped onto the platform at the top. It was about 3 or 4 zhang square, surrounded by low parapet walls. On the north side, there were 2 small houses, separated by bamboo curtains. They didn't know what was inside. It was quiet upstairs and downstairs, and the sound of the wind was sparse. Except for the 2 of them, there was no one else. No wonder Xen Lu didn't dare to come alone. "Come with me." Xen Lu casually put the leather bag in his hand on the ground and pulled Yushu to the open space between the 2 small houses. It was just big enough for the 2 of them. There was no wall in the middle, and they could see downstairs when they looked down. It was where they had just come up. Look, X and Lu pointed down and showed Yushu a long vertical stone path on the ground. He said, "That is the sky measuring ruler. There is a sink on it, and when it is filled with clear water, it can reflect the bright spots of the stars in the sky. At different seasons, the positions of the stars in the sky are different, and you can see the length of the stars from the sky measuring ruler." Yushu had only seen some introductions in books before, so she didn't know as much as X and Lu in this area. The celestial divination relied on the big astrolabe to measure, so these instruments couldn't be used, but it didn't stop her from being interested in learning a thing or two. "What's that over there?" Yushu pointed to a few heavy instruments at the southeast corner of the platform and asked. "Oh, that's the Yang instrument, that's the Fangzheng case, and there's also the Shengong overflow. Haven't you seen the illustrated book?" Yushu nodded. "Then what do we do now? Do we go down and pour water into the sky measuring ruler?" "Yes, fellow Sima wants me to record the positions of the stars tonight." X and Lu said shyly, "Why don't you go down with me?" Yushu didn't mind walking a few more steps in order to gain knowledge. She held the lantern and led the way. When the two of them were halfway down the stairs, X and Lu suddenly smacked his head and called out to her, "I forgot to bring the water ladle. I didn't see it when I was down there, so someone must have left it in the dark room. I'll go up and get it. Wait for me here." The wall ladder was not easy to climb. X and Lu didn't want to ask Yushu to accompany her up, so he took the lantern from her and went back alone. Yushu stood on the stairs waiting for X and Lu. She looked up at the nebulous sky and was staring at the North Star in a daze. Suddenly, she heard a scream coming from upstairs. Yushu's expression changed instantly. She turned around and ran upstairs while shouting X and Lu's name, "Fei Fei." She climbed up the stairs as fast as she could. As soon as she stood on the platform, she looked around and saw X and Lu sitting outside a stone house. She was crawling out with her hands and feet. The tiger lantern fell to the side and was burning with a dazzling flame. Yushu quickly ran up to help her. "What happened?" X and Lu grabbed Yushu's arm and looked at her in horror. Her expression was almost distorted. She pointed at the stone house with a trembling hand and cried in a different tone, "Inside." Yushu frowned and looked at the direction she was pointing. But there was a bamboo curtain outside the stone house. It was dark inside and she couldn't see anything. Yushu was brave. She patted X and Lu's back and motioned her to let go of her. She stood up and walked forward. She pushed the bamboo curtain aside. The fallen lantern at the door was still burning. She squinted her eyes to adapt to the darkness in the house. Suddenly, she saw a pair of embroidered shoes hanging in the air. When she looked up, she saw a pale and stiff face, a dead person. Yushu was shocked and then took 2 steps back. The bamboo curtain in her hand fell with a clatter, covering the creepy picture. She instantly got goosebumps. Then she heard X and Lu's intermittent cry, "Lotus room. What should I do?" That seems to be Chao Yuling." Yushu sucked in a breath of cold air and forced herself to calm down. After all, she had escaped from a pile of corpses. Although she was scared, she wasn't scared to death by the scene just now. Chao Yuling? Wasn't that the lady who quarreled with X and Lu on the first day they registered at Taisher Shuyuan? Yushu swallowed her surprise and reached out to pull X and Lu. "Someone is dead. Let's go and call someone. Is there a guard nearby? Get up, let's go." X and Lu's legs were weak and trembling. She was forcibly pulled up from the ground by Yushu. Although she had no strength, she was more afraid to stay here. She struggled to move her legs and staggered to the stairs. She was so scared that she held Yushu's arm tightly and refused to let go. She almost stepped on the stairs several times, but was pulled back by Yushu. They ran downstairs. X and Lu no longer had the strength to walk and sat down on the ground. Yushu was anxious, but she couldn't drag her, so she had to shout at the top of her voice, "Help, help." As soon as the shout started, it soon resounded through the quiet night sky. No one knew how many people would wake up from their dreams tonight. Yushu's shout attracted 2 guards who were on duty nearby. They hurried over and listened to Yushu's description. They ran upstairs to check and confirmed that a female student was strangled. They immediately left one to take care of them and the other ran to call for help. Not long after, people were woken up in the middle of the night and came to the observatory after hearing the news. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, the government got the news. The constables rushed to the place and asked about the situation. They dispersed the nearby onlookers, leaving Yu Shu and Xin Lu, who found the body first, and the 2 guards who ran first. Chapter 405. Opening a new chapter. In the morning, Shui Rui came to the Supreme Court in a sedan chair as usual. He met his colleagues at the door, exchanged a few words, and entered the yamen. He had just finished a case the day before yesterday, so Shui Rui was free today. He was going to the library to find a few files to read. Just as he walked to the east courtyard, he was stopped by a servant who caught up behind him. Lord Shui, the minister asks you to come quickly. Shui Rui turned his head and followed the servant to see Minister Guohuayan of the Supreme Court. He asked, "What happened?" It seems that there was a murder case in Taisher Library. Shui Rui was startled. He knew that Yu Shu was cultivating there, so he didn't want her to get involved. Worried, he hastened his footsteps and soon arrived at the front of the main office. He saw Guohuayan, who was dressed in court attire and was about to leave. "But, Cheng Bai, you came at the right time." Guohuayan was relieved when he saw Shui Rui. He beckoned him forward and said, "I just received a report from the yamen that someone was hanged last night in Taisher Library. Go and check it out now. I need to go to court urgently. I will listen to your report when I come back." After saying this, he hurriedly lifted his court clothes and left. Shui Rui didn't waste any time, and he called over 2 guards before changing horses to rush to the Imperial Historian's library. In a small building not far from the observatory in Taisher Library, Yu Shu sat alone on a chair. She supported her sore forehead and tiredly glanced at the yamen runners standing guard at the door. Last night, Xin Lu and she found Chao Yuling's body in the small house on the observatory. The guards who heard the news went to report it. Soon, the Shuntian prefecture sent constables over. Without saying a word, they invited her and Xin Lu to this small building for questioning. The questioning lasted until dawn. During this time, the Chao family heard the news and came. They cried and made a fuss, but they could not get Chao Yuling's body back. They were arranged to wait elsewhere. Xin Lu fainted halfway because of the excessive fright. He was sent back to the women's dormitory. She was healthy and stayed. Her life was at stake. She was cooperative and didn't insist on leaving. "Sir, this way please." Yu Shu raised her head and saw a plump middle-aged man in an official's robe walk in, followed by a bailiff. Yu Shu couldn't recognize the person, but she thought it was the prefectural magistrate. He stood up and heard the bailiff say, "Sir, this is Miss Yu, who found Miss Chao's body last night. Miss Yu, this is official Jiang Changji of the Shuntian Manor." The Shuntian Mansion was in charge of the investigation and trial of all the cases in Enling City, except inside and outside the Imperial City. Of all the cases that happened in the capital, the first to be dealt with was the Shuntian Manor. Only then would it be transferred to the Ministry of Justice, which was 1 level higher. Furthermore, if it involved a heavy punishment, it would need to be reviewed by the Supreme Court. Chang Ji of the Shuntian Prefecture was a subordinate official under the prefectural magistrate. He was ranked 5th rank and was also an important position. Yu Shu knew the identity of the person who came, so she didn't put on airs. She saluted and said, "Master Jiang." That Jiang Changji nodded at her and sat down across from her with a fierce expression. He opened his mouth and asked, "When did you find Miss Chao's body last night?" Before dawn, Yu Shu had been asked this question more than a dozen times. When she heard it again, she couldn't help but frown, but she still answered truthfully, "It was after midnight, about half an hour." Jiang Changji coldly said, "It's the middle of the night. What are you doing on the observatory instead of sleeping? Why aren't you telling me the truth?" When Yu Shu heard this, she almost laughed in anger. She had been sitting here for several hours without a word of complaint. This official Changji, on the other hand, gave her an unpleasant expression as soon as he arrived. Who was he putting on airs in front of? Immediately, Yushu lost her temper and her face darkened. Didn't you ask before you came? I have already told the bailiffs everything that happened. If you don't have anything else to ask, then forgive me for not keeping you company. With that, she stood up and prepared to leave. When Jiang Changji saw this, his expression became even worse. He slammed the table and shouted, I haven't finished asking my questions yet. Where are you going? Stop me. The two bailiffs guarding the door immediately reached out and blocked Yushu from entering. Yushu stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Jiang Changji. With an expressionless face, she asked, Are you trying to interrogate me like a criminal? She was a female fortune-teller who was ranked third on the two rankings and had a fourth-grade scholarly rank. When she saw an official below the fifth rank, she didn't even need to greet him. As for whether or not she had to listen to a fifth-rank official like Jiang Changji, that would depend on her mood. Jiang Changji was about to speak when the bailiffs behind him hurriedly bent down and whispered a few words into his ear. Jiang Changji's expression instantly changed. Presumably, he had finally learned of Yushu's identity. He looked at her awkwardly. Soft words didn't work, and cold words didn't work. For a moment, he was at a loss for what to do. After a moment of silence, he said in a strange tone, Let her go. Seeing that the bailiffs were letting her go, Yushu sneered and didn't leave. Instead, she turned around and sat back down on the chair. With one hand supporting her head, she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Jiang Changji was stunned, and his face twitched. He had no choice but to pull a long face. This official was impatient just now and offended you. Please forgive me, female fortune-teller. Yushu lifted her eyelids and then closed them again. She said in a lazy voice, Didn't Lord Jiang want to ask me questions? Please ask. I will tell you everything I know. Lord Jiang was suddenly depressed. He thought that he had been pestered by his new concubine all night last night and had just fallen asleep at dawn. Suddenly he received an order from the prefectural magistrate and rushed to Taisher Library in a hurry. He was in a bad mood, so he had to vent his anger. He had heard of this female fortune-teller the day before yesterday. Although she was young, it was said that she was a ruthless character who dared to fight head-on with old Master Han and did not suffer any losses. She also seemed to have quite a background. Who would have thought that he would offend her today? Yushu did not know that Lord Jiang was secretly cursing his bad luck. She had other plans in mind, and it was not because she wanted to vent her anger that she did not leave. Chao Yuling's death was strange. Although the constables did not tell her, she guessed that he did not commit suicide and most likely died an unnatural death. She had seen Miss Chao once before. In her impression, she was a straightforward and shrewd person. As a young lady of an aristocratic family, she must have been valued since she was selected to be sent to Taisher Library. Why did she suddenly want to commit suicide? But if she was killed, why did she die on the observatory and disguise the body as a suicide? What was the murderer's purpose? Chao Yuling's death couldn't help but remind her of another murder case that happened in Taisher Library half a year ago, the death of Xia Jianging. She was full of doubts about whether there was any connection between the two, so she wanted to stay and see if there was any progress. Just as Jiang Changji was worrying about how to get Yushu to leave, a voice came from outside the building. Reporting to Lord Jiang, Lord Shui, the Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court, has arrived. Yushu and Jiang Changji looked out at the same time and saw the handsome Shui, who was dressed in a red official uniform and had a goose hat on his head, walking in with a servant. The former had a strange expression on his face, while the latter hurriedly stood up to greet him. Lord Shui. Although they were both fifth-rank officials, the Supreme Court was one rank higher than the Shuntian manor and received direct orders from the emperor. This was why Lord Jiang had to be polite when he saw Shui, not to mention that Shui had other identities. Lord Jiang. Shui and Jiang Changji met face to face. Without giving Jiang Changji a chance to exchange pleasantries, Shui turned around and looked at the exhausted Yushu. He wasn't surprised to see her. Instead, he frowned and said, "Go back and rest first. I already know what happened." When Yushu heard this, she guessed that Shui had asked about the situation on the way here, and then she glanced at Lord Jiang, who had a dazed expression and was completely out of sorts, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This is the difference between an elite and a small fry. Shui Rui's appearance meant that the Supreme Court was going to intervene in the investigation. In that case, there was no need for her to force herself to stay here. She could ask Shui Rui for more information later. All right, I'll take a nap. I'll look for you later. Yushu stood up and nodded at Shui Rui. It should be said that the tube of tea had opened her eyes. When she saw him again after a day, she was able to look at him calmly. When she walked past him, Shui Rui saw that there was a layer of dry skin on the corner of her mouth. He looked back and saw that there wasn't even a pot of tea on the table. He knew that she had been sitting here all night and couldn't help but be annoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. After she left, he straightened his face and asked Jiang Changji, who was curious about the relationship between him and Yushu, "When did Lord Jiang come? I heard that the Shuntian Manor received the report 4 hours ago. Why hasn't the Shuntian Manor sorted out the procedures and found only one witness? Where are the others? Where are the people who came to the observatory last night? Why don't I see any of them? Where are the corpses? Have they been examined? Where are the relatives of the deceased?" Jiang Changji was confused by Shui Rui's series of questions. He stuttered and replied, I just arrived and didn't have time to ask." Shui Rui gave him a cold look and ignored him. He turned around and walked out. He said in a serious tone, "Go and find all the people who came to the observatory last night. Don't leave anyone behind. Call the coroner to examine the corpses with me." As soon as Yushu touched the pillow, she fell asleep. However, because of the shock, she couldn't sleep well. She had a nightmare and murmured in her sleep. Finally, she woke up with a start, gasping for breath. Phew. Yushu sat up straight and wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. After a long time, she calmed down. Then, she felt her mouth was dry. She picked up the teapot on the bedside table and took a few sips. The sun shone in through the screen window. It was bright and dazzling. Seeing that it was already noon, Yushu got out of bed, washed her face, changed her clothes, and knocked on Xen Lu's door next door. No one answered. She thought that Xen Lu must have been taken back home. She turned around and was about to return to her room when she saw a figure walking over with a book under her arm. She narrowed her eyes and took 2 steps forward. Ji Xingxuan obviously saw Yushu, but she only glanced at her. Then, she walked to her room and took out her key to open the door. "Do you know the young lady of the Chow family?" Yushu suddenly asked. "She was strangled at the observatory last night." Chapter 406. Guess what did she say to me? Ji Xingxuan slowly turned her head and looked at Yushu, who was walking in front of her. The sun was shining brightly, and the fine hair at the corner of her forehead could be seen clearly. Her slightly bruised eye bags and sluggish eyes made her look a little lifeless. Ji Xingxuan quietly clenched the lock in her hand and said coldly, "What do you want to say?" Yushu suddenly laughed in a low voice. After staring at her as if she had seen through her, she turned to her room and disappeared through the half-open door without saying anything else. Ji Xingxuan's face darkened. She stood there for a long time before she raised her hand and locked the door again. Then she hurriedly left the women's room. Yushu stood by the window and looked at Ji Xingxuan walking away quickly. She was lost in thought. The news of another death in Taisha Shuyuan had been leaked during the day. Yushu sat in a restaurant near the Shuyuan to have a meal. She listened to the discussion of the people drinking next to her and ate plain noodles. She had just seen a dead person last night. If her stomach had not been growling, she would not have drunk a mouthful of noodle soup. Yushu dropped a piece of silver and stood up to leave the restaurant. She walked back to the Shuyuan and went directly to the observatory. She occasionally met a few people on the way. They were whispering about the death last night. Some were afraid and some were sighing. The atmosphere in the Shuyuan became gloomy overnight. This kind of chaos was also the disadvantage of Taisha Shuyuan. The 18 academicians only managed the teaching, or they would expel students who violated the rules. Apart from that, they did not get involved in other affairs. Even when there was a murder, no one stood up to calm the commotion. Yushu walked through the long Donghuang screen wall and did not see anyone. But she was stopped by 2 officers and soldiers outside the observatory. So, no one is allowed to enter or leave here. Yushu looked at the officer's uniform. It was different from the bailiffs from the Shuntian prefecture that she had seen before. She guessed that he was from the Supreme Court. So he stopped and said, "I want to see Lord Shui. Please help me inform him that I was the first person to find the corpse last night." The 2 soldiers looked at each other, and one of them asked Yushu to wait. He went inside to ask for instructions. After a while, he ran back and said, "Miss, please follow me." A soldier led the way and led Yushu into the courtyard. During the day, the stargazing tower was even more spacious. Yushu looked around and saw several officials scattered on the wide lawn, bending down and looking for something. Look up. There are people walking on the observatory with gray walls and white walls. Yushu climbs up the stairs and sees Shui Rui standing at the door of the hut where the body was found last night. He seems to be thinking about something. "Sir, the young lady is here." The officer's words interrupted Shui Rui's train of thought. He turned his head and saw Yushu. His furrowed brows relaxed. He smiled at her and walked over. "Have you rested well?" Yushu glanced at the hut of the dead person. Then she looked around the platform and looked at the people who were looking for clues and said, "Miss Chow was killed by someone, right?" Of course, Shui Rui could tell that this was not a question, so he nodded and did not hide the truth from her. The deceased was strangled with a rope and hung on the roof beam. There were no traces of the corpse being dragged nearby, so it was obvious that the crime happened in that small house. The time of death was between the hours of the C and the hours of the Z. However, after investigation, no one else came to the observatory during this time. The murderer is likely to sneak into the Taisher library in the middle of the night to commit the crime. Unfortunately, the observatory is surrounded by stone slabs and is usually cleaned very well. There is no dust and no suspicious footprints. I deduced that the murderer should be a man who practices martial arts. Yushu hesitated and said, "It is difficult to find the murderer just by knowing this. Is there no other clue?" Shui Rui nodded and said firmly, "The deceased is a girl. She avoided other people and quietly came to the observatory at night. There must be a big problem. I don't know if she was lured by someone or there is another reason. I have sent people to collect the confession of those who know and search the residence of the deceased. We should be able to find some clues." While they were talking, an officer ran up the stairs and took out a roll of paper from his sleeve. He turned to a page and handed it to Shui Rui. "Your Excellency, this was found in the residence of the female student in the library. It was found in the room of the deceased. Please have a look." Yushu tilted her head and saw a note between the 2 pages of the book. Because of the angle, she could not see what was written. However, she saw that Shui Rui's face changed slightly. He looked up at her with a strange expression. "What's wrong?" Yushu asked curiously. Shui Rui did not say anything. He just turned the book upside down and showed it to her so that she could see what was written on the note. "Tonight at midnight, on the observatory platform, admiring the wind and the moon, not talking to anyone else." Yushu was stunned. It was not only because the words Jing Chen were written at the end of the note, but also because the handwriting of the short 18 words was exactly the same as Jing Chen's. "When you entered the deceased's room, did you find anything unusual?" Shui Rui first asked the officer who found the note. The official immediately understood what he was worried about and replied, "My lord, the door of the deceased's room was locked. We broke the door and entered. The doors and windows of the room were tightly shut, and there were no signs of anyone sneaking in. This note should have been placed in the book by the deceased himself." After Shui Rui confirmed it, he turned to Yushu and said, "You should recognize his handwriting. Can you see that it was written by him?" Yushu calmed down and picked up the note to carefully identify it. However, she was not proficient in calligraphy and could not see anything fishy. She had to tell Shui Rui frankly, "It is very similar to his handwriting." Shui Rui's expression turned serious, and he immediately instructed the nearby subordinate, "Find Daozi and invite him over." During the interrogation this morning, he had only heard the news that Jing Chen had gone to the Taisher library to become an academician. Before that, he had not heard any news at all. With the murder case in front of him, he did not have any extra thoughts to worry about Jing Chen. After he sent them away, Shui Rui left 2 people behind to continue guarding the top of the Star Observatory, and he brought Yushu downstairs. He walked in front of Yushu and asked absent-mindedly, "Shu, what do you think?" He thought that Yushu would defend Jing Chen, but her tone was cold. "When he comes, you can ask him. I'm not a constable. What opinion can I have?" Shui Rui turned around to look at her in surprise. When he saw her indifferent expression, he suddenly recalled that a few days ago, after the banquet in Forgotten Opportunity Restaurant ended, he went to look for her, but he bumped into Jing Chen, who was sending her back home at the entrance of her house. There was a distance between them, and he didn't know what the 2 of them said to make her so sad. With doubts, Shui Rui did not ask at that time, and he would not take the initiative to mention it now. In short, he had made his feelings clear to Yushu. If he saw her and Jing Chen again, he would not ignore it. Yushu and Shui Rui sat in a small building near the observatory with fragrant tea in their hands. Not long after, a voice came from outside, "Milord, Daozi is here." Hearing the footsteps outside the door, Yushu lowered her head and drank tea. She did not even raise her head. Jing Chen, dressed in a yellow robe and white robe with a jade hairpin in his hair, was quiet and elegant. He looked like a teacher. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the 2 people sitting there. His eyes swept over Yushu, and his expression did not change. He turned to Shui Rui, who stood up and said, "Milord Shui, why are you looking for me?" Shui Rui raised his hand and motioned him to sit down. Jing Chen sat down opposite him and Yushu. He looked at Shui Rui without moving his eyes. Shui Rui's eyes flashed with suspicion. He saw that the 2 people ignored him. It was not difficult to see that the relationship between them was more rigid than he thought. "It's like this." He said, "Last night, a female student was strangled on the observatory. Has Daozi heard about it?" Jing Chen said, "I heard about it when I came this morning." "Then do you know the deceased Chao Yuling?" Shui Rui did not directly mention the note, but first asked another question. "After I became an academician, there were 37 students this year. Miss Chao was one of them." Jing Chen did not avoid talking about the relationship between her and Chao Yuling. Shui Rui thought for a moment and asked, "Did you have contact with her yesterday?" "I was giving a lecture on the observatory during the day, and she was there." "Then do you know why she went to the observatory in the middle of the night last night?" Jing Chen said without hesitation, "I don't know." Shui Rui picked up the book at hand and took out the note. He handed it to the officer waiting at the side and asked him to hand it to Jing Chen. He suddenly changed the topic and became fierce. "Isn't this written by Daozi himself?" As the junior minister of the Supreme Court who had successively solved more than 10 serious cases in a year, Shui Rui's observation was sharp and his thinking was meticulous. Most importantly, he had never been swayed by his emotions when investigating a case. Therefore, even though he believed in Jing Chen's character, under the black and white evidence, he did not eliminate his suspicions. Jing Chen stared at the note in his hand and revealed a trace of surprise. Then he raised his head to look at Shui Rui and asked in reply, "Where did you get this from? It's actually so similar to my handwriting?" Shui Rui said coldly, "This was found in Miss Chao's room. It was confirmed that it was left by the deceased before she died. She was probably killed at the observatory because of this note. Now I suspect that it was you who led the deceased to the observatory with this note. You say that this note was not written by you, but it is empty talk. Do you have any proof?" Jing Chen was pressured by him, but he was not angry. He lowered his head and looked at the note again. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, "It is written, tonight, on it. According to the time, it should be the note that Miss Chao received yesterday. I was giving a lecture on the observatory yesterday. Although she was present, there were other students with her. If I wrote a note to her in person or accepted something, it should be seen by others. You can find those students and ask them." Shui Rui frowned and said, "How many people were there to see it? Who were they?" Jing Chen thought about it. He had a very good memory and had the ability to remember everything he saw. In just a few days, he had remembered all the students who had paid respects to him. He then slowly said a few names. Yesterday, I was giving a lecture on the measuring apparatus. There weren't many people who came. There was the young miss of the Qin family, Qin Yuero, the young miss of the Chui family. Yu Shu listened to Shui Rui's successive questions from the side, and she drank until the end of her cup of tea, yet she didn't interrupt or speak in support of Shui Rui, and she seemed as if she had nothing to do with it. She only raised her head and glanced at Jing Chen when he finally spoke of a name. Chapter 407. Congratulations to Alliance Master Qiqing Little Guang. Begging for more pink votes. After recording down the names of the 6 people Jing Chen had named, Shui Rui immediately sent officials to summon them one by one to verify their identities with Jing Chen. They sat in the small building and waited. Yu Shu and Jing Chen ignored each other. Shui Rui conversed with Yu Shu, while Jing Chen sat quietly and looked outside the door, remaining silent. When the sun set in the sky, people were brought in one after another. Without exception, they were all girls. Presumably because of the murder, they were somewhat reserved. Some of them recognized Shui Rui and went forward to greet Jing Chen. Because there were still people who hadn't arrived, Shui Rui wasn't in a hurry to ask questions. Instead, they surrounded Jing Chen and asked questions. For a moment, the sound of chattering filled his ears. It was difficult for Jing Chen to sit there calmly and answer each and every one of them. Yu Shu watched this scene and felt that it was ridiculous. Just a few months ago, Jing Chen was still the unapproachable Jing Chen. Now, however, he had learned to be amiable and approachable. She pondered inwardly. Jing Chen now had the 10,000 life sacrificial rites on him, which could suppress the outbreak of the Kidu star. As long as his Dao heart wasn't affected, he wouldn't implicate others. Otherwise, this group of young ladies would suffer. As they spoke, the last 2 people arrived. When Yu Shu saw Ji Xingxuan and Qin Yuero walk in one after the other, she raised her brows. Ji Xingxuan looked around at the people in the building. When she saw Yu Shu, she was clearly startled. Qin Yuero recognized Yu Shu, so she didn't go to Jing Chen's side. Instead, she walked to Yu Shu's side. She glanced at the opposite side and asked in a low voice, "Lotus Room, why are you here?" Shui Rui had sealed off the star observation platform early in the morning, and he didn't allow unauthorized people to enter or leave. So even though the news of a murder case had spread out, no one knew that the corpse was discovered by Yu Shu and Xen Lu first. Yu Shu smiled at her and didn't answer. Now that everyone was here, Shui Rui cleared his throat and explained the reason for gathering these students. Hearing that Jing Chen had written a note in Chao Yuling's room, the girls were shocked. Very soon, someone voiced out his doubts. How is that possible? Academician Jing has only known Miss Chao for a few days. How could he do something like making a private appointment? Someone else said, "Yesterday, during the lecture, we were all present." Academician Jing didn't speak to anyone alone. When he came, he was the first to arrive. When he left, we watched him leave. How could he have had the chance to give Miss Chao the note? That's right. Milord, you must have made a mistake. That note must have been written by someone else to frame Academician Jing. The girls spoke in unison to defend Jing Chen. Only Qin Yuero didn't speak. She looked at someone thoughtfully and then lowered her head. Shui Rui unhurriedly had his subordinates pass the note to them. He didn't rush to conclude that Jing Chen was the culprit. Instead, he asked about Chao Yuling. "Among you, who had a good relationship with the deceased? When was the last time you saw her last night? Did she mention anything special recently?" The girls looked at each other in dismay. Someone said, "Chao Yuling was closest to Miss Yin. However, Yin Ting was sick yesterday and didn't come. I last saw her yesterday. It was in the small garden. After dusk, I saw her alone near the pavilion, picking flowers." They answered one after another. The last to speak was Ji Xingxuan. Yu Shu was particularly concerned about her statement. "I'm not familiar with Miss Chao. I've only seen her 2 or 3 times in the library. Yesterday, I last saw her at the bottom of the observatory. It was still early. Shui Rui compared their statements. Yesterday, someone last saw Chao Yuling at the door of the female dormitory. From this, it could be seen that Chao Yuling didn't have any private contact with Jing Chen the whole day. Jing Chen spoke at the right time. "Milord Shui, I'm sure you've asked clearly. I didn't give Miss Chao any note. Although I don't know why the handwriting on the note is the same as mine, it wasn't written by me." Shui Rui withdrew his thoughts and looked at Jing Chen. He said in a calm tone, "At present, we can only confirm that Daozi didn't personally hand this note to the deceased. However, we can't rule out the possibility that you didn't ask someone else to pass it on your behalf. You are still a suspect. Daozi, please stay in the library for the next few days. To avoid arousing suspicion, suspend your classes and avoid contact with others. I will send someone to follow you." As soon as he said this, Jing Chen frowned. Before he could object, a group of female students who admired Daozi's reputation were the first to protest. They said, "Milord, aren't you twisting words and forcing logic? It's just a note and you want to suspend the academician's classes. How unreasonable." "That's right. How can Milord be so sure that the note was written by the academician? Is there no one in this world who is good at copying and creating characters? You don't investigate the real culprit but wrongly accuse a good person. The academician is so pitiful. He was obviously framed. Milord is so muddle-headed. It's that Chao Yuling who has bad intentions." After getting this note, he secretly ran off to have a private rendezvous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died a violent death. Only Ji Xingxuan and Qin Yuero didn't say anything. The other girls were dissatisfied with Jing Chen's suspension and unanimously blamed Shui Rui. Fortunately, they were all young ladies of aristocratic families with status and background. If they came from ordinary families, they wouldn't dare to speak to an official of the imperial court like this. Shui Rui's expression was normal, but his eyes revealed some impatience. People like Feng Zhao, Miao Ruilin, and the others knew that when Shui Rui wore his official robes, he wasn't the elegant and kind young Master Shui. At this time, he always did things according to the law and treated people bluntly. His temper was also much harsher than usual. Hearing them say more and more outrageous things, and finally involving the deceased, Shui Rui's face finally sank. Just as he was about to open his mouth to rebuke them, he suddenly heard a p sound beside him. "Are you done yet?" Yu Shu slammed her palm on the tea table, causing the teacups to shake and silence the room. She coldly said, "Young Lady Chao died a violent death. Presumably, her spirit hasn't dispersed and is hanging nearby, watching you. You must speak louder so that she can hear you. At night, she will find you to complain about her grievances." With just 2 sentences, the previously eloquent female students shut their mouths in fright. They all looked around suspiciously, their expressions timid. Jing Chen opened his mouth and glanced at Yu Shu. In the end, he didn't say anything and became silent. Shui Rui lost his temper from this slap of hers, and he glanced sideways at her cold face. In a flash, he recalled her arrogant and untamed appearance on that day in the Forgotten Plain, and his heart started to heat up slightly at an inopportune time. However, there were also people who didn't buy Yu Shu's words. They faintly said, "Don't do anything shameful. Don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Female fortune teller, is there a need to scare people like this?" Ji Xingxuan's one sentence revealed Yu Shu's identity. The female students who didn't know Yu Shu looked at her in surprise. They thought to themselves, "Is this the female fortune teller who has been in the limelight recently?" Because of her earlier scolding, the few of them immediately had a bad impression of Yu Shu. Yu Shu was annoyed by the group of people earlier. She turned around and saw Ji Xingxuan bumping into her. How could she allow her to speak so freely in front of her? Did she really think that she had the magnanimity to not dare to slap her in front of others? Yu Shu tilted her head to look at Ji Xingxuan. Her eyes flashed and a fierce look appeared on her face. No one dared to look at her directly. "It's fine if they don't recognize me, but you are a 4th grade E-master. You're a 4th grade fortune teller, yet you don't have any manners when you see me, a 3rd grade fortune teller. You've been in the Imperial Historian's library for 3 years, Yet you don't even know the rules. Who told you to speak to me like this? With this scolding, the building fell silent. Ji Xingxuan looked as if she had been hit in the head. Although half of her face was covered by a veil, her embarrassment could still be seen. Qin Yuero was the first to react. She lowered her head and stood in front of Yushu. She clasped her hands and bowed. First-grade fortune teller, Qin sure is rude. I hope that female fortune teller won't blame me. Yushu coldly looked at the other women. Some of them couldn't stand her fierce gaze, but they were hindered by the rules of the Imperial Historian's Library and the division of the fortune teller's ranks. They pushed and pulled each other forward and bowed to her. First-grade fortune teller, Zhao sure is rude. Greetings to female fortune teller. Second-grade Xianglong, Chui sure is rude. First-grade fortune teller, Zhan sure is rude. Yushu sat there without moving. She looked at the 5 people in front of her and said. She accepted the bow. After the female students retreated to the side, she turned her head and shifted her gaze to the stiff-faced Ji Xingxuan. With a hint of mockery on her face, she said, Great fortune teller Ji, do you still want me to invite you? Even though she's only a grade higher, she can still suppress you to the point where you can't even raise your head. Ji Xingxuan gritted her teeth. Looking at Yushu's bossy manner, she had to endure it. She clenched her fists and walked forward with heavy footsteps. She stood in front of her, and under everyone's gazes, she bowed and raised her hands towards Yushu. Her voice was slightly hoarse. First-grade fortune teller, Ji Xingxuan, is rude. Mph, Yushu snorted. She didn't accept the bow, and just let her bow there. She turned to Xuerui and said, Big brother, where were we? Let's continue. As she finished speaking, she picked up the teapot and filled it with half a cup of water. She slowly drank it, and in the blink of an eye, she became an outsider again. Xuerui almost forgot what he was talking about after her outburst. He put his fist to his mouth and coughed to cover up the fact that he was lost in thought. When you go back, if you think of anything related to the deceased, you can report it at any time. Before the case is investigated, the observatory will be temporarily closed. In addition, because the murderer is unknown, we don't know if he will continue to commit crimes. It is best for you to be in the company of others. Be careful. As she finished speaking, she arranged for 2 subordinates to follow Jing Qin and monitor him. Jing Qin didn't object. His calm gaze swept past Yushu and the bowing Ji Xingxuan in front of her. He said to Xuerui, I'll take my leave first. After Jing Qin left, Yushu saw that there was nothing else to do. She put down her cup and said to Xuerui, I'll return to the female dormitory first. Xuerui stood up and said, I'll see you off. Yushu nodded at Qin Yuero as a farewell. She glanced at Ji Xingxuan, who was still bowing, and straightened her sleeves. Without another word, she walked out with Xuerui one after the other, leaving behind whispers. Phew, I was scared to death. This female fortune teller has such a bad temper. Who asked her to be so much higher than us? This is the Taisher library, and we can't not follow the rules. But the female students chattered among themselves. Only Qin Yuero noticed Ji Xingxuan. She watched as she straightened her back with a head full of sweat, lowered her head, and quietly left. Chapter 408. Xuerui and Yushu walked out of the gate of the observatory side by side. The guards in the courtyard bowed their heads and let them through, Lord Shaoqing. It was dusk, and the sun was setting on the west bridge. The Taisher library was even quieter. The 2 walked under the empty wall, and their backs were dyed orange by the afterglow. Where do you plan to investigate this case next? Yushu asked with concern. She was not a group of brainless girls. She understood that Xuerui sent people to monitor Jing Qin, not because he suspected that Jing Qin was the murderer. However, there was only a note as a clue. It was not easy for Xuerui to follow the clues through Jing Qin. Sure enough, she heard Xuerui say, I still can't determine the purpose of the murderer's murder. If it was just to frame Daozi, this method is too far-fetched. With Daozi's identity, why would he kill a female student who he had only met a few times? This doesn't make sense at all. But if it wasn't for Daozi, then the note was too real, and the timing was just right. From this, it can be seen that the perpetrator not only knew Daozi's every move, but was also proficient in literature and had martial strength. Combining these three conditions, I suspect that it wasn't just one person who committed the crime, or there was the existence of an accomplice. After Yu Shu finished listening to Shui Rui's analysis, she had some clues as well, and she pondered for a short moment before saying, I feel that since the murderer was able to avoid the eyes and ears of everyone to send that note to young Miss Chow, and he was able to make her believe that the person who came to the appointment wasn't Jing Chen, then he's an acquaintance. Can we start investigating from this point? Shui Rui looked at her approvingly. Not bad, this is also a clue. You think very clearly. You don't have to praise me. Yu Shu shook her head and said, I think you have already thought of what I can think of. This murder case is very strange. If you continue to investigate step by step, the progress will inevitably be slow. Why not ask the Celestial Commissioner for advice? If there is someone who is proficient in the art of yin and yang, he might be able to find some clues from the deceased's body. There was a branch of feng shui called the art of yin-yang, which was the only one in the Yi Shui that could restrain the dead. Among the people, there was a small group of people who called themselves onmyoji. It was said that they could communicate with the dead. However, it was not recognized by the orthodox school of Yi, because the traditional Yi masters believed that, when a person dies, his destiny ends. Since there was no fate energy, how could there be divination? Yu Shu was not superstitious about these things, so she spoke aimlessly. The day before yesterday, she had flipped through a handwritten book in the Tower of Philosophy, which recorded an old story. It said that during the reign of Emperor Shizong, there was once a young supervisor of the Celestial Commissioner who was proficient in the art of yin and yang, and he made the deceased speak in a murder case. Identify the culprit. She really wanted to know if there was such a strange person among the hidden talents of the Celestial Commissioner. Haha, Shui Rui listened to Yu Shu's words and actually laughed. Under her puzzled gaze, he asked her, Have you read the Asking the Underworld story somewhere? Yu Shu was stunned and nodded. She had read the story of the case solving. It was indeed called the Asking the Underworld story. Shui Rui held back his laughter and said, There is a record of that time in the Supreme Court's archives. If it is spread, people will mistakenly think that there is a strange person who is proficient in yin and yang and can communicate with the dead. However, they don't know that this is just a trick to lure the murderer. Don't take it seriously. If such a strange person is still alive, why would the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court be needed? Whenever there is a murder case, just ask the Celestial Commissioner to solve it, and I don't have to worry about it now. When Yu Shu heard the truth, she suddenly felt that she was a little silly to be teased by Shui Rui. She felt depressed. She touched her chin and her eyes lit up. She said, That might not be true. Maybe I can help you. Shui Rui was interested. What do you want to help me with? Yu Shu pretended to be mysterious. First, give me Chow Yuling's date of birth and I will tell you later. Shui Rui saw that she was keeping him in suspense and became even more curious. However, he was not in a hurry to find out the answer and nodded in agreement. As they were talking, they walked out of the north courtyard. When they were about to reach the female dormitory, Yu Shu stopped. You can go back. I want to stay in the library for the night. Shui Rui frowned. Why don't you go home? Yu Shu then told him about the good news of Zhao Hui giving birth to a son a few days ago. She said, Last night, I was close to a dead person and I have bad luck on my body. There is Exer at home and his life is delicate. Don't be offended by me again. I will first send someone to send a message back. I will stay here for a few days and return home after 7 days. No. Shui Rui disagreed. There was a murder case just now and the murderer has not been found yet. Who knows, he might be hiding in the library. You are the witness who found the corpse. Isn't it dangerous for you to stay here? Yu Shu hesitated. Shui Rui's concerns were not unreasonable. However, she could not stay in the female dormitory and could not go home. Where was she going to sleep for the next few days? I said that you are smart but you are silly again. Can't you stay in the Wangji Lu for a few days? Shui Rui could not help but remind her. Yushu's eyes lit up. She patted her forehead and said, "Look at me. How could I forget about this place where I can eat and drink and have people to serve me?" Shui Rui smiled. "Quickly go in and pack up. See if there is anything you want to take. I will wait for you here. We will go together." Yushu did not think much of it. She responded and turned to quickly enter the female dormitory. She did not see the sly smile that Shui Rui revealed behind her back. Shui Rui did not change out of his official uniform, so he and Yushu entered the Forgotten Machine Tower through the back door. Just as they arrived at the staircase, they saw Lin Fu jogging up the passageway from the front floor to welcome them. "Young master, young lady," Shui Rui instructed, "prepare a table of food and wine. Send it upstairs." He signaled for Yushu to go upstairs first. "I will look for you after I change my clothes." Yushu nodded and reminded Lin Fu, "The food must be light." Lin Fu agreed. He turned around and arranged for someone to boil water for cooking. Yushu entered the room upstairs. Just as she poured some water to wash her hands, two maids, Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai, came in with tea. There were clothes in the room. Yushu changed into a pair of clean cotton shoes. She did not change her clothes either. She sat cross-legged on the short couch and peeled bananas to eat. Not long after, Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai came to the table with food. There were 3 vegetables, 2 meat dishes, a mushroom soup, and a pot of osmanthus wine. Shui Rui walked in wearing a clean blue gown. He saw that Yushu was holding a cup and drinking wine. She did not touch the food on the table. He could not help but say to her, "Why do you drink wine when you are eating? Don't you know that it is harmful to the spleen and stomach?" Hearing this, Yushu put down the cup and laughed at him. "I only drank 1 cup. I need to calm down first. Otherwise, I will not have the appetite to eat." She said it unintentionally, but it made Shui Rui's heart feel stifled. He sat down next to her and looked at the faint bruises under her eyes that had yet to fade. He secretly blamed himself for being careless. It was only because she appeared too normal and did not look like she was afraid that he was so engrossed in this case that he neglected the fact that she would not be frightened when she saw a dead person last night. He actually did not say a word of comfort to her. It was not good to mention it again at this time. Shui Rui quietly picked up the wine pot and filled the cup in front of her. He also poured a cup for himself and said warmly, "It is not too much to do it once in a while." Yushu raised her eyebrows and did not stand on ceremony. She picked up the cup and clinked it with his. She raised her head and put it in her mouth. The slightly spicy sweetness eased the suffocation in her chest. After 2 cups of wine, she was very sensible and picked up the chopsticks to eat. Shui Rui deliberately avoided the case and took the initiative to ask about Zhao Hui's child. He diverted Yushu's attention and let her eat a few more mouthfuls of rice. After the meal, the plates and bowls were removed. Yushu saw that it was already dark outside and said to Shui Rui, "It is late. Are you still not going back?" Thinking of this, Shui Rui said, "I am not going back. I will also stay at Wangjilu. The case of Taisher Shuyuan is now being watched by me. There will be news coming from time to time. It is not convenient to go back to the Fu. I still have to go to Taisher Shuyuan during the day. I can go with you." There was nothing wrong with what he said. It was as if he was staying for official business. If it was a few days ago, Yushu would not think too much. However, the situation was different now. She knew that he was thinking about her. She could not help but be more careful and suspect that he had selfish motives for staying with her at Wangjilu. Shui Rui calmly faced Yushu's suspicious eyes and smiled at her harmlessly. He stood up and said, "I have asked someone to prepare hot soup. You should take a bath and rest early. See you tomorrow morning." Yushu watched as Shui Rui left. She curled her lips and whispered, "He is quite good at pretending." Using the hot fragrant soup to wash away the stickiness on her body, Yushu wore a loose cotton robe and leaned on the recliner to let the maid dry her hair. She casually tossed a few copper coins in her palm. It was not a divination. "Miss, you should go to bed and rest." Xiao Dai carefully combed Yushu's dry hair and tied it up loosely with a ribbon to prevent her from sweating and sleeping. Well, you two go and rest too. Yushu stretched, got up and sat down on the bed. She waved her hand to let the two maids go to sleep. Yes. Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai left a lamp at the head of her bed, closed the door and left. Although Wangji Lu was a place where drinkers often gathered, the small building in the backyard was only for distinguished guests. There were few people staying there. Therefore, at night there was no noise and it was very quiet. Yushu lay on the bed and couldn't fall asleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, she kept thinking about the nightmare she had in the women's room during the day. She couldn't help but feel anxious and vaguely uneasy. She felt uncomfortable lying on the bed, so she sat up, put on her shoes, covered herself with a coat and walked out of the room. She gently closed the door. The corridor on the second floor was quiet. Under the eaves of the opposite house, there were a few women's lanterns, which were dim and gentle at night. Yushu stood by the railing and took a few breaths. She felt much more comfortable. She looked at the end of the corridor and walked over with her clothes closed. She planned to go to the courtyard on the third floor to get some fresh air. After going up the stairs and turning the corner, Yushu saw a row of beaded curtains a few steps away. There was a candle behind the curtains and a slender figure was sitting lazily by the railing. His clothes were loose and he was holding a wine pot in one hand. When he raised his head to drink, he met her gaze and they were both stunned. Hee. The person behind the curtain laughed first. His eyes flickered with joy. He stood up straight and waved at her, motioning her to come over. Chapter 409. A curtain, a candle, a couch, a pot of wine, a cup, and a full moon. Yushu sat on the couch with one hand on her knee and the other picking up the cup on the incense table. She raised it in front of Shuirui and did not look at his exposed chest and neck. What wine are you drinking? Pour me a cup as well. Shuirui leaned his back against the painting frame. His eyes were slightly tipsy as he casually gathered his clothes and swirled the remaining half a pot of wine. He reached out his hand and poured it into her cup. Hearing the rustling sound of the wine, he was about to be filled when she used the cup to push against the mouth of the pot. His movement stopped and he retracted his wrist. He raised his head and opened his mouth to pour a mouthful of wine. With a soft sigh, he turned his head to look at Yushu and asked in a low voice, "Why can't you sleep?" "My alcohol addiction is acting up and I can't sleep when I'm awake." Shuirui lowered his head to sip the wine in her cup. It was especially spicy and the strong taste made her frown. She smacked her lips and asked in a low voice, "Why can't you sleep?" "My alcohol addiction is acting up and I can't sleep when I'm awake." Shuirui raised the tin pot in his hand to indicate to her. Yushu took another small sip of the spicy wine. Now that they were drinking together under the moonlight, she was surprisingly honest. "I have something on my mind and can't sleep." Shuirui laughed slowly and his eyes flickered. He said, "What are you worried about? How about I guess? If I guess correctly, you will answer my question honestly. How about it?" Yushu said disapprovingly, "Okay, say it." She did not believe that he could really guess it. Half a year ago, the fourth young lady of the Xiaojiang clan was murdered. Shuirui started the topic and paused for a moment. He stared at Yushu's changing expression and continued, "You also know about that murder case. Xia Jianging and Ji Xingxuan exchanged rooms, which was why they were murdered. This is very thought-provoking. This time, the young lady of the Chao clan was also murdered in the Imperial Historian's library. There are many suspicious points, and it just so happened that Ji Xingxuan was involved. You must know some secrets and suspect that Ji Xingxuan is involved in these two murders. Even if she's not the murderer, she's at least an accomplice. You're wary of her." However, he couldn't tell anyone else, for fear of alerting the enemy. Am I right? Yushu was shocked by his words. She raised her hand and took a big gulp of wine, coughed twice, and said in a depressed voice, "You guessed it. But if you want to know what secrets I know, forgive me for not being able to tell you." Shuirui heard this and unexpectedly laughed. "Huh, Who said I wanted to ask you about this? He switched the wine pot to his left hand and left the railing behind him. He took a step forward, lifted his robe, and sat down in the empty space next to her. He turned his head to look at her, who was right in front of him. He softly called out, "Ah Shu." Yushu tilted her head and saw that under the moonlight, his black hair was messy with a strand of it was tucked behind his ear. He revealed a pair of thick black eyebrows. That pair of eyes with a faint candlelight stared at her. This kind of gaze was too clingy, and she couldn't avoid it. She could only clench the wine cup in her hand and wait for him to continue. If you say that I can't sleep, not because I'm addicted to wine, but because I'm thinking about you, will you be angry? Hearing such explicit words for the first time, he felt a chill down his spine. Yushu's heart skipped a beat and she felt her face burning hot. But under his unwavering gaze, she pretended to be calm. Her apricot eyes widened as she stared at him. Her tone was not friendly as she asked, "If I'm not angry, then should I be happy?" Shuirui's eyes had a smile on them as he said in a low voice, "I naturally hope that you will be happy." Yushu discovered that the person in front of her was even more thick-skinned than her. She was momentarily speechless. With a ting sound, she raised her hand and poured the rest of the wine into her mouth. She licked her lips and stood up. Just as she took a step forward, her wrist was grabbed by him. "Where are you going?" Shuirui raised his head to look at her. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol, his words and actions were not as restrained as they were during the day. Being wrapped by his warm fingers, Yushu twisted her wrist uncomfortably and tried to pull her hand out. But after a few attempts, he only tightened his grip. Seeing that he was a little drunk, she pulled a long face and said to him, "Where do you think I'm going?" "Of course, I'm going to sleep." Shuirui smiled again and looked happy. Holding her hand, he exerted a little force and stood up from the couch. He flicked his sleeve and extinguished the candle on the incense table. Yushu couldn't stop him in time. Her vision went dark as he pulled her hand and walked out. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Together. I'm also going to sleep." "Let go. I'll walk by myself. It's dark. You won't fall if you can't see the way." "I can see." "You can't see." "I said I can see, so I can see. Let go." "Don't." As she listened to such an unreasonable conversation, Yushu suddenly could not help but laugh out of anger. As she walked along the dim passageway, she stared at the blurry yet tall figure in front of her and confirmed that Shuirui was drunk. He had always been steady and reliable in front of her, so when had she ever seen him acting so childish? Big brother. She was not angry. Of course, she didn't think there was anything to be happy about. The next day, Wangji restaurant did not sell breakfast. It usually opened after 9 o'clock in the morning. So early in the morning, there were no idle customers in the restaurant. Yushu and Shuirui sat in the hall of the front building and had breakfast. They occupied this square table. There were 2 trays of crystal steamed dumplings, a stir-fried shredded golden bamboo shoots, 2 bowls of pearl porridge, and a cup of sobering tea on the table. These were specially ordered by the kitchen by Yushu, who woke up the earliest. Shuirui drank the sobering tea and cleared his throat. When he saw that Yushu was only focused on eating with her head lowered and did not pay any attention to him, he had no choice but to find something to talk about. "Did you sleep well last night?" Yushu looked up at him and said, "Not bad. What about you? Don't you have a headache after drinking too much?" Shuirui shook his head, "Just a little dry throat." "Well, let's drink more tea today." After last night, facing Yushu's indifferent attitude, Shuirui inevitably felt a little disappointed, but he was not discouraged. At least she was still in front of him and did not avoid him. After dinner, they took the same carriage and went to Taisher Shuyuan together. On the way, Shuirui asked about Yushu's apprenticeship. He knew that she had not been able to be apprenticed to an academician until now. It was not difficult to guess that it was because she had offended Han Wenguang. Shuirui gave her an idea. Han Wenguang has been prestigious for a long time, and his words are very important in Taisher Shuyuan. Many academicians are on good terms with him, so it is not surprising that he refused you. However, Taisher Shuyuan is not dominated by him. As far as I heard, academician Fang Zijing of the Department of Eccentric Arts has a bad relationship with him. They have been enemies for a long time. Since you are the second place of this year's Department of Eccentric Arts, why not go directly to him? I think he will be very willing to teach you as a student. Fang Zijing? Yu Shu remembered the name and asked him, how do you know so much about Taisher Shuyuan? How many things in Anling City are there that I don't know? Shui Rui asked rhetorically. He did not take credit for it, saying that he had inquired about it for her earlier. The carriage stopped at the door of Taisher Shuyuan, and the two got off one after another. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they heard someone call behind them, Miss Yu. Yu Shu turned her head and saw a familiar-looking maidservant trot over and stood outside the door. The maidservant took out a letter from her bosom and handed it to Yu Shu. This is what our young miss told me to give to you. When she got closer, Yu Shu recognized that it was Xia Mingming's servant. She took the letter and saw that the seal was covered with wax, so she was not in a hurry to open it in person. She said to the maid, "Go back and tell your young miss that I will visit her in 2 days." After the maid left, Shui Rui asked curiously, "Whose letter is it?" Yu Shu motioned for him to go to the inner courtyard. As she put the letter away, she told him, "It's the 5th miss of the Xia Jiang family, Xia Jiangmin." Shui Rui knew who Xia Mingming was and was not interested in the affairs of the girl's family, so he did not ask more. Yu Shu was concerned about the progress of the case, so she was not in a hurry to find academician Fang. She first followed Shui Rui to the observatory. As soon as they entered the courtyard, an official ran forward to report, "Reporting to Your Excellency, we were on duty last night and did not find any suspicious people. We also searched the observatory inside and out, but did not find any suspicious traces." Yu Shu was not surprised by this situation. Seeing that there was nothing to stay here, she said to Shui Rui, "I will go back to the female dormitory and bring a gift to visit academician Fang." The two agreed to meet at noon, so Yu Shu left alone. After returning to the female dormitory, the first thing she did was to take out Xia Mingming's letter. She tore off the seal and took out the only piece of paper inside. She lowered her head and glanced at it. Even though she guessed that there must be something important in the letter that Xia Mingming specially sealed with wax, she was still shocked by the content of the letter. The letter said, "Ah Shu, I had a nightmare the day before yesterday. It's not convenient for me to write. Come and see me quickly." Xia Mingming's handwriting was sloppy. If this letter was seen by others, it must be difficult to understand the meaning. It was just a nightmare. Why was he so flustered? However, Yu Shu knew that Xia Mingming had the strange ability to dream life and death. After seeing the 2 short sentences in the letter, her face sank. Yu Shu made a prompt decision. She felt that it was more important to see Xia Mingming. She crushed the letter and soaked it in tea. She locked the door and hurriedly left the female dormitory. In the morning, it was Lao Chue who drove the carriage. When Yu Shu went out, Shui Rui's carriage was still parked on the opposite side of the road. She didn't have to run for a while. Yu Shu pointed out the location of Xia Zhang's house and asked Lao Chue to take her there. When they were about to arrive at Xia Mingming's house, the road was blocked by carriages in front of them. Yu Shu heard the sound of gongs and drums outside. She thought that something had happened. She lifted the curtain and heard Lao Chue said in surprise, "Miss, it seems that there is an imperial edict." Yu Shu looked at the bustling scene not far away and realized something. She jumped out of the carriage and hurried to Xia Zhang's house with some neighbors who heard the news and came out to see what was going on. Through the guards outside the door, she saw several rows of Xia Zhang's servants kneeling in front of the gate. Bang! Chapter 410. The results of the Gold Division were released on the 12th of the 4th month, and the Twin Suns gathering was about to end in a few days. However, the princes had already decided on the day of the results of the Great Calculation Division, and the 9th prince, Lu Tan, was the one who had the last laugh. On the morning of the 7th day of the 4th month, the imperial edict first arrived at Cheongyu Lu, conferring Lu Tan the title of Prince Jing, ordering him to leave the palace and build his own mansion, skipping over the imperial prince's mansion and directly building a duke's mansion. Lu Tan became the third among the many princes to be conferred the title of king, 8 years earlier than the fourth Prince Jia, who was conferred the title at the age of 24, and 3 years earlier than the seventh Prince Ning, who was conferred the title at the age of 20. Temporarily disregarding the turbulence on the river of Chunlan, not long after Lu Tan was bestowed the title of Wang, another edict arrived at the Xia Jiangbi guest house in the north of the city. The daughter of the head of the Xia Jiang family, Xia Jiangmin, was to be Jing Wang's Zhufei, and a date was to be chosen for the wedding. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xia Jiangmin got up from the ground with the help of a maid. She stepped forward and took the imperial edict from the eunuch's hand. Then she heard people congratulating her. She knew this day would come. She held the heavy gold foil scroll and stood under the sun. She was still absent-minded for a moment. The position of fourth sister, who was supposed to be dead, was replaced by her. Xia Jiang Helang stepped forward to greet the people from the palace. Seeing the crowd of onlookers outside the door, he waved his hand to signal the servants to send his daughter back to the backyard. At the same time, Yu Shu, who was squeezed outside the door, saw Xia Jiangying turn around and leave with a crowd. With a complicated expression, she retreated to a tree across the street. When the crowd in front of Xia Jiang's guest house had died down, she quickly walked up before the door was closed. Xia Jiang Helang was talking to 2 stewards in the hall when he heard a servant report from outside. Reporting to second master, "Miss Yu is outside and wants to see 5th young Mississippi." Yu Shu had been to Xia Jiang's house a few times. There were people at the door who recognized her. Normally, they would have invited her in for tea, but today was different from the past. When Xia Jiang Helang smelled that it was Yu Shu, he hesitated for a moment and then ordered, "Go and inform the young miss first. Take Miss Yu directly to the inner courtyard and don't neglect her." "Yes." After 10 minutes, Yu Shu followed a maidservant to the backyard of the guest house and entered a boudoir. At first glance, she saw Xia Jiangmin sitting on a tea chair waiting for her. She had changed into a pink lotus dress with butterfly sleeves and beautiful hairpins. She was exceptionally beautiful today with a thin layer of powder on her face, but her eyes were a little dim and listless. "Ming Ming." Hearing the voice, Xia Jiangmin came back to her senses. When she saw Yu Shu walking in, she quickly got up to greet her. "Ashu, you're here." Yu Shu saw that there was no joy on her face, so she didn't take the initiative to congratulate her. She put one hand on her shoulder, avoided the maids behind her, and asked in a low voice, "I received a letter from you this morning. What happened?" Xia Jiangmin's expression changed. She turned her head and delicately instructed the people outside, "I want to whisper something to Miss Yu. All of you guard the door. Don't serve the refreshments. Who dares to barge in? Be careful or I'll punish you severely." After saying that, she motioned for Yu Shu to go upstairs with her. The second floor wasn't big. After walking through the stairs, there was a flower arrangement hall. Ancient vases, calligraphy, paintings, flowers, and silverware were all arranged according to feng shui. Xia Jiangmin took Yu Shu to sit side by side on a chaise longue. Under Yu Shu's suspicious gaze, she bit her pink lips and nervously said, "I took a nap yesterday and was haunted by a nightmare. In the dream, I dreamed of a dead person and saw a woman. She was pushed down from a tall building and fell to her death. This time, I saw her back clearly. That woman seemed to be wearing the regular clothes of a female student from your Taisher library. I was afraid that something had happened to you, so I hurriedly sent someone to find you." Xia Jiangmin could dream of death, but there were no signs of it. She often dreamed of people she didn't know, but it was just a hazy scene, which was of no help at all. Therefore, even though she had such a strange talent, she was not valued by the Xia Jiang clan, who had the legendary technique of sensing dreams. Just like this time, although she had a dream, she didn't know who it was. She could only judge that it was someone from Taisher library from their clothes. Knowing that Yu Shu was now in Taisher library, she hurriedly found her to discuss it. Chao Yuling had just died 2 days ago. When Yu Shu heard that Xia Jiangmin had dreamed of someone being killed in Taisher library again, she was shocked and asked, "Tell me in detail." When was the woman who fell from the building in your dream killed? Are there any other characteristics? Xia Jiangmin recalled and didn't look good. It should have happened at night. It was upstairs and there was a lamp hanging at the end of the corridor. I saw that the woman was wearing the same clothes as my fourth sister. They were both tailor-made clothes from Taisher Library. However, my fourth sister was wearing a light yellow shirt at that time, and that woman was wearing pink, so I couldn't see her face clearly. Oh yes, she had a pink begonia on the back of her hair. Yu Shu looked suspicious and said, "Did you remember correctly? As far as I know, there seems to be no red or pink in the regular clothes of the female students of Taisher Library." In the past few days, she walked around in the academy and saw that most of the female students in the previous years liked to wear regular clothes to show their identity. There were light yellow clothes, pea green clothes, and even moon white clothes, but she had never seen pink clothes. What about the new female students who were admitted this year? What style of clothes are they? Xia Jiangmin asked. They were measured on the day of admission, but they haven't been issued yet. Yu Shu frowned. After saying this, she and Xia Jiangmin were silent. After a moment of silence, Xia Jiangmin looked at Yu Shu with a worried face and warned, "Anyway, you must be careful." According to her dream, the woman who was pushed down the building was most likely a new student this year. Yu Shu said in a low voice, "What about the murderer? What do you remember?" Xia Jiangmin shook her head. "I only saw a black shadow reach out from behind and push her down. After all, it was a dream." Xia Jiangmin's memory was limited, so Yu Shu couldn't ask more. She couldn't help but sigh. Xia Jiangmin smiled bitterly and said, "It's all my fault for being useless. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yu Shu interrupted her. "It's already amazing that you can predict this in advance. To tell you the truth, someone died in Taisher Library the night before." Xia Jiangmin didn't expect to hear such bad news. Yu Shu then told her about the murder that happened on the observatory. When she said that she and Xen Lu were the first to find the body at night, Xia Jiangmin couldn't help but clench her hand. She didn't say anything for a long time until Yu Shu finished. Yu Shu found that her face was pale and thought that she was scared. She shook her and said, "Ming Ming." Xia Jiangmin took a deep breath and sniffed. She lowered her head sadly. "I think of my fourth sister again. Miss Chow is the same as my fourth sister. They are both poor people." Xia Jiangying's death was indeed tragic. Yu Shu didn't know how to comfort her. She could only pull her hand out and pat her weak shoulder. She didn't deliberately mention that she was now living in the room where Xia Jiangying was killed. The two sat quietly for a while with their own thoughts. After Xia Jiangmin calmed down, she wiped the corners of her eyes with her sleeve and said to Yu Shu seriously, "You also know about my fourth sister's death. You and I know how many strange and unjust things are buried in it. Seeing that something is going to happen in Taisher Library, you must be careful of those villains." Speaking of this, her expression changed and her eyebrows suddenly became firm. "Today, the imperial edict has come down. My marriage with the ninth prince is a foregone conclusion. It will be more difficult for me to go out in the future, so I can't help you for a while. However, there is still a long way to go." Yu Shu looked at Xia Jiangmin, who spoke in a meaningful tone in front of her. She could still vaguely see the shadow of the arrogant and naive girl in the past, but she didn't know when it began to fade away. At noon, Yu Shu declined Xia Jiangmin's kindness. She didn't stay in Xia Jiang's guest house for lunch. She went out to find Lao Chui's carriage and rushed back to Taisher Library. Shui Rui met several academicians and several students who had interacted with Chao Yuling in the morning. After asking about some things, he met Yu Shu on the way back to the observatory. Shui Rui saw Yu Shu passing through the corridor from a distance. He quickly walked a few steps and called her. Yu Shu was thinking while walking. Hearing Shui Rui's call, she turned around and saw him passing through the garden. She stopped and waited for him to come closer. She habitually called out, "Brother?" Shui Rui waved his hand to dismiss the two bodyguards who followed behind him. He walked to the side of the corridor without an exit. Separated by a fence, he asked her, "How was it? Did you see Academician Fong?" "I didn't go this morning. Yu Shu saw Shui Rui's suspicious look. She hesitated and told him, "I went to Xia Zhang's guest house." Shui Rui then remembered that Yu Shu received a letter at the entrance of the library in the morning. He asked with concern, "Did something happen?" Yu Shu shook her head and said, "It's not a big deal. Just a false alarm." Yu Shu couldn't be blamed for hiding the truth from Shui Rui. Xia Jiang Min's innate talent of dreaming and living was a secret, and there weren't many people in the entire Xia Jiang clan that knew about it. As someone who knew about it, it was even more impossible for Yu Shu to easily tell others about it without the permission of the person involved. She lied without batting an eyelid. Shui Rui did not think much of it. "It's good that you're fine. You can go visit Academician Fong tomorrow morning." Visiting Academician Fong was important. Most of the new students did not know the rules. If they went to visit Academician Fong in the afternoon, it would be disrespectful. Yu Shu agreed. She thought of another matter and changed the topic. She said, "Oh, that's right. When I went to Xia Zhang's guest house, the palace issued an imperial edict. His Majesty has arranged a marriage between the 9th prince and the 5th miss of Xia Jiang. I heard that the 9th prince has been bestowed the title of Wangye." When did this happen? A prince being bestowed the title of Wangye was a big deal. Her performance at the Double Suns gathering could be considered as a contributor to Lu Tan's promotion. Logically, such a big deal should have been heard of. Shui Rui was not surprised when he heard this. He seemed to have expected it. He said calmly, "It should be an edict issued today. You just happened to run into it. Presumably, the 9th prince will send a letter to inform you of this good news later." The affairs of the world were impermanent. Some people cried and some people laughed. The body of the person died and the bones were not cold yet on the other side. Yu Shu was sighing with emotion in her heart, yet in the blink of an eye, she saw Shui Rui pass a piece of paper made of wood to her. "What is this?" "The birth date of Miss Chow. Didn't you say you would help me investigate the case?" Yu Shu raised her head and looked at Shui Rui's slightly playful expression. It was obvious that he didn't believe that she could do anything to this dead man's horoscope. She raised her eyebrows and caught that piece of paper with 2 fingers. Chapter 411. In the afternoon, Shui Rui first went to the Supreme Court to report the case, while Yu Shu stayed in the Wangji Tower and studied Chao Yuling's 8 characters of birth. Her law of time of calamity was different from ordinary disguise. Even if a person died, she could still calculate the disasters that the person had experienced during his or her lifetime from the 8 characters of birth in this life. It didn't take long for Yu Shu to calculate a series of disasters from the time of calamity a few days before Chao Yuling was killed. As expected, the result of the calculation was almost the same as her previous guess. Chao Yuling first committed the disaster of love, and then she was targeted by a villain. So she suffered an undeserved disaster, which led to a fatal disaster. She couldn't escape. Committing a disaster of love and committing a villain were both kinds of crimes. In the examples of time of calamity collected by Yu Shu, they were relatively common. Usually, if one of them was encountered alone, it would not be life-threatening. However, when 2 disasters met, it could easily lead to death. The day of Chao Yuling's disaster of love happened to be the day when she entered the Taisher Library in April to pay respects to the academician. It was not difficult to guess that this disaster of love was caused by Jingchen. This also explained why she sneaked to the observatory in the middle of the night just because of a note that imitated Jingchen's handwriting. And the villain should have discovered Chao Yuling's feelings for Jingchen, so he made good use of it and lured her with a note. This was the first time Yu Shu had used the law of the time of calamity on a dead person, and the effect was better than she had expected. This was because not only did she deduce the entire process of how Chao Yuling brought about her death from the time of calamity, she also came to a crucial conclusion, which was something that both Shui Rui and herself were uncertain about. The murderer's target was indeed Jingchen. Just when Yu Shu was lost in thought because of this conclusion, the maid Xiaodia's crisp voice came from outside the door. "Miss, the young master is back. Please come downstairs for dinner." "Got it, I'll go down later." Yu Shu folded a few pieces of paper on the table and put them into her sleeves. She washed the charcoal ink on her hands and went downstairs to find Shui. At this time, the sky is dark and the room downstairs has already been lit. Yu Shu enters the room. Shui had just changed his clothes and was tidying up his sleeves as he walked out of the inner room. "Big brother, take a seat." As soon as he sat down, Shui asked, "I heard that you stayed in the room for the whole afternoon. Did you figure out anything from Miss Chow's horoscope?" Yu Shu nodded and said, "I was about to tell you." Shui asked casually. He knew that she would not speak without thinking. His curiosity was aroused again. Looking at her slightly tired face, he did not rush to ask. Instead, he said, "Let's eat first. We'll talk later." "Yes." The dishes were served. These few meals were mainly light. Although Yu Shu didn't have much of an appetite, she still ate until she was 70% full. After the meal, Shui asked the servant to tidy up the study next door. He put on a tea table, fragrant tea, and a plate of fragrant fruits. Then he and Yu Shu moved over to talk. The two sat on a horizontal couch. There was a small carved square table in the middle. Shui put one arm on the table and poured tea with the other hand. The small flower and bird cup emitted a white mist of tea. He squinted his eyes and sniffed it. Then he put the cup in front of her with 2 fingers and asked, "What did you find?" Yu Shu put her hand on the slightly warm cup and said while thinking carefully, "I'm sure that Miss Chow's death was innocent. The murderer chose Jing Chen as the target. It was also because she admired Jing Chen, so it was convenient for her to use him." Hearing that she was so sure of her conclusion, Shui couldn't help but ask, "Why do you think so?" Yu Shu raised her head and looked at him. There was a trust in her eyes that she didn't even realize. "In fact, I know a strange skill. I can calculate the birth date of the dead and know something about them when they were alive." Shui was a knowledgeable person. When he heard Yu Shu's claim, he was immediately surprised. Yesterday they talked about the strange skill of yin and yang and laughed at it. But today she told him with certainty that she could calculate the birth date of the dead. For a magistrate like him who dealt with murder cases and dead people all day, it was like a thunder on the ground. He was speechless for a moment. Yu Shu thought that Shui didn't believe her. In order to prove that she was not lying, she put down the teacup, stood up and walked to the desk. She took a pen and paper and turned back to him. "Brother, you have dealt with a lot of murder cases. I often read the case files of you, so there must be a few cases that are still fresh in your memory. Whether it was a murder or an accident, you might as well tell me the birth date of the dead person and the date of death. I can immediately infer the cause of death." Actually, it wasn't that Shui doubted Yu Shu's ability. However, the things she spoke of were things he'd never heard of, and it had indeed caused him to be surprised. While he was doubtful, he told her the horoscope of a deceased person. There was a dead person whose birth date was on. He looked at Yu Shu, who was facing him and writing on the paper. He didn't say a word, but he was very nervous. After about a cup of tea, he suddenly saw Yu Shu stop writing. He couldn't help but sit up straight. If the birth date is right, this person was not killed. He should have drowned himself. He either fell into a lake or a river, or jumped into a well. Yu Shu turned her head and looked at Shui, who was tongue-tied as if he had seen a ghost. She couldn't help but smile. She blinked at him and asked a question even though she already knew the answer. "Am I right?" Shui was speechless for a while and said in a deep voice, "You calculate again. There was a dead person who died on the 5th day of the 7th month last year. The birth date was..." Yu Shu curled her lips and continued to calculate. After another cup of tea, she said, "This person lost his life for money. He was murdered by a sharp weapon." Such an accurate deduction could be said to be a coincidence if it happened once, but it was inconceivable if it happened twice. Shui took a deep breath, and as he gazed at Yu Shu, who had a relaxed expression, the astonishment on his face slowly faded away, and he fell into deep contemplation. Yu Shu casually scribbled on the paper on the table, threw the pen away, walked back to his side, and sat down. She drank the cup of cold tea in one gulp, leaned sideways on the coffee table, supported her head with one hand, and looked at him with a half-smile. "Now you believe me?" Shui couldn't help but sigh in admiration when he saw her. "I've always been curious. Who is the master who taught you?" It wasn't that he didn't want to know about Yushu's experience of learning Yi. It was just that she was very wary of it and seemed to be a taboo. He didn't dare to ask too much because he was afraid that it would raise her guard. "I'm also curious about who he is," Yushu muttered softly. Taoist Qing Zheng's origin was still a mystery. Although her time of calamity law was coincidentally obtained by her, the foundation was built on the mystical algebra mnemonic formula that Taoist Qing Zheng taught her. In other words, if she hadn't met Qing Zheng, she wouldn't be where she was today. One shouldn't forget one's roots. "What did you say?" Shui didn't hear her muttering clearly. Yushu shook her head. She didn't want to fool Shui like she did with Lu Yi, so she told someone about Qing Zheng for the first time. "It's natural that you're curious. With my background, poor aptitude, and bad fate, if I hadn't met Master in Yang City, who knows where I would be living my days. It's a pity that he hid his identity and told me an alias. He didn't allow me to tell anyone about him. We were separated in Yang City. Master wandered far away and I don't know where he went. I can't tell you about him clearly." Shui was already surprised to hear her talk about this experience. How could he ask for more? Seeing that she was unhappy, he considerately changed the topic. "It's okay if you can't tell me clearly. Didn't we just talk about the murder in the library? Go on." Yushu came back to her senses. She put down her hands and sat up straight. She said seriously, "As I said before, the murderer's target is Jing Chen. That's why he chose a female student who was in love with him. Miss Chow was plotted against by a villain. She went to the appointment because of that note. Based on this deduction, regardless of who the man who knows martial arts is, I'm sure that the person who passed the note to her is someone from the Taisher library. Firstly, he has seen Miss Chow. Secondly, he must have seen her feelings for Jing Chen. Speaking of this, her voice suddenly became cold. Miss Chow is a new student this year. Jing Chen is a new academician this year. They have only met a few times. Their love affair only happened in these few days. The person who has such eyesight to detect it must be someone who is proficient in physiognomy. Shui's face darkened. His eyes suddenly became fierce. The person in his mind was clear. "It's her." Yushu played with the flower and bird mug and smirked. "Brother, why don't you go and check tomorrow? Among the more than 30 students who have been apprenticed to our Taoist, how many of them have the ability to know their hearts just by looking at their faces?" A fox would always show its tail. She liked to do this kind of thing. After being instructed by Yushu, Shui went to the Taisher library early the next morning. He sent someone to find Jing Chen to collect his confession. At the same time, Yushu was carrying 2 cups of good tea. She was inquiring about the location of Academician Fong's lecture in the inner yard. She had to finish the admission before the pink uniform was distributed. Only then could she focus on what was going to happen next. Yushu went all the way to the east side of the garden. She walked across a small bridge and a stream. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a zither. From afar, she saw a pine tree surrounded by more than a dozen mats. There were men and women sitting there quietly, listening to an old man in gray playing the zither under the tree. The sound of the zither was very strong. It was not good or bad, but Yushu thought it was not bad. Knowing that the old man was Fong Zijing, Yushu did not want to interrupt the sound of the zither. She stood at the end of the bridge and waited for him to finish playing. Who knew that the sound of the zither would continue for a long time without stopping? Seeing this, Yushu's legs were tired. She looked around and retreated to the pier of the bridge. She used her sleeve to wipe away the dust and sat down. Clang! The sound of the zither rose and stopped abruptly right after she sat down. She looked suspiciously under the tree and saw that the old man had stood up without her noticing. He waved his wide sleeves and pointed his finger at the bridge, shouting in a loud voice, "You little boy, come here." Chapter 412. Yushu trotted to the tree. Under the gaze of a dozen pairs of eyes, She bowed to the old man under the tree. As soon as she lowered her head, she heard the old man say angrily, "I was playing the guqin just now. Why were you sneaking on the bridge?" Yu Shu was speechless. Since when was she sneaking around? "Academician Fong, you misunderstood me. I am a freshman this year. Today, I came to see you. I happened to hear you playing the guqin. I was afraid to disturb you, so I waited on the bridge." After listening to Yu Shu's explanation, Fong Zijing looked much better. He put his hands behind his back and looked at her. Then he narrowed his slender eyes and said, "Are you Hyde one on this year's list of strange arts?" Yu Shu raised her head in surprise and looked at the old man with a slightly hunched back, gray hair, and a goatee. He looked ordinary. She had never seen him before. How did he recognize her? "Yes, I am Yu Shu." Yu Shu thought that Academician Fong was said to be against Han Wenguang. The good thing she did at the end of last month in Wangji Building had probably spread in Taisha Library. This old man should have a good impression of her. Unexpectedly, as soon as she admitted it, Fong Zijing pulled a long face and shouted in a deep voice, "So you are the arrogant female fortune-teller who has no respect for her elders." As soon as Fong Zijing lost his temper, the students who were originally sitting around got up one after another. One by one, they lowered their heads and stood aside in silence. Fong Zijing, who was over 60 years old, was the old master of the Fong family, one of the 12 aristocratic families in Anling. 30 years ago, he was a famous Great E master in the top 3 lists in the capital. In terms of background, only 2 of the 18 academicians in the entire Taisha Library could compare with him. Being pointed at and scolded for no reason, Yu Shu frowned. Seeing Fong Zijing's fierce eyes and angry face, she felt confused and stared at him for a few times. Then she took a step back and raised her hand. "Yu Shu is not talented. I don't deserve your praise of arrogant and disrespectful." "What? Did I accuse you wrongly?" Fong Zijing said coldly, "Didn't you compete with Academician Han Wenguang's disciples a while ago? Forcefully snatching someone else's imperial seal and even asking them to acknowledge you as their teacher? Where do you put their teacher, Academician Han? If this isn't disrespect for your elders and arrogance, then what is? Since you are so arrogant, why do you need to come to the Taisha Library to study? A student like you. Who dares to teach you? I'm afraid that in the future, you will be like a farmer with a snake. Who knows, one day you will bite back. You should go. This old man can't teach you." After listening to the scolding, Yu Shu and Fong Zijing looked at each other for a moment. Their faces were calm and they did not leave in a huff. Instead, he sneered and said calmly, "Academician Fong, please calm down and listen to me. It's not too late to kick me out. Old Diviner Han is indeed a senior of virtue and prestige, and I have absolutely no disrespect towards him in the slightest. However, it was his disciples who came to provoke me, and they seized the opportunity of my joyous banquet to propose to have a competition with me. It was obvious that they had malicious intentions, and if I lost, then my reputation would be swept to the ground. How could I not be angry at such sinister intentions?" At this point, she paused for a moment. She glanced at the dozen of new and old students standing around who were listening attentively. Her face showed helplessness. "Therefore, I was angry and took their imperial seals after winning as a punishment. As for who I wanted to accept as a disciple, this was nonsense. It was just a joke. How could you believe other people's nonsense? In your eyes, putting aside those rumors, just look at me and see if I'm the kind of person who disrespects my elders and is arrogant." After saying that, she looked at Fong Zijing innocently. Her quiet and delicate face did not look like an arrogant person from any angle. Fong Zijing looked at her carefully from head to toe. His complexion gradually improved. After a moment, he nodded and raised his hand to stroke his goatee. He said seriously, "Sure enough, you can't believe all the rumors. From your face, you don't look like the kind of scoundrel who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit. You're just a little stubborn. It's not a bad thing." Just now, he criticized Yu Shu to be useless, but now he was pleasing to the eye. Everyone present only thought that Academician Fong had an eccentric temper. Yu Shu smiled obediently. She stepped forward and held the small gift. She lowered her head and said, I have many shortcomings. I hope Academician Fong will teach me in the future. Fong Zijing looked at Yushu's head, and a trace of satisfaction flashed through his eyes. He reached out to accept her gift of greeting a teacher. His voice was still a little stiff. I have always been a strict person. You must remember not to violate the rules of this study garden. Otherwise, I will be the first to kick you out. I'll remember it. In this way, on the 7th day of Yushu's admission, she encountered a lot of obstacles. Finally, she paid her respects to an academician and officially entered the school. However, she missed today's class. That's all for this morning's class. When you go back, find a musician to play a piece and see if it's what I said. You can leave now. Fong Zijing motioned the students who came to listen to the morning class to leave, but he stopped someone. Jinglong, come here. Yushu turned her head and saw a young woman in a light yellow dress with her hair in a bun coming from the scattered crowd. Seeing Yushu looking at her, she smiled at her with kindness. Grandpa. Hearing the address, Yushu knew the relationship between this woman and Fong Zijing. She secretly thought that everyone in Taisher Library really had a background. Fong Zijing pointed to Yushu and said to his granddaughter, give her a copy of the book list and explain it to her. Okay, I got it. After Fong Zijing finished, he looked at Yushu again and bent down to pick up the zither on the mat. He hummed an unknown tune and walked toward the garden step by step with his back hunched. Yushu turned around and saw the woman in front of her, who was 2 years older than her, bowing to her. Sid Qinglan, a 7th class Grade E master, greets the fortune teller. Yushu had been in Taisher Library for a few days. Most of the people of her age were 8th or 9th class Grade E masters. This was the first 7th class Grade E master who was so young. Not only that, judging from her clothes, she should be a student who entered Taisher Library 3 years ago. I'm new here and don't know much. Thank you, Miss Situ. My surname is Yu. You can call me directly. Miss Yu is too polite. Situ Qinglan readily led her to an empty mat and sat down. While rolling up her sleeves to grind the ink, she turned her head to talk to Yushu. Miss Yu, please don't take grandfather's angry words to heart. In fact, he has long heard of you. There is no champion on this year's list of magical arts. As a Hyde one, you are actually first. Grandfather has taught magical arts in Taisher Library for more than 10 years. Every time after the Dian examination, he is very protective of the students who come in from the magical arts course. He is afraid that someone will go astray. Miss Yu, please don't mind me talking too much. Do you know that grandfather reprimanded you just now? Is it because of the rumors about you in the library these days? Yushu shook her head. She didn't know, but she could guess some things. Situ Qinglan sighed softly and said sincerely, I'm quite well informed in the inner courtyard. I heard that you went to see a few academicians a few days ago and they all refused to see you. There are a total of 18 academicians in Taisher Library, and half of them are on good terms with Academician Han. If you offend him, half of them won't accept you even if he doesn't say anything. However, the other half of them will listen to bad rumors about you. Even if they are willing to accept you, they may not teach you wholeheartedly. Grandfather knows this. So today, I deliberately made things difficult for you in front of everyone. It's obviously a rebuke, but it's actually for you. It's for the other half of the academicians to see. Does Miss Yu understand that grandfather cherishes talent? She looked up at Yushu and saw that Yushu had a peaceful smile on her face. She was stunned for a moment and seemed to realize something. In the next moment, she blushed and said, It seems that I made an unnecessary move. Miss Yu is very perceptive. His eyes moved, and the next moment he turned to the person next to him. He handed over the umbrella in his hand and said in a clear voice, Your umbrella, thank you. Ji Xingxuan looked at Yushu and reached out to take the umbrella handle. The corner of her mouth under the veil slightly raised. Academician Jing is too polite. Yushu leaned against the doorpost with her arms crossed. She watched Jing Chen, who turned a blind eye to her, walk into the rain. He flashed a few times and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Is Swansea going back to the women's dormitory? Why don't you go with me so that you don't get wet? Ji Xingxuan shook the water on the umbrella. It was rare to see Yu Shu take the initiative to talk these days. Yu Shu put down her arms and walked to her in 2 steps. Her eyes were cold. She raised an index finger and poked at Ji Xingxuan's heart. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.